Nah, forget that.
Don't try to come from my little microphone.
We'd have been started.
Is this on?
I know. Many times you done came at my microphone. Shit. Fuck yeah.
Oh, snap, crackle, pop, face ass.
Yeah. With your
right.
face ass.
People out that can't hear you. Goofy.
Oh yeah. We done had some mic problems, and Bri been the only one that had a safe mic for the longest. Today the first time I can remember her mic trip.
It's because God mad at me. The baby Jesus virus has wiped off. It's rubbed off. I think I caught a little bit up.
That's what's up, man. Don't stand too close, man. That baby Jesus unification virus.
What's
that JC-19?
JC-19. You got the
JC-19. We got Zuri in the building. Von Eric in the building, man. Von Eric will be over here on Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. We got Anae in the building. We got Don Frank working, stopping by with a like and with Catherine. We're like, thank you. Yes, we just a few minutes behind, but thank you all for your patience. Appreciate all of you. Today we just wanted to come before the people. We did that poll a while back, and y'all wanted to see the crew do something together. So I got a few topics together. I got a few people together. A couple of weirdos beside me, and we're gonna chop it up. Now, Bri's already on 8.
I'm not on 8. I'm relaxed.
Okay. She was cussing us out. That's why I had to hit the live, because I was getting cussed out until I hit live. It was vicious. It was disrespectful. Y'all know what there's a lot of disrespect.
I don't give a fuck a stand. So your word disrespect means nothing over here.
Man, facts. See what I'm saying? Y'all hear that ire? Y'all hear that insensification?
The vitriol.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, man.
Because old people always trying to tell, and that makes that be not start.
Shy Cutie in the building.
Hey, Shy Cutie.
Dury said, Yella. You know what? I don't know why. I'm going to start with this topic. Somebody brought it to my attention. And I'm going to ask you guys.
Not Yellow shaking his head already.
I'm going to ask you. Yeah, because I told him what we were starting with.
He's stressed out. Oh, God.
Right. Yeah. And he's already insulted me. He's already hit me with a homophobic slur.
Okay.
He's already started. I mean, everybody's been coming to me today. I'm not sure why.
It's the baby Jesus energy. You're cursed right now.
It's the baby Jesus energy. Yeah, there's a lot going on, y'all. Rashawn is Bri's second husband. Y'all tripping.
No, that would actually be Gojo. And all the niggas in the Jujutsu Kaisen. I only lust after anime.
Absolutely.
And my husband.
It's the weirdest thing. It's
my husband.
The weirdest thing. Boy love smut.
Oh,
I don't
my
even
God.
understand.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm weird. I don't give a fuck. What's the topic? Y'all don't worry about me, because I always be in here dropping recommendations. Don't give me.
I told y'all she was on 8. Y'all ain't want to believe me. She ain't want to believe me, but it is what it is. So somebody told me there was this guy talking about some woman. I don't know if it went viral. Y'all may have heard this. Some guy was talking about some woman talking about a lot of women don't even know how to clean their vaginas. And the woman is like, and whether that's true or not, talking about young women, the Z's. I heard Bri's lip smack, so I know she already like. I'm
just listening to hear this commentary.
Okay.
Just wanna know.
Well, as she said, I ain't listening to nothing from no dude that doesn't clean inside of his booty. And so somebody asked me about cleaning inside your booty. I'm like,
inside?
That actually makes sense. Hygienically.
Right. What do we mean
hygienically
inside? By what how far inside is inside?
I don't know. At least inside the canal, just a little bit. Like at least a little swipe. Hygienically, there's some...
Now people who have butt sex douche their booties before they do it. Yeah. But if you're not engaging in booty sex, then why would you need to be cleaning your anal?
Well, we have bowel movements. We have bowel.
So shit's supposed to be in there. So what's up? What we doing?
So clean it out. Well, Mrs.
That's
She
where
said in the building.
That's where it resides. That's its space. That's its spot. That's its
But people keep
designated
talking
holding
about
cell.
right.
Right.
Understand.
The point of the rectum. I'm confused.
I understand that that's the pathway. But every now and then, like people clean streets. You know, like we scrub streets clean. You know, but people drive down them again.
It don't not be dirty though, bro. Like you can
I'm
sweep
never gonna go out there and make a scrambled egg on the street and
you realize the
I did
second
not.
you sweep
I
the
did not.
ground, it's instantly dirty again.
So we eating eggs off the concrete after the street sweeper goes through?
No, I'm just saying because hygienically stuff be lingering.
Fecal everybody has a place in this world.
I'm just saying, but there's running jokes about guys. There's running jokes about streaks. There's running jokes about men need to use wet wipes. There's running jokes about that, about male hygiene.
If you're not eating ass or putting things in ass, I don't feel like that's your concern. Okay. If your ass is not getting eaten, are you eating the ass or are you putting things in one? If you're not doing any of those three, you're out of your scope of practice.
Thank you, my so-called. It just made sense once I heard it. I was like, you know what? I've never heard that broach before.
Put your finger up there and swish some Dawn dish liquid around. I mean, how does one properly clean?
I didn't say put some Dawn up there, but
what do we mean by cleaning?
I mean,
like a little
that's
like
how they
water,
get the dust
water on a rag, and
there's a thing called, so you can stick in a rag up your booty hole. I'm trying to figure out what we mean by inside and how far in do we need to go to be clean. She said inside. Does she mean in cheeks, in rectum? I need to know what we mean by that.
No, you should already be cleaning inside the cheeks. You should already be cleaning inside the cheeks.
Okay, so we're not sticking washcloths up rectums because that's weird.
No, that's right.
weird.
Yeah.
There's a border
there.
There's a line you don't cross, and it's typically the sphincter. Okay, like
the sphincter opens from the inside. Sphincters usually mean things don't go up here; they come out.
Okay, listen, I'm just asking. I mean, you're the nurse. I didn't take I never took an anatomy course. I don't know what's what. But hygienically, if there's a hole, I clean inside of my nose.
But does your nose have
inside
a sphincter?
Of my ear? I clean inside
of my mouth. Does your nose have a sphincter right here? Is there
how would I know?
You know what a sphincter look like?
No.
You know, like the end of a hot dog, how it be like wrinkled. That's a sphincter. That's kind of what a sphincter looks like. So does your nose have one of those at the bottom?
Oh, shit.
Then if the answer is no, then you can free. That means stuff's supposed to go up it, like air.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Sphincters usually mean things do not naturally go up here. Now you could stick stuff up there. It feels great, amazing. But we're sticking to anatomy right now. Okay. All right. So no, they're not the same.
Right. Clean your booty. I don't see a problem with it.
I clean your booty, but your rectum, leave it alone.
Yeah, right. No, right. Just clean the porch. That's it.
Clean the sphincter. What about wiping the sphincter? What about cleaning the sphincter?
That's part of if you can reach it outside without much force, you clean it. Clean that.
Mm-hmm. Antibacterial soap dial. After washing with a clean rag, use your finger to rinse in between butt cheeks while allowing water to run down.
If you can reach it without
and rinse as far as comfortable.
As far as you don't need force to enter. As far as you don't need force to enter, clean it. Okay. Right. When you start needing to apply a little bit of pressure to get to it, you might be too far.
You start questioning yourself a little bit. You might have went a little too far.
You jump a little bit. Clean it until you jump a little bit. Okay.
There you go. Okay.
That's how answer. You know. It's
no.
That's a solid answer. That's a solid answer. I like it. That's a solid answer.
Jump,
clean it till you do a little. When you do that,
point of no return. You reach the point of no return.
Now, when you do that, you clean far enough. I'm just saying. When you do that little jump, you're good. Stop right there.
That's fine. Whoa.
Excuse me.
That's messed up. Coming from a nurse, we got to take that seriously, folks. We can't just discount everybody on the internet. This is somebody with expertise.
I'm
right?
an expert fingers in cavities person.
Yes. Clean until you jump, fellas. Clean until
I've
you.
had to stick my finger in a few booties.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun. Okay,
Whitney
it's
Houston.
not something you probably want to do. I'm just saying, you don't need to be doing all that. Okay, it's delicate tissues up there. You could puncture something. Got nails aren't clipped. You don't want to be doing that. Okay, save yourself a problem.
Mrs. She said sure did do a whole education because a lot of people didn't know. That's one of the things that Mrs. She said pointed out. A lot of people did not know how to take care of their own vaginas, and I'm just saying, I don't think a lot of
people
guys
doing
take
too
care
much
of booties.
to their vaginas. Let's say that as well. Some people doing too much.
Some yoni steams
and
and chemicals and
all them perfumes. There's a pH down there that you are messing up. Okay.
Facts.
You know,
if you ain't sure, just take her in the back and hose her down. I mean, like, it ain't nothing wrong with that.
Also, valid advice from an expert.
I mean, yeah, what? You know,
I ain't gonna say
I'll
nothing.
stuck my finger in.
I'm not gonna say nothing. Hose her down. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know.
I mean, it's
you
water,
mean like take
water.
outside with like a garden hose and spray her down, or do you mean?
I'm saying with a hose, yeah, but you take the nozzle off. Don't use the gun. You fuck up. You have the part where you just put your
you gotta put your thumb.
To make it spray,
flatten out the string. Flatten out the string. That's more effective. The gun hurt.
Yeah. You don't mean abrasive water hose,
right?
I mean,
not waterboarding, but just like what I'm saying, a good rinsing.
What are your thoughts on steaming?
Yoni steams.
It's not necessary, but hey, if you like it, I mean, it's probably not gonna do much. I mean, make sure you don't burn your lips now. Don't burn the labia. Try and be cute. I've done a steam. I mean, it's not necessary to anything, but it was a cool experience. It was cool, but it's not necessary. I mean, the body's pretty good about self-cleaning. So if you got weird smells, something going on, okay? It's not a soap issue. I tell people that if you got a fishy smell, that's probably not a literal cleaning issue. You probably have bacterial vaginosis. You should get that checked out. That comes from a bad pH, from putting all that shit up there. Okay. Or you got some old, stuff in there. Y'all done had a little intercourse and you ain't washed yourself. So you got some old nut in there, that starts to smell fishy. I know these things. Okay, guys. I know these things. So usually the smells that people talk about aren't actually literally because you're not washing yourself. The ones that most people know, the really, really strong ones that you can smell when somebody walk by, besides musty, like there's musty. And then there's like these other smells that are probably telling you got something going on. And it's not a soap and water issue. So go see a doctor. Okay. Or I'm just saying, a lot of people say fish. Oh, you need to go take a shower. That's not a shower issue, boo. Unless it's nut. I mean, it's a shower issue. But like, if it's not that, then you might need to go see somebody about it. But yeah, I'm cool with steaming. Yeah, steaming is cool. It's relaxing. It's cute. Just don't burn your labia. Okay. That's all. Steam can burn you. You don't want first degree burns on your cooter cat.
Jesus Christ.
It's probably not a fun experience.
Right. Nah, and we appreciate the information, Bri. Definitely. Yeah.
Look at y'all frowning. Why are y'all frowning?
Because it just sounded so unfortunate and terrible at the same time. Shag's in the building.
It's just okay. As a lover and connoisseur of vaginal cavities, it pains me. It pains me.
It pains you.
It pains me. It upsets me to the core to know that those in possession of something so great mistreated. Just treated so bad. Just let it go to waste. It is so great. Like it's that and oxygen. It's 1 and 2, depending on the day, right? You know what I'm saying?
Violin.
Who are you hanging around that's musty or fishy? It's weird to me how much I was a nurse, so I got to see all the cutest cats, all of them in all conditions. So that's why I personally know this. So yes, as a nurse who worked in labor and delivery and women's health, we don't get to say we can't check your vagina because it's smelly today. So you just do your job, okay? So that's how I know. And also STDs, some have a very distinct smell. So a lot of the smells people are talking about fishy. I know a lot of people, oh, she fishy, she need to take a shower. In my experience, there's only a couple reasons why you would literally smell fishy. It's usually BV, you didn't clean yourself after intercourse, or you might have some other STD. That's just medical professional here.
So here's the funk. Whatever, Shay. Quit talking. Don't come in here shaming more. Don't be coming in here throwing no shame on the men, sir.
I mean, there's musty. I mean, musty vagina has a smell too. Like you ain't take a shower has a different smell than BV.
Yeah.
And
there's a
old
line.
nut
There's
and
a line.
STDs.
Don't waste the taste.
There's difference. So
there's a line. Yeah.
Oh God. I can't stand y'all. I can't stand y'all.
We can have this conversation. I'm a nurse. My stomach don't turn at all. What are we talking about?
Oh God. I'm joking, Shaq. I'm joking. Yeah. We did. Yeah, if they walking around musty, man, go ahead. Get them. Get them. No,
he said, get
not hose it down. Hose
see
behind. She's talking about hose it. It's not
hose
gonna
it down. Hose it down.
Yep.
Man, listen. All right, we gonna pivot a little bit.
Yeah, y'all need to, because I got facts for days. Y'all don't want to keep.
Yeah, well, I know. You got the
here.
experience. If anybody know what funky cooter cat smells like, it's Bri. So we go.
I done smell all forms of vagina. I've smelled them all.
Yella got it.
How you gonna say it? I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's move on.
Actually, you should clear your vagina like you wash your hair.
With shampoo?
and conditioner.
Yeah, you can use a little conditioner on the hair. That's actually low key.
Some leave-in treatment.
That needs
to do a leave-in, do a honey treatment.
What about them yeasty ones? We ain't gonna talk about Wonder Bread. Don't talk about Wonder Bread. Nah, Schwabels.
Man, y'all tripping.
Just general with balls and fingers. What?
I don't know. That was some weird word choices there. It's like the balls, fingertips.
Oh, okay. The balls of feet. Okay. Oh my God. I'm like, Shy Q, what is? I don't even want to know what Shy Cutie's doing.
It's like this.
Yeah, just.
We down that wax on.
Okay.
Wax on.
I can smell this conversation. Yo, if you can smell this conversation, it's not a soap and water issue. You might need to go to. No, I'm just joking.
Let's just think clean. Let's just think clean.
Think clean thoughts, y'all. Think clean thoughts.
Cleansing thoughts.
Think clean.
Now listen.
Think clean.
Something that came off a little dirty within the last couple of days was a conversation that Yella walked into, right? Definitely had his butt clenched. We were so we were both passing by Brother Clarence's, and he was talking about Princella.
I think I might have passed by that too.
You might have passed by that too. I was in
the kitchen light.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely something stinky. It was definitely something a little funky, a little rotten in Denmark. Because that conversation, I was like, yo, Princella's a fool for even bringing that up. Like Princella, Densella, whatever. But I did want to bring something into the conversation because I think it kind of hit the topic a little bit. What they were trying to say, what Princella was trying to say, what people kind of hit. But I want to talk about that idea. There's an idea hidden in there. So I'm going to bring this in here. Boom, boom, boom. 8-year-old.
Oh Lord, see, it must have been a couple conversations. Maybe I saw a different conversation.
It was that happened 8 years ago.
Oh, 8 years ago. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
8 years ago. Okay.
Sandra Bland,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was old. But the idea behind it, because everybody got around to what is now called victim blaming. That thing now. But we're going to talk about that because I've always hated that because there's a line somewhere in victim blaming where we're talking about self-responsibility or self-accountability. Like there's a line before it gets to victim blaming. And I think we were having a hard time during that conversation figuring out where to land on that. So I'm going to play this clip because he's talking about actually in the dating market, but it applies because it's talking about attitudes and behavior.
Restaurant and start yelling and screaming at his woman on Valentine's Day. So I'm not saying he should have been screaming at you. I wasn't there, but there had to have been something that you said or did that triggered that interaction. And that suggestion that there was something that that woman might have said or did to set this guy off, set her off again. And she started yelling and screaming at me. Why you take this man's position? I can't believe you would take his side. And she hung up on me. And that was the end of that. So it's like, not only do women often not appreciate that they might be contributing to their own difficulties, they don't want to hear how they might be contributing to their own difficulties, even when they ask for how they are contributing to their difficulties.
So, boo, boo. And I thought that was interesting that he put that video out today where that kind of came up. And it was on the heels again. Yella had popped up on the panel with her brother Clarence and a Bolo, I think it was. And I thought it was interesting because we always have that thing where we're talking about the ideal versus the reality. The ideal, like women should be able to go out in society however they want, whenever they want, as full humans and be safe. Mm-hmm. The reality is there's a lot of predatory, harmful people out there that will harm you if they catch you slipping. Same thing they were talking about Sandra Bland. Now, first I heard everybody disagree with Prince Ella. Everybody's like, nah, Prince Ella's crazy, Prince Ella's stupid. But then everybody came around to, and not everybody, because Yella was on the opposite side. People came around to, well, her attitude, she contributed to, she didn't de-escalate it. But even though they're like, she didn't do anything wrong. So it was a lot of like both sides of the fence. And I think it's because we don't know how to navigate that space between you influence your environment. You bring a contributing factor to every interaction that you're involved with. But then we always cross over into it's your fault. And I kept seeing that happen. Like, well, nobody's saying it was her fault. Like we couldn't find that line. We couldn't find that balance of saying, okay, her behavior and her attitude towards the cop may have triggered something in him, because everybody kept saying he had just had an interaction with somebody that didn't even have insurance. And Yella's like, well, that's even worse. If he just had a pleasant interaction, how did he even escalate to this? It's not like he was having a bad day. He was just fine. So how do we even have these type of conversations? I know, Bri, you didn't hear the original conversation maybe in its
I did.
Okay. So, I mean, you can talk about any aspect of it, what I brought into it or the original conversation, but just jump in.
I'm scanning my mind so I don't say anything inflammatory.
Okay. That's fair. I said you was on 8.
Because I think most people are too stupid to have this conversation in the first place. Just like they're too stupid to figure out stuff in life. Because people who spend too much time trying to figure out who is right or wrong in a situation between two people where each person played a role in the dynamic, they're goofy to me. Nobody is right or wrong. It actually doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day because somebody's dead. So who the like, okay, right or wrong? Okay, she dead. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but she's dead. Is that how the saying goes? Like, I mean, it's not about right or wrong. She wasn't completely right and he wasn't completely right. She wasn't completely wrong and he wasn't completely wrong. What we should spend more time doing is teaching people how to actually assess the person they're dealing with and figure out how they should move based on what is actually in their fucking face. Because that is the problem. People have these ideas of I'm in the right, so I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, even if it's causing my situation to escalate. And both parties in the situation did the same thing. Nobody took a second to say, this person turned up, let me calm down. No, neither party decided to do that. They both had their set decisions on what was right and wrong. They felt empowered by their idea that they were right in the situation, and they escalated because nobody had the foresight to realize that this person is tripping. Let me chill out. It's not about right or wrong. If I choose to de-escalate, it's not necessarily that I'm saying the other person is right. I just realized that if neither one of us actually makes the decision to de-escalate, it's going to just keep getting worse. And if I'm in the position of powerlessness in the situation, for me personally, I'm going to usually decide, let me chill out. Because if we keep escalating, there's a high chance that I'm going to be the one to take the L. If I'm getting into it with a grown-ass man, even if I feel like I'm right, I'm probably going to be the one to try to de-escalate, because if we start swinging, I'm going to lose. I'm 5'2". So I think that it's a waste of time trying to say, well, she did this and so, or he did this and so. It's like they both could have easily chosen to de-escalate. But the problem is neither one of them did. And that's usually actually the problem with most people, that they get so caught up on, I'm right, it's my right, I have a right to. And so they just keep going. Even though the everything happening in the situation is saying this is getting a little bit out of control. Maybe somebody should just decide to be the bigger person and chill out. Nope, I'm right, so I'm just gonna keep going.
I like how Bri leveled out, but did y'all hear how that started? I'm scanning my brain so that I don't say anything inflammatory.
No, because I was trying not to make really personal comments.
Yeah,
I was going to say what I wanted to say, but I wanted to say when I was listening to the conversation, I had some really blaring, intrusive thoughts in my head about specific parties saying specific thing in the conversation. And I'm like, let me not do that. Let me just comment on what I think about the situation. Let me just stay there instead of calling people names.
Okay, Tupac. I'm with it. I'm with it. Then she definitely hit him up. Yella. Mother. Hello. Good to see you, Mom.
Hey, Rashawn's mom.
What's up? I think that was because I cussed. She was like, okay, let me let him know I'm listening. I understood. Sorry about that. Yeah, Yella. What about you, man?
You ain't gonna have me. You ain't gonna
you?
have me talking, expect me to cuss and nothing happen. Okay,
Nah, yeah. She, I think she was just letting her presence be known. Like, okay, he'll govern himself definitely, govern himself accordingly if he knows I'm present. Yes. Everybody, please turn in your Bibles to Genesis chapter 16, verses 4 and 5. Praise be the Lord, and all blessings flow from he that giveth blessings from heaven. Amen. Amen. We have concluded this Bible study, Bri, Brother Yella. It is most pleasant to be in your presence. We go ahead and we'll see you next Bible study, everybody, next Monday, 5 p.m. Good night. Nah, but Yella, go ahead. What prompted you? What got you? Because you popped up on the panel. Something wasn't sitting well with you. Do you remember what exactly it was? Because I was rewinded. I rewound. I went back 2 hours and put it on double speed to catch up because I wanted to hear everything.
Yeah, see, I stopped watching probably somewhere around when he came in because I didn't see him join. I was listening to it pretty early on in the kitchen.
That's messed up. That's not nice.
So okay, I'll try to make a long story short.
Yeah.
It was kind of the situation where they were looking at her to be more responsible and more powerful in a situation where she really didn't have no power. And it was like, well, yeah, she should have did this and she should have did that. And it kind of can't. Y'all know I can get a little petty, and I understand. But I was just like, so it's disrespectful for us to talk about Yeaton baby Jesus, but it ain't disrespectful to talk about what this lady could have did better 8 years after. And it was petty. I don't be meaning nothing, y'all. I'm just a nigga on the internet. I'm just a petty nigga on the internet. That also happened to be one of the characteristics. So, it's just funny how we want to hold all these people who she didn't really have no power. But that was one of my arguments. That was one of my arguments during the whole why we would go back in time. Because if you got the power, if you actually have the power to fix something, then I think
there's a burden of responsibility on people in positions of power to actually.
You should be held to that level of responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
We hold humans to that level of responsibility, like we supposed to know how to be godlike. Like, no, it ain't. Everything ain't. That's just, like you said, everything ain't somebody's fault. especially something like that.
Right.
There's nothing she could have did.
I mean, if the
'Cause
cop that pull you over is escalating, and
or
he already just there, he on a 10, you just along for the ride almost to some degree.
he's not de-escalating.
Right. He just
And that was my
right.
and that was my only issue. Like, he has the power.
Right. If a
He
cop that pull
is-
you over is on 10, you just kind of along for the fucking ride. Just hope you get out of it.
Even if he ain't. Even if he
Right.
ain't. I done had cops pull up on me. It was super cool. Like, hey, all right, buddy. Well, look, we ran your name. We had
Right.
some things pop up. We're gonna have to have you come with us. He was super cool. He was like, go ahead and put your hands behind your back. Oh, okay.
You be like, I'm along for this ride now.
Damn.
I mean, hey, I'm caught now.
Yeah.
I'm caught. I believe in if you caught, you caught. I definitely believe in if you caught, you caught. I'm too
Right.
big to be running unless I got a head start. I'm too big to be running. Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I agree.
And see, Stacks, that's the thing. Oh, go ahead, Yella. My bad.
No.
I was gonna say that's the thing. I don't think they knew what was going to happen before they pulled her over. It didn't seem like it was going to go any more than the traffic stop until.
Yeah, it sounded like she kind of had some anxiety relating about the cop and black people interactions. So that's the other thing that I hate when people retroactively look back on a situation and remove the human from the interaction, because if she was already anxious or a highly anxious state, she may have been panicking, and some people respond with fight or flight. You know what I'm saying? And that's a real thing. Like she could have just panicked and not been rational, because the logic comes after the emotion. Yep. So if you're panicking, your train of logic is going to be different from if you're in a calm state. So it was always clear to me that because of her, the ideas she carried before they ever ran into each other, she was not able to navigate this situation in a calm and rational, rational, calm state. She was already panicking. She was already anxious. Therefore, it's almost like, trying to pick a fucking stray cat up. Like, they just gonna swing on you. So,
and I think that's what Yella was saying was, okay, once she's in that state, the cop is the one with the training to handle that. The cop is the one that's supposed to notice. The cop is the one that's supposed to, okay, well, she's here. I got to bring it here. The cop's the one, I'm supposed to use a tone and a posture that doesn't keep this going in a direction where it ends in hostility from either her or me. Because I got to be aware of myself as well, not just the other person. I think that's what Yella was saying. I just thought it was an interesting conversation, and I wanted to bring it up because I'm like, I'm okay having that conversation, but it always I'm not as bothered by that conversation as you were, Bri. But I think what we're trying to figure out is what brother he said a moment ago. It's hard to figure out the difference between situational awareness and victim blaming. Like putting any blame on her for what happened to her and her dying in custody, that's a stretch. But also her interaction with the cop could have contributed to the fact that she got arrested. Like they can both be true. Like nothing, she should not have died in custody, but she also might have gotten arrested because of the behaviors and her attitude that she exemplified. But it also might be informed by what you said. She had preconceived notions and attitudes toward police, rightfully so. But maybe
considering everything that was going on.
Yeah,
like I could see why she would have felt that way, and her life outside of this situation. I think she was like an activist and stuff too. So it's like, look at her life outside of the situation. That's kind of why I hate when people pick up situation 8 fucking years later and just without the like who people are. It's just like
that's enough time to put context in it.
Yeah,
8 years is enough time to get better context.
Right, but you look at it in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? Like
in the moment that makes sense.
Right.
Like in the moment,
don't
we
know.
talking about Will Smith and Chris Rock, it just happened in a vacuum. What might have happened with what we know. But it's been 8 years. Like for Princella running with that thing 8 years later. Like everybody said, it was just to get clicks and more. Like it's just inflammatory. We get it, but it's why I wonder why she would have used her. Like I'm wondering why.
Yeah, because we know who Sandra Bland was before she ever came and met that cop. Like we know what her life was, and we can see why that would bring an implicit bias to the situation with the police officer, just like he may have carried some implicit biases when he ran into her about Black people. And those two implicit biases meeting just did not mix very well. We know these things, at least about her, we know that. So, I mean, it's just kind of weird to look at it in the vacuum as if this is just like Jane Doe and John Doe met, and then we don't know anything about it. It's just weird. I don't know. It's just weird.
Give me a second. I gotta pull up something. I thought did I do that? I must have. But there was something I was watching. I don't know how this landed in my algorithm, but I enjoy it so much. There's this dude who he wrote a book or something. I don't know, but he talks about dialogue and he talks about storytelling. And he said something about the message over the moment. And I was like, ooh, like the way he broke it down. There was a moment in Star Wars, but I'm gonna say that to kind of like the way we kind of deal with this conversation. Like, you could actually be in the complete right. You may be asserting your rights. You may be completely justified in what you're saying. Your emotion may be justified. It may be perfectly reasonable, or it might even be a poignant thing to say, a sentiment that needs to be shared. But the situation, the time, the place, all need to be considered. And I've seen a lot of people share things like at the wrong time or in the wrong place, or maybe not situationally correct, because we don't know. We don't seem to have a grasp on sometimes the moment needs to supersede the message. Like the message is not good. Just because the message is good doesn't mean it's good all the time or everywhere or in every situation. So I think we need to be more situationally aware of that as well, because right now we got into a space where people feel like, if I feel that the message is right, anytime, any place, any situation, it's the truth. I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it 100. Like, nah, not all the time. That's not keeping it 100. Like, that's not being real. It's really not. So I think sometimes we need to be more aware. And I think there's a lot of that on the internet, because so many people are looking for attention. Attention translates to dollars. I think we need to get that. The message over the moment, we need to get that resolved, because ain't no okay, that was petty. That was petty. I was about to be petty. Okay, let me just say it. Ain't no loving good enough to give her while I'm offended. I don't know why I wanted to go there. I don't know why. I mean, it's petty. That was just petty.
I don't even know where that come from. I don't know where that come from.
You know.
You know. Well, allow me to enlighten you.
When there's an emotional rift, because this person attaches love to their physical being, their physical body, they don't want to be touched by you if they're offended. Snoop Dogg taught us that. He said there ain't no loving good enough to give her while I'm offended.
Chill for a minute, cause ain't no loving good enough to get burned while I'm offended.
Yeah, that's not what he said. That's just not what he said. And you played what he said. Anyway, sorry. My bad.
Oh my God. What's going on? Yep. Okay, carry on.
I told man, Bri is on. Hey, I wish we had the intrusive thoughts. I wish we had intrusive thoughts, Bri. I need intrusive thoughts, Bri, for like one day.
No, because I believe in Jesus, and I can't do that.
No,
I'm a follower of Jesus. I know how y'all feel about my Lord and Savior over here, but he be talking to me.
Time Force.
We will come out 10 times worse. We will come out like that. Them petrified eyes, you know, you somebody be shocked and their eyes be just wide open. I don't want to see them thoughts.
And they go through a filter.
I want the unfiltered thoughts. Because see, I ain't worried about the whole Jesus thing. Because Time Force. What are we gonna do? Yella, is it gonna be Time Force or is it Time Force? Which one are we gonna do? Because we gotta kill Jesus.
We should do it. Time Force.
Time Force. Okay, I'm with it. I'm gonna get my. I'm
gonna have to come back and say, baby Jesus.
I got a bullet with some crystals on it. Be like, Time Force. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll work. Spark up the machine, fellas. Yeah, we got to get rid of baby Jesus. I'm a follower. You heard that creep
sounds
up.
right.
I'm a follower of baby Jesus. I'm a follower
I
of baby
am
Jesus.
a follower to the Jesus.
Sweet the
I
baby
am.
Jesus. That's so
It's only
sweet.
been good for my life.
So let me ask you a question. How did that feel when we were killing baby Jesus? Did that stir up any emotions in you, or do you even think about it?
You saw my face when you was making your comment. What I was looking like? Ooh, that'll show them. Oh wow, you're so big and strong. You're gonna kill baby Jesus. Oh my God. Save us from Rashawn. He's gonna kill baby Jesus.
Y'all tripping.
I'm bothered.
I'm bothered.
I'm bothered.
Wow.
I was like, that'll show them.
Bri looked like she was sucking on a sour
Because
apple. Yes,
if there's anything I would rather be than a Christian,
let me eat another chip.
Child bride of a Muslim man who's 30 years older than me. Because, sign me up.
That was dirty though. When I was cutting that video up and I saw Bri making those faces, I was like, wow, this is how we feel, Sway. This is where we at, Sway.
I didn't say nothing. I let you ask.
That's the whole point. Body, it ain't just the words that speak. It ain't just the words that speak. She's sitting there with her chest like,
ooh,
like,
yeah, go get him. show him you're strong. Yeah,
I can't stand black people. I
He
was
got
like,
beef
wow.
with Jesus. It's cool. I mean, it's kind of his thing, right?
I mean, that kind of
You
is.
don't
his
need
thing.
me to defend him.
Now, to that note, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, but it ain't really beef though.
I don't think y'all really got beef with him. I feel like it's the stupid humans that Rashawn was talking about that say stuff in his name. Y'all got a beef with. So for me, it's not when you say that. I understand why you say it because I'd be like, I know. Yeah. So I mean, it's not, but it's like, he's the spirit, so you don't really need me to defend him here. Yeah.
I was watching a thing with Jordan Peterson and them on Exodus, and they were talking about most of the people who talked about a problem with God or religion. Mm-hmm. It was because of interactions with bad believers, right? So that then the Jewish guy, he was like, well, then we don't need to eliminate the atheists. We need to eliminate bad Christians. He's like, we need to turn the bad Christians into atheists. Like that would solve the problem with the faith, because the bad Christians are like church hurt in the black community. Church hurt is the number one driver of people out of church. Like church hurt way more than doctrine.
I like the idea if you can't change evil into good, you can't get rid of it. It has a right to be here. It has a right to exist here. You're never going to get rid of it. I'm not idealistic enough to say that, if you got rid of this, humans won't still human. Humans go human. They're going to find a way to human. People are going to want power, resources, money. That's always going to be a thing. And people are going to find some way to get to the bag, utilize power, get power. That is a human thing. So I just, the conversation isn't even appealing to me in how to fix human nature. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, if we get rid of this, then the world will be great. No, because niggas still gonna be niggas. Like,
yeah. And see, that's the thing, Bri. You fell for it too. That wasn't even the conversation. We weren't trying to fix human.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I was referencing when they were talking about ridding, how a lot of Christians try to like, oh, we're gonna fix evil. We're gonna change evil to good. That's what I was referencing that conversation.
Yeah, because they did keep it up. That was weird. That was I thought, I don't know. There were so many, but it was a good exercise because it was interesting what each person read into the scenario that wasn't there. Right. It was like every person brought a different assumption into the scenario that wasn't present. But that was cool because you get to see where people's assumptions lie, because everybody's assumption lays and rests in a different area based on their own experience. So, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. So, you said you may or may not be able to participate this Friday.
I think I'm free, but I have this feeling I'm forgetting something.
You probably are.
But I don't think I am. Like, I don't shop on Black Friday, so I don't feel like I'm forgetting anything. I usually stay home, so I feel like I'll be there. But if the last minute I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I had to do this thing. Yeah.
So I know we got Von Bryant declined. Brother Clarence said the day does not work for him. Brother he said gave me the thumbs up, so I'm assuming that he'll be there. If you
I gotta be the stand-in Christian then. Okay.
I mean, you ain't got to. We don't.
No, I gotta have somebody from the faith though.
Nah, you ain't got to.
No, I want to come, but I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna be that
No,
person.
we don't want you there as a representative of the faith because we might
Oh,
need
don't
you
you
to
worry.
argue against it. We might need you to argue against the faith.
I sent my own teammates to hell in the game, so you ain't got to
You
worry
sure
about it.
did. Oh my God, you really did.
I sent
That
Bro
was
C to
crazy.
hell. Well, I
You
tried to.
sure did.
Who saved him? OG Patrice saved him. He needed to go.
Yeah, Bri operate on a different frequency, which is interesting. When you sent Bro C, and Yella had to operate by himself, he was only worried about his own salvation.
Right.
Yella was on his own team.
Right. He got converted though in the end. But
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
did.
saying.
He joined the team.
I definitely didn't want to.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Life-
sorry,
he
life
says
got
middle
away.
fingers for his thumbs. Oh, but it's good to have you back, man. Glad you're around. But I do want to add something else in, and this is going to go back to going right. I don't know, y'all. The cohesion of this conversation is off, and it's all my fault. More message over moment. Message over moment. I was listening to somebody else was telling me something else that they saw online. You know, I listen to people. I don't even go find what they find online. People just tell me about stuff. Now this one I actually did see. This guy was talking about, because you know there's this big anti-kid movement. Like, I don't want to have kids. I'm single. What's that? Dual income, no kids. Dink. There's a lot of anti-kid rhetoric. So you're making them faces again, Bri.
Hold on, before you wait.
My bad.
I was about
Did
to
y'all know the man in Doug was named that because he was that archetype?
I was about to level up.
Did you know
Now,
that?
what'd you say?
His neighbor, Mr. Dink. That's why he was called Mr. Dink.
Mr. Dink who?
Dual income, no kids. And it show Doug, his cartoon.
I don't remember
Oh,
I don't
really? You
remember
didn't
the
watch
show
it?
yet.
His neighbor,
Mr.
Mr.
Dink?
Dink. His neighbor who was always inventing stuff. And he was always making contraptions and buying a lot of stuff. They were dual income, no kids.
Okay, so the programming was starting early. That's interesting too. Because that's about the age of the people who are now embracing that term.
Yeah,
the people who watched. Yeah. Programming, y'all. Programming.
I mean,
I don't appreciate
that's
the
definitely
term rhetoric.
That's definitely Martin too.
Martin. Yeah, for the Xers.
Yep.
They were dual income, no kids. Man, that's a big thing. But where I was going with it, more message over the moment, because people keep wanting to get this message out. This guy was talking about not liking his kids, young children. And I don't know. I don't respond to too much on YouTube. I don't get in the comment section too often. But I'm like, I had to tell him, like, okay, if you're saying that you're finding it difficult to maintain the energy for your kids, and you know, trying to find childcare and school for your young kids is difficult, and all their constant energy and all their incessant needs and needing your approval and validation. If all that stuff is difficult, I get it. But man, please, man, do not come online. Do not come online talking about how you do not like your young children who did not ask to be here. Like, take that to your priest or your therapist or your grave. Because that stuff, don't spread that mess online. I'm not sure why people feel that's okay. Every message does not need to be everywhere all the time. Everything does not need to be in public. But it went further. It went further. Not that guy. Like, people's ability to share anything online, it surprises me. A woman found, she was going through her mom's room or something. A grown woman, adult woman. I don't know why she was in her, I can't remember the exact situation. Was going through her mom's things and found a sex toy. And she decided to use it for whatever reason. Right. Yeah, thumbs down that. She decided to use her mom's sex toy because it looked interesting. It was like, I guess, like a big veiny monster.
So she was grown though. She was an adult.
She's grown. She's a grown. And she said it was a really great time that she had with.
Okay.
It was like her best sexual experience was with this big veiny monster toy that her mom had. Right.
Okay.
She later found out. I guess she had asked her mom about it or something at some point.
Oh
And her
no.
mom's, yeah, it was molded after her dad. It was molded from her father. So she said her best sexual experience is the toy that's shaped. And I'm like, you know what, y'all got to keep some stuff to yourself. Take some stuff to your grave. Like every message does not
Yeah,
need to
once
be
she
shared.
said that, I wouldn't have said. Like, did she ask her without telling her that she had did anything with it?
I got the, you know how it gets distilled down to a synopsis by the time it gets distilled down to a meme. That's how much
Yeah.
information I got. It
Okay,
was
I'm
distilled
like,
down to a meme. Yeah.
Maybe she came just asking exploratory questions like, "Hey, I found this, Mom. Where you get this from?" And then Mom,
Yeah.
she ain't tell her, you know, she had used it. So Mom just like, "Yeah, got it," you know, just telling her. Cause she
Yeah,
like, you grown, you asking questions, and go ahead.
Yeah, I got the YouTube short version of it. So a lot of information was cut out by the time I got to it. And I'm like some stuff, y'all, like whatever the message is, like y'all can keep some stuff to yourself. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Why would you use
but
somebody's
why would
private
you
toy?
use somebody like we should? Yeah,
Okay.
that's also weird.
Now, as an adult, that's a problem. So story time, since my mother's here, story time. Hey, me and my sister are going. Now we're underage. Okay, we're underage. Sorry, Mom. Nobody knows you here. Okay, nobody knows you here. Okay, listen, nobody knows you here. Nobody knows your face. Okay. My little sister finds this toy. And she starts singing into it. And man, she is just giving her best performance. And I'm like, no. It was like, I promise you, it was like a television moment. I was like, no. Because she is just going to Man, I wish she was here so I could make
it's
fun of
all
her.
right. Y'all came out of there anyway.
Man, yeah, we came out of it. It was just so fast. It was that moment when I turned around. She was just singing. And I turned around. She had a microphone. And normally it's like a hairbrush or a remote control. But nah, not this time. Not this time. It wasn't that. And I was like, no. And I was trying to get to her in slow motion before she really got to that part where you bring the mic close to your lips. I was trying to get to her and had to snatch it from her and explain to her, like, no, don't ever do that again, please. Oh, my God. But that had to be like 20, 30 years ago. It was so long ago. She was a kid. My little sister's like 30 something now. It had to be like 30 years ago. Woo, man. Actually, Rashawn has a really comprehensive answer based on personal experience regarding exactly this question. You don't forget you, man. You don't forget you. Your mom has a personal. Let me quit. Anyway, my brother performed a puppet show in the window for our friend when he was grounded with my mom's toys. Oh, snap. Yeah. Speaking of, some messages. Did I just do? I think I just did what I said that people shouldn't do. Some things shouldn't be said online. My bad, y'all. I'm a failure. I'm a hypocrite. Oh my God. But I thought it was so fun, man. Just talking about the toys thing. The toys thing just took me out. Anyway, but some things is okay to keep to yourself. Things happen when you snooping, don't they though? If you're looking for something, man, you're gonna find something. You are going to find something.
For some shit. Now keep your bad ass out of my room.
Keep your hands to
you muted, Bri.
Stay out of people's stuff.
You super muted. Your mic off.
She's doing something else now.
Not super muted. I like that. I just said a little puss fragments on your lips ain't gonna hurt you. Right. Puss dander. Little puss dander. Yeah, I should have stayed muted.
Oh shoot. But nah, I do think though, when I was thinking about the message over the moment, because I think the lady was doing some kind of segment called what is that called? Like snatch their mic. Like she was reviewing podcast material and deciding whether they should keep their mic. And that's where that story came from, the whole sex toy thing. And she's like, yeah, take their mic. But it's like, man, I think maybe some of the stuff, and I was reflecting on our space, the space where we come from, this little black manosphere adjacent type space and nobody says they're manosphere, but everybody talks about manosphere topics. But I'm thinking like maybe we should rethink like listening to like personal development and relationship advice from monetized podcasts. Like maybe we shouldn't like try to hash out gender differences in spaces where people are trying to get money. Like maybe that shouldn't be an idea. Like maybe that's like the self-awareness thing. Like going to the person that makes money off of you to solve the problem that they're making money off of. Like that might not be the smartest thing. So I think I don't know. The message over the moment thing, it just kind of hit me like, man, there's a lot of messages we consume in moments that probably they don't belong in. And like, Princella talking about a girl, and a lot of the conversations that I would say this space embarks upon are from people that just are not capable, or it's not the right time, or like gender war stuff where people are having the most raw emotions about gender dynamics and relationships. Maybe this is not the moment to talk about submission or leadership amongst Black. Maybe this isn't the right moment or the right situation or the right space.
But that's why they struggle, isn't it? I feel like
I think
partially. So. Yeah, just not having that awareness to know when just not having that awareness. I think that's why a lot of people can't partner in peer bond. Because if I was focused on being right, I wouldn't be married right now. So, y'all definitely be divorced. If I got so settled on like being right all the time, right? No, because I was just having that conversation today. Like some stuff, you just like some situations, right? Like some shit just happens and you've never had any experience with it, or you just kind of there. How do you handle it? It's just going to depend on the person. But I think a lot of us think like, oh, my way is right, or this you should do it my way. Especially a lot of women, like, I have a way that I think it should be handled, and then there's the way you think it should be handled. But because of like, sometimes there's like very codependent thoughts there too, that you can't allow space for someone to do it their way because you would feel responsible for fixing any consequences of, and not consequences in a negative way. Like it's not to say it's going to go wrong, but if it's not playing out the way that you're comfortable seeing it play out, you get uncomfortable. So you feel like you have to do something there. So I think sometimes it's just not about being right. It's just, can you allow people room to exist and handle things that there's really no right or wrong for, like with raising kids, there's just like a lot of stuff we do every day. There's not really a right or wrong. We had that conversation about household stuff too. And like being able to like not get so caught on my way is the right way. And realizing that, especially with situations that you just kind of don't know until you do it. Like, there may be more than one way to do it. And there is no right way.
That's facts.
And you not being able to allow people to do it their way is a you problem.
Nah, that's super.
So
facts.
it's not about being right. Yeah.
No, I absolutely agree with you. To
that
that
effect, a lot of
effect,
people can't get past that. They can't get past it.
I'm gonna bring in something else. What do you think, y'all? Like as far as like that right, wrong, all that stuff. Plus, IG is in the building. What is going on, IG? Good to see you.
Hey, Quantum.
What do you think? Yells?
I don't know, man.
Peel yellow.
This whole. I mean, needing to be right. Understanding when you're wrong. Yeah, it's a hard road to navigate, right? Because you could be right up to a point. That's what my OG used to tell me. That's what my mom used to tell me. That you could be right up to a point. And that's how I see how I move. And I don't know. That's why I don't be over here though. Like if you're talking about as far as moving around in this spaces,
yeah.
I can't argue that no more. I can't argue that no more.
I agree.
I can't watch people just talk about being right, because that's all it is. Ain't no problem solving. It's just my way is the right way.
Right.
And it's a couple, and it might be a couple of them that think the same way. And if they all think the same way, they ain't gonna disagree with each other.
Right.
So you either gonna get one or the other. You either gonna get a space where everybody has to agree, or you gonna get a space where everybody argue and don't nobody agree on shit. Either way, ain't a damn problem getting solved because we right back next week. We gonna see y'all later. That's why we always throw to each other. Where you gonna be at next? Where you gonna be at tomorrow? Where you gonna be at next week? Because we're gonna be right back here talking about the same old shit. Right back here talking about the same old shit.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, now people said it for a long time. I mean, I've been in this space, 3 years ish, the whole pandemic time. I just do what the fuck I want to do, roaming around YouTube. Oh, I forgot my mom's here. Can't read all the comments straight out. Excuse me. Excuse me. Whew. What I said was do what the front I want to do. Anyway. But I think you guys are right. And I think people are now actually starting to get tired of the repetition. Like they said it for the last year and a half. But I think they are starting to mean it now. Because I'm seeing a lot of people leave spaces that they used to inhabit. Like
there's no prize for being right.
Yeah.
There's so many arguments. It's like, you're right. Oh, who gives a fuck? Now what?
Yeah. But it's not even a global right. It's not like a universal rightness.
Because there's no universal rightness most of the time, unless you're in a said structure that has already have an agreed upon set of rights and wrongs. That's the thing. Like if you're in a structure that has an agreed upon set of rights and wrongs, then you can maybe argue right or wrong. But if you just regular people just having a conversation, you can't tell me. It's like I don't give a fuck a stand versus the Bibletopia people.
Yeah.
I'm not in Bibletopia. Y'all can't tell me I'm right or wrong. I'm over here. So
hey,
you spend a lot of time arguing about you right or wrong. Like, okay.
Happy birthday,
and I still said what the
Mom.
fuck I said. I go through that on the anime channel, so it's not just this space.
Yeah,
it's not just this space. Like
human
it's
nature.
thing.
Like
it's
said,
a human thing.
It's a people thing. People thing. Yeah. I just relating into the spaces.
I'm gonna say I stay out of the online wrestling community a lot because it's super territorial. Who know what? Who right? Who wrong? Who got the best storyline? It get real. It get real territorialish. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ego.
People get. Yeah. It get very much.
None of it matter.
Ego. And don't none of it matter. And don't none
of it matter.
Xbox the storyline a whole other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not gonna stop. That's the thing about it. It's not going to stop.
It's human nature to some degree, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what Quantum said. People will literally beef on some fake shit, and then you as the viewer will look stupid. Man, I've seen that so many times. I've taken a side on something. It only took me like twice to get burned. I'll take a side on something, and then I find out what the other person did. I'm like, I can't rock with either of them. So it's like, what are you supposed to do?
Don't get caught up in it.
Then I gave up. Yeah, I quit getting caught up in that stuff, and then I'll just back off everybody involved, especially if it's like habitual line steppers. If you're habitually in some mess with other people, whoo, I cannot be in that space too long.
It's a you problem.
It's a you problem. If you are always getting into it with somebody or always getting burned by somebody, man. Oh man, if everybody's turning on you, that means you make people turn. Like there's something about you. Like at some point, like you be spinning people like the opposite way. At some point, you're involved. That's
like what the guy said though. Go back to the first. The man said, you some you contributed to this dynamic.
Yeah,
you doing something.
Something going on.
I've only beefed with people who have beefed with me first.
Mm-hmm. I'm just cordial.
That's all I can add because I can't be like, yeah, you shouldn't be out here.
I'm pretty vegan. I don't do beefs. I'm vegan.
That's what's up.
When it comes to confrontation, I'm vegan. You not? It's cool.
I'm confrontational. I'm confrontational. Beefing has got to sustain.
Yella's had whole beef streams. Yella does beef streams.
He's from Chicago. That all they eat is meat. It's the Chicago. It's cheese, onions, and meat. You know what I'm saying? Steak, he ain't got no choice.
So, but this is where I would separate myself, right? I can't do beef. I'm confrontational, but I can't do beef because beef got to be
Yeah.
sustained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
a hearty meal.
Now,
It sits on you longer. Yeah.
if I need to cuss you the fuck out real quick, I'll get to that, but it's gonna happen right then and there. Like it's not gonna be like we gotta go back and forth. You know what I'm
More
saying?
like
We
you more
gotta,
like a special occasion, me like a lamb. You know?
Yeah.
More like a lamb. You're not eating that every day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But some lamb chops.
oh, that's beef, but it's
Yeah.
going to be
Like a nice red
big,
meat. Yeah.
stupid ass like
You want a
like
tomahawk.
He-
You want
yeah, he want a
the you want
he
that
want a tomahawk.
challenge. You want that 37-ounce challenge.
I want like a
beef.
40-ounce. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna slam this one time, and I'm never gonna be
Yeah.
back here again. I'm gonna get the t-shirt. My name's gonna be on the wall, like he did that, and then you'll never see me again.
You'll never see me again. That's true.
I got you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I wanted to know what y'all guys think about that though, like the attention economy. I think it's making people get weird. Like the
Really?
convergence of like the attention economy, like because people need
Mhm.
attention, like because attention now is currency.
Necessary.
Attention,
Yeah.
if you can get eyeballs, that's currency. So now we see people getting into some of the goofiest, silliest, craziest nonsense, no meaningful, nothing, no personal. It's just beef, like you said, for no reason. Like I think this has become a like. I know y'all wasn't with me, like especially Bri. Bri's capitalist. Bri's a capitalist.
Sure
Yella
am.
might be the closest.
Buy my shit. KawaiiForTheCulture.com.
Yella,
Facts. Pull up.
Yella might be the closest to a socialist communist like me. But I think our system, though, the success in the United States is relying more on this system of attention and money-driven attention. Like everything's like a gig. I need to quickly turn around eyeballs. I need to quickly turn around attention, and it's that is a problem. Let me just read this real quick. We pray when we hungry, not just cause I gotta be in a whole mood for beef. Nah, see, I need drama. I don't want to be the drama. So maybe I like being. I like some drama. What's up, Inya? Good to see you. Now, Inya, I think she's been busy. I happened to look one time. I'm on this app. What is it called? Inya, what is that app called? Is it called Medium? Is that the one? This is this app that she's writing on. And I looked my follows. And it's like I saw her name on like 10 different publications. I'm like, oh no, she ain't got no time to do nothing.
She been working.
She ain't got no time to do nothing. But it's good to see you, Inya. Thank you for taking a moment. Thank you for taking a moment away from your editing duties. Because I'm like, there's no way. If you're writing for all them different little things, and I'm like, there's no way. I couldn't even possibly. I saw all them different names of them different publications. I'm like, oh, see, that's why I ain't seen Inya. But
we've been trying to. November being very productive.
November, people been being productive. Everybody but me. So I respect y'all for that.
Why stop playing? Anyway, carry on because you finna cuss the fuck out.
Cuss me out. I'm raising you up. You want to.
I'm gonna write a letter.
Write a strongly worded letter.
I
think motherfuckers follow the certain.
I feel say way.
Use shit.
I feel saying I ain't had none. Talking about November been productive. What's the opposite? I think
me and you just been overcoming obstacles. I think our production is like climbing out of a pit. Like where other people are like building something, we're climbing out of a pit. Like I think that's our productivity. So it doesn't look like anything. We haven't built anything, but we're digging out of holes. Yeah, so I think it's different.
That's still productive.
Yeah.
See,
we just don't have the measurables that other people have.
You say digging out a hole. I just say holding on for dear life.
So, that's still productive. It still requires energy to hold on for dear life.
It's all right. Your fingers getting stronger the longer you hold on. You'll be able to pull yourself out soon.
It's like the flames, and then my ass is right there.
Which one's too? I think y'all both pretty close. Like, I smell smoke.
Yeah, boy. And
that's it was hairs, bro.
That's the worst part. It was me. But see, Bri, it wouldn't smell that way if we cleaned inside a little bit.
You might still have booty hair.
But it wouldn't smell the same, though. I'm just saying that the smell would be a little different if you just took a swipe. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
Secret groups, following each other on YouTube. Now, Quan, I don't even want to get into the weird stuff. I don't even want to get into the weirdo stuff that people get into. I don't. because there's some stuff I just don't understand and I won't understand, and I'm going to leave it alone. But I'm going to introduce this other dynamic, because this is something when I listened to the guy about dialogue and storytelling, I came across this. And I think it would help people on panels. I think it would help people that engage in these conversations to understand this dynamic here. So I'm going to introduce this. Boop. Boo boo boo. Ba 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 ba.
Why did we move? We both agreed it was best. I mean, it's best for the kids. And, it's best for you. You know, I mean, you got more space here. You make yourself a dark room. It was time to move. Yeah, I got a terrific deal on this house.
So this works because it sounds like...
Now, he's talking about dynamic, but you heard her say, why did we move? All she did was ask a question. And the guy goes in kind of like defending, well, we moved for you. We moved for this. We moved for that. The moment she just even imposed, like brought the question to the forefront, he felt the need to like defend it. Now, as far as he's talking about this being good dialogue, you can ignore that. But listen to what he lists as the reasons for why it works.
It's like an authentic husband-wife conversation. It's a low-key argument. And it also works because the info comes out naturally while the...
But it's a low-key argument. Even though they're just kind of going back and forth, it's a low-key argument.
Characters are attacking and defending one another.
They're attacking and defending a position. They said one another, but they never really attacked one another. Why did we move?
Wife attacks their decision to move, and then
there it is. Now here's the position. Wife attacks their decision to move. Then the husband defends it.
Husband has to defend it.
Why did we move? We both agreed it was best. I mean, it's best for the kids. And, it's best for you. You know, I mean, you got more space here. You make yourself a dark room. It was time to move. Yeah, I got a terrific deal on this house.
So this works.
So I just wanted to show that again real quick, because that way y'all can see it with the context. I've seen this happen a lot of times during conversations in my real life and on these panels. Somebody will introduce a thought that is like antagonistic to a position. And the other people will respond with that defensiveness, even though it wasn't about them. They get defensive about the idea, the topic that was broached. And maybe they feel compelled to. Like that even goes back to the Sandra Bland thing when we brought that up. Like sometimes people will feel the need to defend a position that they didn't have to hold. It wasn't theirs to hold. They try to hold ground for something, some idea or belief or feeling. And you don't know. You never know when that's coming. You never know when that's going to happen in a conversation. You just have no idea. It just happens. And that's what Bri was talking about. You have to see that somebody else is escalating or holding on to something and be able to navigate that. But I thought it was interesting because I see that happen so often, that you'll bring up a concept or an idea, or maybe you'll question something like, why do people wear culottes? I don't even remember what culottes are, but that name just came to my mind. Why do people wear so many leggings? Why do everybody wear lashes? Why do women why do women love lashes and these long nails? You'll ask the question, and the people that feel something about that will feel some need to defend it, as opposed to allowing people space to investigate their own feelings, to explore their world and their environment. But what did y'all think about that little clip in regards to, well, like even that dynamic? Like take it where you want to. Like, well, how did that land on you? And what do y'all think about what I'm trying to articulate? Probably failing.
No, I get what you're saying. I think a lot of people don't have insight to the energy they carry in a conversation. Like, it kind of depends on the situation. Like, if you were to say that, for example, like, oh, why do women wear long lashes or whatever? Mm-hmm. Personally, I would either just literally tell you why I wear that, because that's what I can answer, or I would ask you, well, why? What about it? What are you struggling to understand, like the functionality of it? Like, why are you asking this question? Like, I would probably say that. Like, if I wanted to explore your thoughts, like, why are you bringing this question up? Unless we were already in a conversation, depending on the conversation or where it's happening, then I probably would make an assumption. I think more often than not, people say things that they don't realize are an attack.
Yeah.
And then when people respond to you in a defensive way, instead of being like, what did I like, or understanding this implicit by some implicit you brought to the conversation.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people just like, why are you being offensive? It's like, you kind of said it away, or maybe you did say something like that. And I don't think a lot of people have the awareness of it. Like even when we try to communicate, like I had someone communicate that they went to their partner and try to communicate a want. They would like it if they would do this, but they said, what I need from you is this. And then the partner kind of had a defensive stance. Like, well, why are you bringing it? How am I supposed to know all that? And they're like, well, why are you getting like that? Why are you being defensive? I'm just telling you what I need from you. And then I was like, well, you saying you need this from them would probably lead them to assume you're saying it's their responsibility to regulate your emotions and your feelings. And how would they know that if you never actually communicated? Well, that's not what I meant, but you said need. So need means that I need this from you because I am unable to do it myself. So I think a lot of people just don't even realize when they're communicating, well, what you say does matter. And there are like understandings and subtleties of word, and word choices do actually reveal what you mean. You said need. And when I'm listening to you explain to me why you feel like you need this from them, need is the word you're saying. What I'm telling you is you're wrong. Because you don't need them to do this. You should be able to regulate your own emotions. So if you're going to tell them that you need, if you would like it, you need to say, I would like it. I would like if you would do this for me, because you're asking them to do something for you that you should be able to do yourself. But I think a lot of times people don't realize what they're saying. They just worry about what they meant to say. But it's like, nah, you said what you said. I'm responding to what you said, not what you thought you said. I'm responding to what you said. And I think a lot of people can't take that people are more intelligent or actually hearing what they're saying. They don't hear what they're saying. A lot of times I find.
Yeah. There's like there's subtleties to language. And this guy was talking about that, like good dialogue in a film or TV show should deliver subtext. There's subtext to a lot of the things we say that we don't understand. Like you said about the need, that was a good example. Because that happens in relationships. I need, but it's putting the onus on the other person as opposed to owning, like, listen, for whatever reason, I feel disconnected from you when you don't tell me I'm beautiful or tell me I'm the man or whatever it is for you. It may feel like a need to you for you to feel whole in the relationship. It may be an emotional need for you, but it's born out of a place of deficiency. That's not the other person's responsibility. So it should be more of a request than a demand. And I think people forget that. I think people forget that part. We don't have the awareness to differentiate where my
I don't get why he got
stops.
so defensive. Like he's defensive. One, you're attacking him by saying that, and then two, you're not respecting his time and his energy to regulate his own emotions. So now you're putting that on him to say he got to regulate yours. So, of course, he had that response.
Yeah, I'm with that. But you, Yella, what you think?
From the clip, I'll say in their dynamic, it was more of a. This is kind of to give a different perspective, I guess, from like being in that, having that conversation and shit too. Sometimes that's a level of reassurance too. You gotta. So I can see how it kind of seemed like he felt challenged. I didn't really see that. I seen him more or less respond. He started with the kids because I guess they agreed that was the reason why they needed to move.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes sometimes you can make a decision. Sometimes you can make a decision to do something, right? And after a while, you got to kind of second guess it. You know what I'm saying? You kind of forget why you started to, like people who get together, they fall in love, they get married, and then it be years and years. You be like, man, why did we get married? And why did we get together? And because you be missing the details. The reason why you even started doing that shit. in the beginning. So, you know, it could be kind of. I seen that as like him trying to reassure her that it was a good decision.
I like that.
Yeah. He peeped her emotional state too. I was gonna say because she got to watch. She been drinking. She laid out on the couch looking kind of crazy. So depending on what he would have said, it's like, hold on, this is an opener to something. It might just be her about to tell me how she feels, or she trying to fight. So let me just pretend that she's really just asking me what she's asking me and give an answer. But I'm assuming that conversation is about to lead into some feelings of negativity. But he's giving her a chance to, like, okay, I'm not gonna project that on her. I feel like it's gonna go into some bullshit, but let me just answer the question. And see what comes out next. And I could probably assure you what's gonna come out is vomit of emotion, which is changing how she perceives the reality of why they moved.
No, that's actually good insight. I mean, because I think that's when I pointed up about how the conversations happen on these panels. I think that's what happens. People project what they would have meant if they had asked that question, as opposed to responding to it from a good faith position and maybe offering the person reassurance. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we don't give each other that little bit of like that grace that I guess they did as a couple. And like y'all are saying from that situation, like there's a lot of grace to be given. It could go sideways, but it's like, okay, let me just give good faith up front because it could all be bad after this. But let me start with the face value. Right. Now we move because of this. Maybe we just need to be reminded because people do lose sight. And shout out to B9 Nizzle in the building. Maybe, why do you think it's so difficult in these spaces here? Like on these panels where people are having these conversations, somebody says something like, men are all dusty and broke, or it's something from their point of view. It's something from their lens. And we don't take it as from their, like that lady. She just expressing her concern or her feeling. Why can't we leave it there? Why in these spaces with strangers do we always read more into it? Like, why do you think we do that?
I think that takes emotional intelligence and like wanting to, you would have to come in with the goal of cooperation and like understanding to be in that space. I don't think a lot of people come into spaces like that. Like in a relationship, you want this to work. You want to cooperate. You want to be together. So I feel like it's always better to just give good faith if that's what you're wanting. But I don't think a lot of people come into these spaces wanting that. So then you're not compelled to be more like discover why they feel the way they feel. You're just going to call them stupid. I do that sometimes. I'm never going to talk to your ass again. You're goofy. Get out of my face.
Yeah.
So you have to want that, I think, to come to look at it that way. That's work.
Yeah, it is.
That's work. Like emotional intelligence. Like we talk about it, but sometimes I won't be emotionally intelligent. Get the fuck out of my face. It takes work. So yeah.
Man, my sorry, I just got an email from my apartment complex and okay, cool. Because they're about to try to break our lease again. They're about to try to break our lease. I was nervous.
We was like, oh no.
Oh my god. Okay.
The juju's coming back. Okay.
Nah, it's cool this time. This time it was good news. It's good news this time. Look, they're trying to add a trash fee. Now you have a lease. A lease is a contract.
We just went signed through that too.
By all parties.
Did they have a meeting? Because we just got an email about trash fees.
First they tried to add first they tried to change the way they accept payments. There's like certain outlines, like we will take payment this way. And then all of a sudden, within the last month or so, they're like, nah, we ain't gonna take none of them no more. Forget all that. Forget everything we said. Forget everything.
It's all together in one rent.
Do it in our portal, and you're gonna pay this fee, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna take this fee, and you're gonna love it. And
you can't pay any of it separate because that's how ours. It's like the water, the trash, the electric, everything. It's all. You can't be like, I just want to pay the rent. You gotta pay all of it.
Yeah, so then all of a sudden they talk about the other day like trash fees, but they said we've heard your complaints and we fought hard. Like, okay, now I'm sorry. I can't stand. This is one lady from the rental office that I cannot stand. Because she's so fake and phony. And this is not her. This is not her spirit at all. But I'm reading the words. We have fought hard and expressed your concerns to ownership. I am pleased to announce that your concerns have been heard. They have agreed to adding the trash fee on the new leases only. and not your current lease. You cannot add a new fee on a current lease without me signing off on it. That's not how contracts work. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
I
I was raging out all weekend about it.
Oh my God. I can't stand people. Capitalism. I can't say
Sorry, I
capitalism.
shouldn't have said that. He trying to.
But yes, we all come from different situations. We grown, we all know that. But integrity, values, and morals, do that depend too? Asking for myself. Nah, that kind of stuff should have some more solidification. It should be more calcified.
I'm about to say that's not a word.
It's not a word. It's solidity. Yeah, integrity, values, and morals, because those are abstract anyway. If your integrity, your values, and morals,
I was gonna say
it's a principle. It's an idea. At the root of it has some sort of a meaning to it, but there's no value set. Like, I have to give somebody 2 thank yous because of this. There's no hard line. And it's when those hard line rules, that's when people start coming out of we're gonna do this because we have to do it so many times before it counts, and it gets weird. But everybody's not capable of abstraction. Values and morals are typically abstraction, because you have to be able to see other people as valuable, other people as worthy of your energy or sacrifice, and that's difficult. A lot of people don't really know how to do that. So that stuff doesn't depend. But what depends is the situation. Like we was talking about the message over the moment. Like, that's a value set. That's a moral set. My values say this is an important message, but my values also state that some things are not brought up in every situation. So it's a mathematical values and morals. Those are mathematical equations. And the way I think of them, it's doing some math in your head. What matters more in this moment? What matters more in this situation? What should be more valuable? Values, valuable. What is the right thing to do? And integrity is for me. Integrity is my thing. So, like, that's for the person that's talking. What is Rashawn's responsibility in this? That's integrity. The values is what's more valuable, what's most important. And morals is what's right. So evaluating all those 3 things, doing the math for yourself, that's what we got to do. I've been itching to put a little
witchery.
Witchery. Oh, I was struggling with that too. You read that so clearly. You saw that.
Now, because I've been looking at it, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" I just finally got it together. So I was like,
"Decipher." Right, we had a little time to decipher it. Right, that's what I was sitting there like.
Quantum. Her name is Miss Denise. Get her. I don't like her. Do I need to get a lock of hair? Do I need to get a lock of hair or anything? Let me know.
Burn your sage, y'all. Shit finna get real.
Addendums do exist. Addendums, yes, and I gotta sign off. You can't just add an addendum. Otherwise, they can just say, "Hey, I'm gonna pay double the rent next month." Like, well, I'm not doing that. You can't just add anything. Anyway. But I wanted to ask y'all a question. Like another pivot about the capitalism a little bit. I think that attention, like, that's bringing all this stuff together, the commodification of our attention, are terrible bedfellows. And I think that go ahead.
Go ahead. Now finish that thought. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. You had a reaction.
No, I wanted to finish. I gotta hear the rest of the thought.
I mean, because the thought was going to slide over into something else, actually. So that was the end of that thought.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna slide into a new one here. Success in the United States, because of capitalism. This is the one that you really might want to fight back against. It is actually becoming success here is you becoming, if you being successful, is you actually becoming more dependent on the system. Success here is you involving more of your life and passing it on to other people. So if you get more money, you get more fame, you actually end up more dependent on other people. I'm going to put more of my services. I'm going to order my groceries. I can't go out. I ain't got enough time. I'm too busy. So now somebody else has to get my groceries for me. Somebody else is going to watch my kids. I want to have somebody tutor Tommy on Tuesdays,
Yeah.
2 determined Tuesdays. I'm going to have somebody else do my laundry. I'm going to have somebody else do my driving. I'm going to have somebody else do this, somebody else.
Yeah.
But here's the problem with that, Bri. At what point, like the ship of Theseus style, at what point do you cease doing enough for yourself that you're no longer an entity of your own anyway?
I think that you need other people. You're not going to become rich in this country without other people. So I feel like if you're already at that point, you already understand that you need other people. I don't think that that would be an issue. Like you can't be, if you're talking about generating money while you're asleep, wealth, like making enough to be rich, you already know you need other people. Because it's not, I'm not putting in man hours to make the money. Like I'm not going to a job to make, I'm making money when I'm asleep. I'm making money because I have enough attention to generate income even when I'm asleep. So I think people who have already made it to a certain level kind of understand the relation between you cannot make the money you need to be rich by yourself, in the sense of you will never be able to put enough hours in 24 hours where you're making an hourly rate to be rich. So I feel like there's a relationship there that you kind of already understand, like how that all works. And so it's, you don't lose yourself in the sense of like, yes, that's actually better to be part of a network that allows you to be more productive. You need other people. So I don't know. I don't feel like that's a bad thing. The system of needing other people, the system of needing attention to generate income. And I made that sound because it's always been that way. Like currency is kind of what we deem valuable. And the people who have a lot of it are who we gave attention to. It's always been that way. Like even before social media, like a celebrity is only a celebrity because enough people give them attention to make more money off of that attention. So I feel like it's always been that way. Like attention is, especially when it comes to like celebrities, but even in capitalism period, like Walmart is Walmart because we all keep fucking going there. So it's like, I feel like attention and currency do go together, and your amount of currency that you're able to accumulate is relational to the amount of attention and magnetism you're able to utilize.
I get you. And I want Yella to jump in, but I want to kind of reframe it because it's not just that dynamic is true. Even the Bible talked about those who have more is going to be given to them. Like that's cool. But what I'm trying to say is there's a dynamic that the higher you go up into one lane, you give up more of yourself in all the other lanes. Like I'll use like pro athletes. Like people talked about Deshaun Watson for not being, he's like using all of his massage therapists for sexual activity, or KD being socially awkward or weird, and a lot of other people. But everybody's like, man, you got all this money, you got all this talent. It's probably easy to get, like Zion Williamson. They're making fun of him because of the women he's chosen. But they're like, you are not socially developed because you've put all of your attention into becoming great at this one thing. This thing has brought you wealth. This thing has brought you fame.
Right.
But it's left you underdeveloped because you're relying on other people in all the other areas of your life, which is a lot of them can't manage their own money when they get it. So they have to rely on people that end up stealing from them. Rappers have the same thing. So there's a lot of other aspects of a human that go underdeveloped. The more you pitch up in one lane, you end up atrophying in all the other places.
Yeah, you can't do everything. Time is money.
Especially,
you ain't have time.
Yeah. And that's what, that's what I was going to say, because I think the balance is that you got to understand where you're at too. There's being successful, and then there's levels to that shit too, because you're not finna be able to handle what was Zion Williamson, probably 120 million, probably $100 million. You're not gonna manage that by yourself. You're not gonna be able to manage that by yourself. Even the people who've been making money for years, they still don't manage it by themselves. That's a lot of money. I think people misunderstand it, like they just gonna be able to deal with it by themselves, and next thing you know, they in tax court.
Yeah, you start making a certain amount, you better have some kind of personal accountant or somebody running your shit. Like, I mean,
Right.
that's just the reality of it. You should not be managing your own money by yourself if you're making a certain amount.
Now,
But that's when you have the most to
there.
lose.
Yeah, but you can't do everything. That's why I think people who think you do
Right.
everything by yourself struggle to make it, because you need a team. You need a team. Like, yeah, you probably should find somebody you trust and who actually know they shit. But you ain't that person. You didn't go to school for that shit because you was learning how to play whatever made you rich. You ain't that bitch.
Right.
You know
Do
that.
Right.
So-
Do that, nigga. Right. Why would he need to why would Zion Williamson need to learn how to manage money? That nigga need to learn how to manage not getting hurt, or manage boxing out, manage getting rebounds. Do that.
Right.
Because as long as you're doing that, the money can get managed. You can pay for somebody to manage the money. Make enough to where if they skim something off the top, it really ain't gonna hurt you. You
They
can
put
also
their
do
time
that
in to
too.
go to school to be able to get paid to do that, and you put your time in
Yes.
to learn how to do this so you could make enough to pay them to do that. And that's what I mean. Like, yeah, you could be stolen from, yeah, but like I also could fuck my own shit up because I know I don't know that shit. So it's like you do need those other
Pick your
people.
poison.
Yeah, you pick
Yeah,
your
'cause
poison, but you
the
need a
accountant-
team. You need
The
a team.
accountant can't go out there and do a 360 for that nigga. He need him to count his money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He need him to count his
I'm
money. That's what
saying
he need him
he
to
could
do.
screw him out and not pay him. So I mean, it's always that trust that every relationship, it kind of requires some, there's a transaction there. So both sides have to uphold their end of the bargain, and there's always a chance that that could not work out, right? But you need, if you're gonna make a start, you need a team. Nobody's out here doing it themselves. Well,
Yeah, I agree with that needed team thing. It's just I think I was listening to the man, that part too. Stop getting randoms pregnant.
He got
You'll
other
keep more
problems.
money.
That's
another problem.
Probably
Yeah.
more of a problem.
And not even random. He's picking like IG strippers. Like that's even worse.
Yeah.
Like it's not just random women. He's picking women off IG, which nah, bro.
That is.
But if we believe net gains for all have been made, even though uneven, since capitalism started, then isn't it possible that behind most dollars there is more net positive associated with it than negative? Thus, money isn't evil. No, I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody believes money is, well, forgive me. I know people think money is evil.
Yeah.
Money itself and the system of money is not evil.
Right.
People are exploitative. People have a nature in them, like Bri talked about. We have a nature. We have a nature that can twist anything. Like church. Okay, I'm gonna go to church in a minute. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna leave
they
that.
stay catching strays.
Yeah, they gonna catch some strays for me. I bailed out money. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You bailed out. That's what's up. Yeah, but listen, money is not the evil. Capitalism is not evil, but people have a lot of negativity in them, and by negativity, self-interest. They have a lot of self-interest at the expense of other people, and I think that's what most of us call evil. Yeah. Lady Laveau is in the building. Appreciate you for coming.
You say exploit people, they say extract value out of them.
I mean, that's what exploitation is. Extracting value from somebody who does not want their value extracted.
Exactly. I'm just saying, you would say exploiting, that they would say extracting the value that you don't even know you have out of you,
And Yella doesn't that's called reframing. And Yella does not appreciate reframing. Because what is that? Woe to those in the Bible, woe to those that call evil good and good evil and all that stuff. Man. Just said. Yeah, so there's a problem with reframing. I get it. Yella was right about that, because you can turn anything into anything else. Through the power of reframing and word.
That's why I was
turn anything into anything. But it's real. That's a real problem. And I think we need to be more aware of that. What the Lulu is the new Salulu.
What we call it when we were talking about the hex, the WandaVision. Somewhere we out here hexing. Yeah, that's word magic. Word magic.
Keep your hex off me. I ain't going.
Word magic is powerful.
I ain't going.
Money is evil because it's a replacement for resources, which brings profit instead of even exchange. Now, that doesn't make it evil. That just makes it conceptual, which is more ripe for exploitation because there's not a locked-in value.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, that's not necessarily evil. that just makes
It just serves the purpose of the system. It's a part of
more exploitative. Like $1 is not always equal to one crayon. You know what I'm saying? There's not a dollar. There's not an explicit value set that stays rigid. It's because it's so it's easy to exploit because it's so. It depends, Mr. He said. The dollar depends. It depends. It depends on so many variables. And the more I learn about it, the more I dislike the way we use it. Because man,
it's so money. So think of money. Think of money like water. So no, I'm serious. Think of money like water. You are made of water. You need water to survive. Water makes the plants grow. Water also destroys buildings. Water rusts metal. Water causes hurricanes. Water destroys and it helps. This is money, the same thing. It's all about how it's all about how it's applied to the situation. If your goal is to use your money to destroy, then that's what's gonna happen. And that's what it seems. That's what it seems like is happening. Or if you get money to destroy, if you know, some people want to be the hurricane, others just simply want to be a bottle of water.
The banking system created money, and see, here's the thing. You know, I get you. I get you. But I have a problem with that because it's like money, a medium of exchange. A medium of exchange happened before, I guess, like a physical, legit banking system. Maybe the concept of a banking system happened the first part. Hey, maybe we should, like, instead of exchanging cow for a goat, maybe we should like have some kind of medium in between that means this is worth one cow, this is worth two goats. Like, I don't know. I would have to go back in the history, but I don't think necessarily that the banking system is evil. Again, I think it's people. I mean, people are the systems, though. So, I mean, we're probably saying the same thing in a roundabout way. Let me see. The lack of money is the root of all. Apex in the building. Good to see you, my guy. The banking system is good for society. Now, Nova, that's debatable. I think I lie every day that we have a banking system for real. But I'm gonna tell you, okay, but that goes back to what I was saying. The higher you make it, the more successful you are, the more dependent on these systems you are, because the money is a stand-in, it's a proxy. The money is a proxy for your time, is for your energy, is for the resources that you gather. But if you don't have a way to capture, like Bri talked about, people come along and develop a system to extract the value that you don't know how to extract yourself. If you don't know for yourself how to extract and manage your value, then the system will. It'll do a better job of it than you, because you're ignorant to it. You're ignorant to the fact that you have a value that you can extract from the world. I can send Yella out. He can do so many things and there's value to it. And we can earn things from that value that Yella produces, that Bri produces. Bri's creativity and what she can do with her hands and her mind. Yella with his hands and his mind. What Rashawn can do with his hands. Somebody else can make more money than Rashawn knows how to do, because he just didn't have anybody to teach him. We can exploit that. I don't think necessarily that's evil if at the same time the person knows how to manage their self. Like, if I knew, okay, this is what I'm worth, and I won't take less than that, or I know that my labor will produce this much and I want this split from that, I think that's a fair exchange. If somebody has me go up and make something for them and I capture 70% of the return value, but they have the platform, so they get 30% because they had the platform that hosted whatever the thing I created was. I don't think that there's a problem with negotiating an exchange, but you have to be a part of that. If you're not a part of that, then you're just being used.
Well, if you don't feel like that's the value, like the value of it, then go find it cheaper. That's the whole point of the free market, I thought. But I mean, there are some things that we can't affect at this point. Like, we just kind of, I can see how people say, like, yeah, they just changed the food prices, they just changed this, and we can't say anything about it. So yeah, we're not in a like trading system. Like, we're not in a kind of like we go to the market and I'll say, I want this apple for this. And we ain't been that way for a long time. So in that way, I understand what you're saying in that way.
Yeah, the system has become self-sustaining in that nobody can really correct any flaws in it.
Yeah, we're not trading like face to face a lot of the times. Like a lot of times we're not even interacting with the person who made the thing or the producers. Like we're not buying stuff from the farmer who grew it. So there's a lot of middlemen in there that fluff up the price and industrialization problems.
Yeah. But, and again, I just think that to the point of success, it robs us of self-sufficiency in a lot of the other domains of life where we end up getting led into places where we're more exploited. And I think that's why so many people see evil is because there's a pathway, no matter how gifted you are at something, you're going to be so underdeveloped in some area of self-governance that there's a way in for somebody to bleed you. Like there's going to be something. Like I'm just use let's say I'll just use myself as an example. Let's say I was a really gifted streamer, but I don't have a platform. I would have to either create a platform, which means I'm a gifted streamer. Let's say that's pretend. This is pretend time, okay? I'm a really gifted streamer, but I don't have a platform. I see everybody else on these platforms. YouTube takes a cut. Twitch takes a cut. All these people take a cut. But maybe I'm the best streamer in the world. The only way that I can stream is either I learn to create a way for me to stream, which means I have to create something from the ground up, which is not my expertise because I'm a gifted streamer. Or I go into a partnership of sorts with one of these streaming platforms, which takes an extensive cut. Like, so the systems are there. So that's all I'm saying. There's always a path in for the exploitation. And I think that's where most people get the evil. Oh, but it is. Because it's not fair exchange.
Well, you didn't do the work to build a platform and run it and maintain it. It'll code it.
But they're not doing the work to get the attention.
Right. So it's more, my whole thing is I think that's just like a perception thing, because like that's like, to me, that's not exploiting. Like, you don't want to build or know how to build a platform and the streaming and all the stuff that comes with that and build it up to the point where a lot of the times you're also coming here because the audience is already utilizing this, which means somewhere back in the day, somebody had the vision to create this and did all of that legwork. So you're coming into that. And so in exchange for offering you that without having to do any of that legwork, you're paying a cut. They're taking their cut. Now we could argue about, is the cut fair?
That's where the problem is.
Yeah, you can argue about if the cut is fair.
That's where exploitation happens.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's exploitation.
Yeah, I mean, of course you wouldn't. You're a capitalist.
Well, I mean, how are you being exploited?
Because the cut's not
fair.
I'm
just asking, what about that? Why do you feel like, what's their cut? Like, what's just real cut, or just for the sake of the argument? What's
real cut, or I mean the real cut, or the sake of the argument? Like Twitch is like 50% for subs,
right?
And I'll even take that back to a bigger thing, like the NFL. Like they only around 49% goes to the players. Like, so there's some kind of principle across domains where they don't want to give any more than 50% of the proceeds to the actual product. Where the work product is being produced, they don't want more than 50% going to the actual
absolutely,
producers.
Because I'm trying to walk away with 50% profit margin for real.
But that also goes into production. So if you take if the player's only getting 50%, but you getting contracts that's like $100 million, that's
and the
a nice
networking,
chunk.
You just got to show up and play.
Right.
Like
and
you're getting your
here's
uniforms,
the NFL.
You're getting you're getting the attention, you're getting the accolades, you're getting all these things that you walk into this structure and get those benefits. It's like, for me, it's just you're walking into this already made structure and you're getting the benefits that come along with it.
I get you,
Yeah,
but
the
the
cut
inverse
look
is also
different.
true.
The cut look different. I mean, yeah, that's like let's use me for example, since I'm on Twitch. That's like me, and then that's like Kai.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's a different cut because it's different production. He producing way more for the platform, so his cut is different than mine.
Yeah, they do have a different cut.
So that's why it seemed unfair. You look at his cut, you be like, damn, he
70
probably
30 or
doing
something like that. I think they
70
do
30
70
or
30.
60 40. Yeah, 70 30. You know what I'm saying? Some people might look at, oh, well, he could take his ability and go somewhere else. He can go start his own thing. Why?
That's not
Why?
cheap or free either. And it's
Right.
probably not going to save you money. You definitely going to be in the hole for like a couple years.
Because that's why that was the other thing I was gonna say. There's a certain level of success and money you can handle by yourself. But once you get to the level like where you making millions and you starting to generate this incredible money, you actually become the system and people have to use you. You become a small economy. We sit up here and we tell women all the time, yeah, only this small amount of men make 100K. What is it, like 15%? I don't know. I've
Yeah,
tried to
somewhere
work it
less
out.
than it's less than 15.
Okay, right. So if I found myself making 150 million, that put me in the 1% or the 0.1%, right? I've basically become my own small economy.
Becoming you
I'm,
can be commodified. You're a commodity now.
yeah, I am an economy, basically. I generate money on my own independently.
Hot
If I
commodity.
if I don't do anything else but the NBA, I'm straight. If I don't do anything else but the NBA. You know what I'm saying? So people start to generate that's how you build the economy, by allowing people to use the economy. Use your
Yeah,
name,
that's
use your
people to
likeness.
commodify. Yeah, that's capitalism. Commodify things that exist to the gains of making money.
Yeah, that's why you sign off your likeness. That's why
Yeah, I was gonna say
okay.
the pinnacle is now you can make money off just your name or your likeness, and then you don't have to show up no
Yeah.
fucking where. You just your name on
So
it. You make some money.
so we look at sports a lot, and one of the examples that people miss that they don't bring up is college sports. With all these next in line contracts now, the game has changed because it used to be in college, like in a college video game, they wouldn't put the names
That was terrible.
or the actual faces of the college players because they couldn't pay them for their likeness. Now with the new NCAA games coming out, they finna put their likeness in the game so they can get paid. They got NIL contracts. So that's how it seemed like, oh yeah, they just putting them college kids in there and using them. So they also finna walk away with like $3 million. Shador Sanders making like $4 million this year. Getting sacked like 750 times. The boy need a line. Shit, the boy need a line. For real. Come on, Prime.
No, but that's a good
Yeah.
I would say, but that's a good example of what I was trying to say. It's like the people who control the systems get to set the value that you yourself as the producer get to access. Which is where I said that's where people get the hard feelings and start to say it's evil, because the price for you gets determined by somebody else and not the actual worth of your production. It's like
Yeah,
the value.
if you're entering into the structure or the thing they already built, if you're using their commodity, then they get to decide what they're going to charge you and whatever. Yeah, you're they have the commodity, you're the consumer. So even if you are a business owner going to them to have blah blah blah, you're still the consumer. You're their consumer. You may have your own consumers you're trying to extract money from on the back end. But I think understanding that if you come into YouTube, you're their consumer.
Yeah.
That you're who they make their money off of. So they're going to do that.
Yeah.
And you may be coming to make your own money off of your consumers. But it's kind of like that whole thing. I think sometimes we do forget, like, nah, you're their consumer. You're how they make their money. So they're going to make their money from you. And then you're going to try to make your money from your consumer. And I think that's kind of like we come in thinking like you say, they give you language to say, we're partners. You're a partner. It's like, we're not partners. I'm your consumer and you're making money off of me. Now, am I getting value from the commodity you're offering to be able to leverage that to do also then do the same?
Yes.
That's the sweet spot. That's when I feel like I'm not being exploited. For me, that's when I decide I'm being exploited. If I can't be your consumer and also leverage that to still be able to do something, now I'm saying I'm exploited. That's when I start to feel exploited. Like Printful, it's exploitation.
Yeah, somebody said something similar in the chat. But man, I wish I had started. But it's basically, and one of y'all might have said it too. It might not have actually been somebody from the chat, but one of y'all said, it's just you taking advantage of the system until you can become the system. I think it was one of y'all. I think
Yella might have said something along those lines. Because I have a business that I'm growing from scratch, like myself. And boom, so
there it is.
I'm starting to these dynamics, moving from being a consumer to a producer. You do learn a lot about these dynamics and understand why they kind of are the way. And you try to find that sweet spot of paying for production, still making enough to scale and grow, but offer your consumers a reasonable price. So it is like a balancing act. And I'm not saying there's some who don't use that way too far. But yeah, I think we have to understand you can't let language trick you into believing you're something you're not. YouTube, I'm their consumer.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's I would say I think why people get the notion of evil is because the language does allow us to believe things that are not true.
Yeah, we doing stuff we're not doing.
It's a cultural, it's a societal or cultural delusions that we're a part of something that we're not actually a part of, or that there's like partnerships, or that there's like equitable arrangements.
Yeah, you're not that equal.
Yeah, and that's where the exploitation comes in. It's built so that they're not bringing people in to give them a fair shake. They're bringing you in to exploit you. Like the system is.
Yeah, you're the consumer, right?
Yeah. So like I think that's the equal. Yeah. Is it what it is? We just got to get in the game. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say I'm an employee. I work for Twitch, basically.
Yes.
I mean, basically, and you gotta be comfortable with it. That's cool. Yeah. That's cool. YouTube offers a lot. I don't feel exploited. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that's the line. Like I feel like a lot of jobs are exploitation though. Like for real, because it's like, I've been playing around with the idea of working, and I had a few interviews, and they say 40 hours a week. There's just something in my soul that's just like, this is bullshit. That's the exploitation. I'm sorry. 40 hours a week is wild. Then they say stuff like work-life balance. Yeah, it's wild.
Is it?
As someone who hasn't worked 40-hour weeks my whole adult life, because even as nurses, we work 36.
That's 4 hours away. That's 4 hours.
But it's only 3 days a week. But you're talking about 40 hours spread. Now, if you could do those in a chunk, you do 4 10s, maybe. But just the idea that 40 hours a week, 5 days a week, most of the daytime hours, most of the waking hours, you're at this place. That's no. You're not going to trick me with work-life balance. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. It's not. It's not work-life balance. There's not. Not if we're 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. Get out of my face. You're lying. You're lying.
But those 5 other days, you still have 16 hours for yourself. And then you got 2 whole days where you got like all of your hours.
You're sleeping. That's why people don't like their kids, because they think 40 hours is enough for work-life balance. It's not. That's why you don't like your kids. You don't know them motherfuckers. You don't get you're not around them enough to actually shape who they are becoming. if you're working 40 hours a week. It's just a reality. Sorry. It's the reality of the
YouTube is
situation.
changing what they pay too. I mean, there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of inborn problems, but I think a lot of it is that. I said when you make it, you start relying on the system. But if you're poor, you also rely on the system a lot.
Yeah, if you're poor, no, you actually are a slave to the system. If you're poor, I think I'm okay with I'm okay with utilizing. I'm okay with capital. I'm okay with where I am. So like, hey, yeah, we doing this. You know.
Oh yeah, you're not suffering. We remember. Remember.
That's cool. Solvency is the measure.
I'm not suffering.
I think solvency is the measure.
Suffering. Black people are suffering. I'm not suffering. Black people are, and you ever talk about it's fine. That was hilarious.
It's definitely. I mean, you know what I'm saying. So I just don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, well, what's the option? Be poor. It's like, you know, when you say it's just like, okay, so you're more part of the system. So what's the alternative? Being poor or moving out of the country somewhere else to a different structure, which I'm sure has their benefits and, you know, blah blah blah. But it's like, I've done that one, so let's not. I'm good.
Let's not say we did.
I'm good.
Yeah, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Yeah, man. That was hilarious. I will never forget that, boy. Black people are suffering. Bree's like, I'm not suffering. I'm fine. Yeah, my family.
I mean, we be going through shit, but like suffering.
Suffering is a little strong.
It's a little strong. Like, you know, things don't always go our way, but you know.
Greg, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm poor.
Thousands of channels, Greg.
Complete freedom. I mean, I guess homeless people have the ultimate freedom.
I mean,
what's the measure?
But no, I mean, because what's the measure? Because there's the feeling
what's the measure of freedom? Yeah,
feeling
what's freedom to you?
Thinking you're free.
Yeah, you don't have to be in no particular place though. You can sleep wherever you want, not in somebody else's house.
But they get pushed along. So I mean, that's not even real freedom because the cops can come and push you along like you can't sleep here, and you got to get up and move, or they arrest you. That's not real freedom.
Right. So is there any true freedom?
I don't know.
In a society, you can go live in the woods, but if it's on somebody's property, you can't even do that. You're gonna have to go somewhere else.
Cause see, that goes into my whole philosophical thing. Because even kings are not free. Even the people at the top of a system, are beholden to the system that's under them. Like they have to keep a constant eye on it.
That's a childish fantasy of freedom.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to be free. Okay. Yeah. You want to fly too?
I mean, why not?
I think, you know, there's freedom, like this idea of freedom, but I'm just like, what truly is free?
Yeah.
He's free to say what he wants. I mean, not
Elon,
true. But so you know, money does buy you a certain amount.
Money buys you certain amounts of freedom.
But then you're not free to your time, or sometimes you're a person, or like you said, they can't just go to the grocery store or just go out and be left alone. So they're not even completely free either.
Nah. I own my house and truck free and clear. Nobody can take anything from me.
Eminent domain can.
Yeah, about to say. There's always somebody else that can come and take something. That's the thing. It's weird. So what in the chat? What do y'all think? What does freedom mean to y'all? What is y'all's individual definition or conception of freedom? Like, what does it mean to you specifically? We could look it up in the dictionary, but what does it mean to each of y'all? Black media or more money? Get your priorities straight. Damn it, Greg. Black media for the win.
What? Freedom? I want to know the definition. I don't even be thinking about it like that. I don't really. That's not even a word that just is even important to me. Like outside of American free, like I'm not a slave. Like my ancestors were slaves. So when you start talking about freedom, I'm like, well, we free. You know, like they were literal slaves. Like I'm not a literal slave. So you know, it's because of what I come to the situation with. For me, it's not something I think about because my understanding is I'm free. There are some people who were far less free than me, and even as a woman, like, so for me, I'm just like, it's not really something I spend a lot of energy thinking about.
No, I'm with you. I like what Greg is saying, because freedom, according to the go ahead, Yella. Go ahead.
I was gonna say freedom for me is being able to roll up Take a nice inhale,
Liberty,
slow.
yeah.
Blow it out, extra slow, and enjoy my motherfucking self.
I'm truly free. Okay.
It ain't something that nobody else can control. Free you,
He said,
do.
"You think anything free you do?" Yeah, I like liberty more than free.
I like liberty.
Yeah, I prefer.
Yeah, because freedom says is freedom as in autonomy is the state of being free from the control or power of another. And I can't imagine being free from the control or power of another in this country. I just can't see that.
No one truly is. If you live in a society where other people and they're like all together living with, under rule sets so that they don't murder each other, I mean, yeah, it's kind of part of being in civilization.
Yeah. Now, liberty, as in choice, is the power, right, or opportunity to choose. So I do like liberty.
I love
that.
liberty.
Feels a lot more true to circumstances than freedom. But I know freedom means conceptually, it's going to mean different things to people. Different people's like freedom to me is owning who you are, not being in mental bondage. That's what freedom is to me. When my mind is at peace, I'm free. Freedom is an illusion. Go ahead. There are types of freedom. You can have freedom to do things you can do yourself, and freedom to do things you can only do with others' help. Right. Homeless are free in the first way, rich in the second. Look at you.
That's
I'm finding better. I can walk out in my yard naked with an AR-15 and not break any laws. Okay, all right. Go for a walk wherever you want versus going on a cruise ship. Yella for president. Somewhere it says where the spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Sorry.
Oh, look at his internet just went out as soon as he did that. God don't like ugly. You're going to keep playing with it. You're going to keep playing. I told you got that juju on you. You better watch out now. You better watch it.
Can't stand job. Oh, boy. You always under someone's control. I, too, prefer the liberty more so than freedom.
Being free is overrated.
I can see it as something to aspire to. I can see it. It's like that shoot for the moon. That thing. I'm with it. I'm with it.
Leave the moon alone.
I don't mean like shoot the moon.
It's too small. I'm talking about going there. Leave that fucking moon alone.
But you gotta, at least you gotta escape. You want to escape gravity. You want to escape the pool of other people.
Escape. No, I won't gravity. Why? Have you ever been drunk and feel like you was gonna fall into the sky?
Yes, unfortunately, that's one of
my
fears, man. That's one of my fears. Okay, listen, y'all. I hate that Bri brought this up. I have a fear of like big sky.
Oh yeah,
big sky. I don't know what it is. Like big sky, big open sky is terrifying. If I don't feel like I can't grab a tree or a building or a car, if I feel like, and I don't know why.
Spaces. There's a name for that. It's a fear of like big things. Yeah.
If I'm going up, whatever's around me is probably going up too. Like if I grab the car is probably going up too. But for me, I feel more anchored knowing that there's a car there or something I could grab. I don't. It's the weird. It's
okay, so y'all need to stop trying to escape every fucking thing.
I love that feeling.
Sit your ass down. I was so drunk. I was holding on to the grass for dear life. They was like, "Why you holding on to the grass?" Because I was like, "I'm upside down. I'm gonna fall into the sky. I'm gonna die."
There's this overpass. There's this overpass that if you walk over it, it's
Do we move?
I was walking over it in the sun and the moon. It was just the night. It was just the night sky. Just
that's not nice at all.
Sky, no trees, and the moon was huge.
Nope.
I was terrified, but I liked it.
Yeah, you like danger.
You're a lean in person.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this seems bad. I love it.
Yep.
That's you.
I mean, space is deadly as fuck.
Only white people want to go up there.
I mean, not really.
You want to Jameson? If somebody came today and said, Yella, you can go to space. Have you seen any space movies? You still going? I seen some where they get back. I watched Interstellar a couple times. But
watched
they got
Interstellar a
bad.
couple
It's
times.
not that they got. You saw the shit they went through to get. This nigga fell through the tesseract. What are you talking, bro?
Oh,
I
God.
never need that life experience.
I mean, terrifying, yes.
He fell fucking fourth dimension, bro, or like a bunch of dimensions.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
but
true.
he boldly went when nobody went before.
I don't
And
want to go
probably
to the
will ever
fucking
go
fourth
again.
dimension because I'm in the third. If I was supposed to be there, I'd be over there.
I
I'm trying
mean,
to fall through time.
Okay. Weird question. So we know what 2D is. We know what 2D is. That's that flat. Like
And-
if you drew a
yeah.
cartoon on a piece of paper, that's 2D. So imagine if somebody drew you in 2D. You're the 3D version of that 2D.
I'm stepping
What
on
is
it.
the 4D like? Like, because if I went from a flat drawing of Rashawn to this in 3D, I don't think I want to go to 4D either.
Well, some people
Like, for
say the
different
fourth
reasons,
dimension is time.
yeah.
So
it's
then you're
time.
just timeless. It's like you're outside of time, and you're still kind of 3D, but then you just like you can see all of yourselves through all the time simultaneously, which kind of seems cool, but then terrible at the same time.
Oh.
For sure.
Yeah.
The 4D version is
All right, that was a good one. You know what, Nova? I can't even drop you out of the chat. I can't even drop you out of the chat.
So yeah, I mean, I think spirits are, well, they're higher, but I'm just saying, I think fourth dimension. Some people don't accept that the fourth dimension is time. So if you don't accept that the fourth dimension is time, then it's something else. But if you think of it that way, you would just be like all of the Rashans through time simultaneously. So you have them bell bottoms on right now.
Whoa, okay. Okay. I can drop you. I can drop you though. I can't drop Nova.
I mean,
that's
true though.
It's
true though. Like you exist on this stream,
but after
and in those bell bottoms right now. Like that's the beauty. That's like the string theory we was talking about earlier. That's the beauty of
the string.
That's
theory.
why I like the shit. Because even the me that go into space is going to exist in different times with like time dilation and all of that.
Ridiculous.
I'm going to exist in all of those times. Even if I go 400 years in the year,
that don't sound fun though, because like my prevailing thought is like, will I always be perpetually hungry, or does hunger not exist in time? Because is time needed for hunger?
That's a good question.
Relative. You can always stop and eat when you're hungry, but time.
But if I'm all the needs throughout all time, then I guess I'm never hungry, because then I ate sometimes and then sometimes I didn't.
Right. But at that moment, at that point,
I guess I could just pick
are
what
you
point I want to
hungry
be
or
in.
not? Right.
Yeah,
at that
I'm just
point,
outside of time, so I could step into.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Shake.
This is okay. We're about to end this stream. Imagine Rashawn stuck in the fourth dimension, and the entire strip of time are bell bottoms. I like string theory because Rashawn is always wearing bell bottoms. This is ridiculous.
We love it.
I'm buying merch just because the bell bottoms came up. This is ridiculous. This is not how I should be treated.
Timeless. They're timeless, Rashawn. This is a taste of the 4D.
Man, I don't want no
things
4D.
Never go away.
I'll pass.
They perpetually. I'm good with being 3D. D. You keep the D. I'm good. D. I'm good with being. I'm fine. What's with y'all escapists? I can't stand some people who always want to escape shit that they using currently. Escape oxygen. Just oxygen is so mid and oppressive. Let's just leave it. Fucking weirdos.
All right, B9, appreciate you, man. Happy Thanksgiving. He's trading stuffing for some turkey neck. I like it. Happy Family Day. Happy Turkey Day. Whatever iteration you. Happy day to you, sir. It is that week. So go ahead.
Oh my God. I was gonna say, I know some people who look at it as escapism. Right. I look at it a
Bri is
little
one.
differently, right? Because I don't like the people who look at
Stay
it as
with
escapism either. Because if you're just trying to get away from something, that means that's a problem that you caused, that you're trying to get away from. I look at it more as like,
I'm talking about escapism, not literally escaping traps. Escapism.
but like I look at it as learning, like exploratory, you know, because we can learn more about what we got here. Because the cool thing about Earth is that all the elements of Earth exist out there too.
Right.
So we can find what new forms
Mm-hmm.
of that exist. How can we change that possibly here? You know what I'm saying? How they exist in other places and other elements, like the fact that is that what is it? Pluto? I think Pluto is mostly water. But it's just
The
so
ice.
cold because it's away from the
Yeah,
sun.
ice, yeah.
Yeah. It's just so cold that it's away from the sun. And it's water to the point to where this is their terrain. Ice is their terrain.
Right.
The mountains are ice. The land is ice.
It's like where the White Walkers live.
Right.
Yeah. So like you can come back and try to recreate, because I'm one more nerd fucking fact. They're saying that it's gonna be hard to add more things to the periodic table. You know what I'm saying? So we're running out of things to put on the periodic table. We need to figure out and find more elements or ways to bond more elements.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
It's somebody who had to memorize it for chemistry too. We don't need no more fucking elements.
But they do stuff.
I don't want to have to learn more shit.
They do stuff though. When you need when this Canada air that's fucking us up really start affecting the ozone layer in like
I
100
think
years.
exploration is fine. Exploration is fine. Some people are escapism-ist to escape, like you said, the shit they done caused in their own life.
Oh yeah,
That's
to escape reality.
Them
Yeah,
people.
fuck them. Yeah, they delusional. They really hard
The
to get along.
Lululemons.
Lulu. Mhm.
They focusing
they
on
see-
escaping shit that can't be escaped. I'm even talking about
Yeah.
people who like there's rockets to take you to space. Like,
Mhm.
you know, that's fine. Go to space. You might die, but you can go. I mean, there's rockets. People have figured out how to actually go there. But escaping capitalism, you know, some of these people, you know, that's what I'm talking about.
First of all, I don't believe we should escape capitalism. I'm saying I think we should fix it so that it works for a larger swath of people. I don't think we have to give over to our most basic human impulses of exploitation and greed. I think we can do better. But again, that's idealism, and idealism doesn't seem to have any currency here. You know, I get it. I'm a weirdo. But speaking of greed and capitalism, I do want to bring in a little bit of God into this, a little bit of God, because I was watching that Exodus series with Jordan Peterson, and the guy kept talking about a lot of people use God as a concierge, like a deity concierge, and I was like, you know what? I used a different term for it. I used to call it like the holy slot machine. Everybody would just pull on that lever, especially when there was a dude named Leroy Thompson. They was like, money cometh to me now, and they had this motion like they were pulling on the arm of a slot machine. I was like, man, a lot of people do pray for something. This dude said his entire life, he's got to be 60 something. And he said, I've only prayed for 2 things in my entire life, like 4 things for myself twice in my entire life. And he remembered them. And I was like, man, but some people only pray for stuff to receive. He says the only thing he prays for.
Talking to God every day, asking for stuff.
Yeah, she's praying for her husband and her spouse. Absolutely. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people do look forward to receive. They just want that. They want that payout. They want that jackpot. And that's how I was groomed. That's how God was. Ask and ye shall receive. But what do y'all think about that whole, like, God is a butler? God is, you know, to produce. God is to bring things into your life. Versus what the guy said was he prays for God to reveal something that he could do for God. He wants He wants him to reveal like what I can do to serve God. Like that's what he believes is a proper like attunement. I say this: if you kill someone in space, can you be tried for murder? Ooh, who claims the maritime laws for space? I think Yella dipped. What you think, Bri?
I'm muted. Okay. Yeah, I do think a lot of people come. I tend to say that people come at God how they come at everybody. Sometimes even their daddy issues.
A means to
like,
an end.
Come. Sorry, I just had a sexual innuendo. You said that, but you said a means to an end. It just was like it made me think that way. But I think a lot of people do look at that. For me, I'm the type I don't really pray for it much. Like when I don't really go to God and say, "Can I have this thing?" A lot because I'm more so in the space of it's my job as a human to manifest through myself, like things that I want for myself. So the only thing I really would want would come, like, of course, I've asked for things, but it's usually like, okay, someone's sick, you know. But as far as just wanting things, I don't do that either. I kind of am always just more concerned, like that guy was saying about being attuned to God's will. But that's also muggy because who the fuck really knows? I mean,
facts.
So it's like, you know, he just kind of wants me to be awesome, maybe. So then that's not really much to ask. Help me be awesome, you know? I don't know. I'm just saying that's not what I believe, but I'm just an example.
No, it was just
So I
just
don't
funny.
really,
Like,
yeah, I don't really go to him
just,
and say,
maybe I should just be awesome, and I don't really have much to do to be awesome. I was like, I'm already awesome. I woke up.
I mean,
awesome.
because like if he made me the way
there.
I am, and he made me, I came into this world, and he knows my limitations, and he knows all the things like everybody says. It's like I don't really think he would be asking something that's beyond me of me because that would be goofy.
Fact.
And contrary. So it's like, you know, I find myself in a
dumb God.
That would be a dumb God. So then I kind of find myself in a position where I just don't, if I do go to him or go in prayer, it's not to ask him of anything. And it's not for him to like really tell me what to do. It's just gratefulness for me most of the time. It's just like a grateful thing, just kind of focusing, you know, staying in the present, not being anxious about the future or whatever. So it's more so that when I go into prayer, I don't really have this asking thing with God. It is a strange dynamic to have.
Yeah, so Yella, I know Yella's definitely somebody who's always asking God for stuff. So as somebody who's constantly asking God for things, Yella, can you tell me how does that work in your life?
I be asking them to have people leave me the hell alone, and that ain't worked yet. So I don't know. But no, from my stance though, it is definitely a servant kind of thing. I think you said butler. That's what the type of position you said. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's this weird dynamic where he's supposed to serve them and not the other way around. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, hey, y'all have fun with that. I'll see you at the end. You know, we'll see if I was right at the end. I think I'm gonna start over.
You just gonna start over and do another run?
Yeah.
I think that that idea of what can I do from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Ooh. What about
I don't think you get saved data? Babies don't. Yeah, I don't think you get. I mean, you just get like a new.
If I can go back to a checkpoint, seventh grade year downstate basketball tournament, I will go directly back there and win that game and change my whole trajectory.
There you go.
That's what's up.
There you go. See, that would be the cheat code. He ain't doing that.
Yeah.
He ain't doing that.
And Greg, that's a good question because I wondered about that too because I have a lot of questions about religion and people that practice it in different ways that they practice it. Like praying, because there's this thing. It's like almost self-defeating. It's like, God, I want this, but not my will, your will.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
and it's
so
like,
weird.
yeah, it's like, it's so weird. It's like, well, why would you even ask if you wanted to be here? Why not just ask for his will? And then whatever happens must have been his will. So like, just pray his will. Whatever happens must have been his will, and then you can move on. Like, I
I
don't
was
know. That's
thinking about that earlier this week, talking to some older religious person. I'm like, y'all be just saying vague shit. Y'all ain't even knowing what that stuff be meaning. That's why y'all be stuck. Y'all hurt yourself with these vague ass euphemisms y'all have that don't actually make sense if you actually think about it. So what is God's will? Ask anybody. You can ask a bunch of Christians what's God's will. You're gonna get like so many different answers.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, first of all, nobody really can agree on what the fuck it is. But we're all supposed to live it and just know. And then like, what does it even look like for everybody? But then you're all individual. He made you unique. He made you unique. He made us all different. He knows your flaws. He knew you before you were in your mother's womb.
Formed
all
in
this
the
stuff.
womb. Yep.
But it's goofy. No, you're here with a fucking body. Do something yourself.
Be awesome.
Maybe he just wants you to not be a useless sack of shit.
Don't bury your talent. That was Bri's articulation of don't bury your talent. Don't be a useless sack of shit.
And don't kill other people, because like then they don't get to try to be everything that he wants them to be, or their potential is not reached if you kill people, you know. So like, don't do things to stunt people, because that's not cool. And like, do stuff. Stop coming to me asking me to. It's dumb. It's so stupid.
Matthew 25 verses 14 through 30, and Bri just summed it up. Hey, don't be a useless sack of shit. I love it. Oh, that needs to be added to the Bible, man. That
it's just like Kingdom Wife is on here every Sunday talking about how God doing all this stuff to bring her husband. You ain't went on no dates. You ain't on no dating apps. You ain't doing nothing. Just at the house talking to your imaginary friend.
She's worse.
I know y'all don't know anything with your body. You're just talking.
Yeah. Hold on, now she in a full-fledged relationship. She done fell out with the nigga. They arguing.
You arguing with a man in your dreams.
Y'all, okay. So everybody in the chat. Okay, there's this lady. Her name is Abria Serenity. Abriah. And Serenity is her stage last name. Bri and Serenity. Now, she's been talking about her kingdom spouse. God told her to divorce her husband, and God sending her a kingdom spouse, and she's supposed to have it by September, October, but it's already November, heading to December. She's not married. So now she has a new series. And Yella, I don't think you've been up on her new series.
Oh, she got a new series.
She got a new series. She's doing a teaching series on this kingdom spouse principle. So the first one was the purpose. Oh, you seen it? Oh, she's definitely a little off.
I let it build up. I let it build up.
You let it build up.
Let her video build up.
Yeah.
I let her.
But the most recent one, the most recent one called Process. It really tripped me out because okay, perfect. A kingdom spouse is a husband or wife that God has ordained in the spiritual realm for you to marry, not for your happiness. Now, this is from her, not for your happiness. Not for their happiness. It's not for y'all's happiness, because the two of you have some God-ordained work and purpose that has to be manifested in the earth. Now this goes in opposition to everything that I've heard her say previously. This new position of God has a work for the two of y'all to do. It doesn't make sense then that she's been having all these sessions about praying for a spouse, because that's what she wants. Why is she praying about what she wants this entire time? Now, all of a sudden, it's not about what God, it's not about what you want or the spouse wants. It's about what God wants, and y'all have a work. She's never once talked about what work her and her spouse are supposed to do in the world. But now, a God-ordained spouse, a kingdom spouse, is supposed to be for a specific work of God. And I'm like, where did this come from? And why haven't you ever spoken of what work it is that you think God has been speaking
and manifesting would mean you're doing something, like with you're doing things like you're
but see, that's the trick. Her job, her mission, her purpose is to manifest. That's
But you
it.
gotta do. But we know manifest is one. But you that manifest, Manny hands
But
doing
Yeah.
things,
Hands.
moving,
yeah,
work,
yeah.
Yeah.
The results don't
energy,
matter as long as you're
labor.
manifesting. As long as you're manifesting, though, like the results don't matter. As long as you're manifesting, like, you know what I'm saying?
Man.
The results don't matter.
Manifesting with
Results
no
don't
action.
matter.
Just
It
Yeah.
don't matter. Are you doing the work?
the work.
Are you having the dream? Are you having the dreams?
Work, manifesting, doing. We doing all these action
Mhm.
words, but nothing's happening. But she's just
Yeah.
talking in her room.
Yep.
It's the weirdest thing. I just don't
But the
understand.
best part for me, y'all, the best part for me for this lady is the fact that she's been having dreams of her kingdom spouse. And in her dreams, they've been having arguments.
Yeah,
He
they
hung up the
beefing.
phone on her once. He hung up the phone on her once, and she had an attitude about it. Like one
She
time,
found a
She had another woman over there.
Yeah, she
yeah,
found panties in the house.
she's been cleaning up
She
his
found-
apartment. She was cleaning
she
up
been
his
cleaning
apartment
up
and
his
found women's
apartment.
effects in her dream, y'all. In her dream, she's having dreams and arguments and fights with this dude that she hasn't manifested. It's the wildest. It's a wild ride. I enjoy it so much because she says it with a straight face. She's like serious. She's like so serious about this stuff. Oh man, lock her up. It's wild, man. But it's funny. It's funny to see how different people make God in their image. Like God does what they want him to do.
He's
Like
her
God is
ultimate
about them.
matchmaker.
Yeah, that slot machine. He's gonna bring me. He's my app. He's my dating app. It's
He a
crazy.
time travel machine too, because she is
It's
in the future.
It's some nigga got some woman out at her house mad as hell at him for no reason. He don't even know. He driving to work right now, on his way to work, listening to Pound Town. And some chick
she mad.
halfway it's mad.
She over there with you, Yella. Why don't you go get her? It might be you.
She is in Chicago, ain't she?
She in Chicago. She over there with you. Y'all gonna run into each other at the store. I can't wait for the day you was like, I was out, y'all, and I seen Kingdom. I seen Kingdoms. I can't wait for that stream.
I try to learn from my mistakes. I went down that road once. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
I know you gonna run into her at the Walmart one of these days. I can't wait for that stream.
I will backflip out that motherfucker so fast. I'm gone.
And then she gonna come and do a video about seeing you at the Walmart.
Man. Because y'all, she did a video about a man she saw at the courthouse. And she saw black and white around him. So that was like a tux, a groom tux. So she's the colors around him were black and white. So that was like it's whew.
But she didn't say hey to him
At all.
She didn't say anything to him.
She didn't say nothing to him.
She doesn't do anything. That's why I was like, it's so funny because you talk about manifesting and work and you don't do nothing. She don't do anything.
Man, it's crazy. Yeah, like so, like the signs, like one way stops. There's a one way sign. You know, one way signs, at least in my state, are white and black, and speed limit signs are white and black. So, like the colors in the ambiance around him as he was standing, I think he was sitting on something outside of the courthouse or standing there. So the colors
he was going to turn in divorce papers.
No, that was another guy. That was another guy. No, that was another guy. No, there was somebody standing outside. And she saw black and white around him, but then there was also the guy that she thought might have been because he was getting divorced right before her. He was in the line, so there was two different dudes in that same stream.
She was like,
Yeah,
"I needed to go get some paperwork for my divorce." Because she getting divorced because God told her to get divorced because she saw divorce in big bold white letters in a dream.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You know, there's levels to it. I'm trying to avoid it all.
Yeah, it's wild, but it's funny. But that's my thing, though. I enjoy seeing how people manifest God in their mind, because like I love that Jordan Peterson quote: "God is the highest conception in your mind."
Right.
Like, but everybody's mind can reach different limits. Everybody doesn't have the same capacity. So the highest limit to me may be a very human-like, very limited version of God. to
Like on
somebody else.
that, those levels that on that.
Mhm.
I can't remember the name of that. Levels of thinking or whatever chart. It's like, yeah, if you down there in level 1, 2, 3, yeah, God's gonna be an expert. Shout out to Ashley. Wasn't that her name?
Which one?
Ashley, the one we got the meme of the expert. She like,
the sex.
Oh
the
yeah,
sex
oh
that
yeah,
the sex
yeah.
ain't had sex in 2 years.
10 years. Did she say 10?
Raw dogging people in Atlanta and taking prep.
But no, wait, she hadn't had a relationship.
She hadn't had a relationship in 10 years.
No,
it'd have been a while for sex. It'd have been at least a year for sex. It'd have been at least a year for sex and 10 years for a relationship. But all her hookups were casual and unprotected in Atlanta. So she just randomly takes prep for HIV because she's HIV
she
possible.
Is expert too.
Because she's HIV possible. It's like wearing a mouth guard when you're playing football. It's like wearing a mouth guard when you're playing football.
I just feel like that's something Joe Biden would put on a
HIV
poster
possible.
and just be like HIV
possible. That sounds very liberal. That sounds so democratic.
That sounds so democratic.
Possible. Every other month, take
possible.
Prep. Yeah, just take prep every other month. Like that's so weird.
You too could be HIV possible.
That's weird, man.
Y'all,
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? The world is crazy.
See how she is saying, okay, I'm trying not to go. We've done this. I already know there's no answers. I know it's like there's no answers. There's no, I'm never gonna get an answer. So I'm not even gonna.
And see, that goes back to my point about the message over the moment. She was trying to spread a message, but it doesn't fit the moment. You can't be a sexpert who's talking about the biggest misconception about me is that I'm having the quantity or quality of sex that everybody expects a sexpert to have. Well, if you're not having a quantity of sex or quality sex,
you didn't go to school for it.
Didn't go to school
you're
for
not
it.
Like a.
You're having unprotected sex in one of the highest STI transmissible states in the United States or cities, and you're just randomly taking HIV medication because you might catch it because you're having. I mean, come on.
Having it, but not really having it. So then, if you're taking it, you're being weird because you're not even having it in the beginning.
This is crazy, y'all.
So you're just taking it.
And you having trash, terrible sex, but you a sexpert.
Yeah, she says you're not even having good sex.
Right.
People weird, man. People weird.
That's all right. As long as you can give the perception of the results, you don't really have to worry about the results.
You're not giving no perception of the results.
she was up on that. Was it the Lovers in France podcast with Shan Booty, Woodrow, Sam, whatever her name is? That was interesting. That was weird.
I wouldn't look at her and be like, she's a sexpert.
No, I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. See, okay.
Yeah, we watched that whole interview. We watched that whole interview on my channel.
When Rashawn said he was quitting streaming because he got everything he needs.
I got you.
We be over there cutting up. We be having.
I got y'all.
These guys.
I got y'all. I got y'all.
The shit that just comes across my realm of life that I didn't ask to see. It's crazy.
Yeah,
so first, let me see. Is this it? First, we're gonna start. This is a Bri of Serenity. We're gonna start here. This is a Bri of Serenity who makes the videos about Kingdom Marriage. You see this Kingdom Marriage series. You see them red lines. I've been watching her. I've been watching.
I told y'all she had them Sampaku eyes anyway. Mm-hmm. She got them eyes. I be talking about. She got them 3 spaced eyes.
She's got the worst. Okay,
she got them Sampaku eyes. You see them?
I ain't trying to. Yeah, there. I put it. Yeah. I put it that out.
Yeah. I knew we was in for it when I seen them eyes.
Hey, so I ain't trying to be like this. She has the worst pause face.
Man, she does.
I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm not saying she's unattractive.
Nah, y'all just be pausing in bad spots. She be smiling sometimes.
I just be pausing the video. That's it. How the hell I'm a
pause when she taking a breath. You pause after the sentence, she gonna be like,
look, I can walk away. See, I can take her. See?
You froze too. Y'all froze together. It's meant to be. She gonna see this. She's gonna be like, I froze. We froze at the same time. That was God telling us that until we get together, we gonna be frozen in time. See?
Jesus, that would be something she was saying.
We're gonna be frozen. like
I'm just
stuck,
give y'all 30
like
seconds.
ain't progressing, like ain't moving, like,
Till we
like
do the
ain't
work
getting better.
that God called
Till
us
we
to
do
do.
I promise y'all, any random 30 seconds of her videos. I'm gonna just play like 30 seconds if it'll let me. I see the little buffer line. It should allow me to play like 30 seconds, but we'll see.
Not looking at outer appearances. A lot of people are going to marry people who do not come in packages they would have preferred. Okay. Oh, this woman don't look like the woman that I thought I wanted to marry. She's not the woman that I thought I wanted, or whatever the case may be. Oh, this man, he didn't really have it all together when I met him. Oh, he's not really my type. The Lord's like, I don't care about how you feel. I will put the desire there, and you will love this person. He will honor you. And he's not going to force you to marry somebody that you don't want to marry. Don't get me wrong. But he's not considering your feelings necessarily, because he knows what's best for you. You don't know what's best for you. He knows what's best for you. Your feelings cannot discern what's best for you. Again.
So that's a Bri, and that's the pause face. That's the
See,
pause face.
see,
That's the pause face. That's the pause face. That's the pause face.
dog.
Oh,
Come on.
here it is.
Come
You know
on,
that little
man.
kid who be
Come
kicking,
on.
punching the air? That little boy, he be like, oh, here.
I told you, man.
Oh,
She got
made me
bad pause
sick.
face.
She made me
What can I
sick.
say, bro? And Anaya, yes. Click on that. Click on her comment real quick, bro. Because I ain't got it.
Hold up.
Yes.
Yo.
Don Cheadle.
That girl,
Don Cheadle.
yes, that girl, yes, that chick is like a female Don Cheadle.
Y'all don't do Don Cheadle like that.
And Don Cheadle did her like that. Like she looked like she could be Don Cheadle's sister. It's how she was talking. It was this chick on
Yeah.
Kendra. She was
He had-
talking. And
Oh,
then her cadence. Just the way she was talking and how her face was moving, she looked like Don Cheadle. She started to look like Don Cheadle.
So I think the
I
thing with
seen
me
what's
is
in the, I see what's
people
down here
like
in the bottom. You ain't shit. I'm finna
that I'm fun and I am just who I am.
Hell no. We hear her.
Y'all here? Oh shoot, my bad.
That's why I can't.
I'm trying to find a spot. Oh, you ain't want to be on camera with her?
Nah, because I'll be over here punching the air. I just don't want to see y'all see me throw a tantrum.
Got you. Let me see. My bad. I thought I had pulled it out, but I didn't. I mean, pause. I thought I had pulled the video down from the stream.
Hey, Rashawn trying to get her there. You said, let me bring you back current. Let me bring you back active on your sexpert license. Let's go, Rashawn.
Yeah,
Right.
Wait, update that certificate, huh?
I'm so excited. Listen, I know, man. I thought I pulled out, but I did. I pull it out. I did not. But listen, I'm gonna play. I really wish I could remember exactly where it was, but it's close to the end. It's somewhere in here. Oh my god!
About the prep shit.
About
the prep shit. It's at the end.
I'd probably be married by now, but you know what I'm gonna do about it? Stop doing what I'm doing. I'm almost 40. I'm not changing.
Her shirt says she comes first,
and I love it.
And you're amazing at it.
Well, she ain't came.
You are
in a minute.
fantastic at it. I think that you spark some of the most interesting conversations. I think that you are so.
Yeah.
You bring the fun to it. I
like mess.
I always think that one of the biggest mistakes with sex education is that people throw out so boring. Everything that you hate about bad sex is what a lot of sex education embodies.
It was so
Although, like I said, I've dated people. I haven't got married yet. So, but I'm still finding my tribe. But I'm more hopeful.
It was somewhere
for people who ultimately
term to me represents boredom and dryness.
No, I think it's like right before it switch. I think it's
No,
like.
so just be honest.
Yeah, it's like towards the
I don't
end.
always
Yeah,
use
it's kinda like
condoms.
the last-
You know, I should.
Yes.
Yeah, here you go.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, here you go. Yeah.
Come on, load for me, baby. Come on now. Don't do this to me. We at 42:36.
I'm over here praying it don't load.
40. I will refresh this. 42:36.
Start doing the prayers.
42:36. You might as well play it from like 42 even. So we can get the whole full effect about how she lead right into it.
Oh man, this is so dirty. I don't know why this does this on StreamYard, but
foolishness.
42.
Quantum, that's 42. What's about to happen. You about to witness.
Come on, man. Come on. If it loads at all.
Maybe my prayer worked.
Don't do that, Bri. Don't bring your
Send me the link.
negativity in here.
Send me the link. Ain't nobody worried about your prayer.
Screen behind me.
Ain't nobody worried about your savior. Send me the link if you get it.
It's back. It's in the back.
I'm not changing myself or editing my truth or dimming down my fire.
It's only like 2 minutes
to make myself more palatable for people who ultimately are not even compatible with.
Right, because then you're not gonna be happy, and that's the biggest thing I've learned since moving to Atlanta. 2 years. I've been in Atlanta 2 years, and it is to just find your tribe. There's someone out there who's going to fuck with you. Find your tribe.
Do it.
Although, like I said, I've dated people. I haven't gotten married yet. So, but I'm still finding my tribe. But I'm more hopeful now than I was probably 2 years ago, because I'm learning like, oh dang, there are some people who actually do like me. Now I may not like them, but it's some people.
That's a trick too, right?
But there's people out there. Yeah, you gotta find the one who I like and they like me too. So that's it.
Yeah. Oh, before you go, what are all the things? Where can people find you? Where can they follow you?
So I'm on Instagram, Twitter, and at Sex with Ashley. That's the name for everything.
Sex with Ashley.
With Ashley.
That's it. You don't want to tell them about your new candle business coming out, or
I don't have no candle business.
Your affiliate code. Wait a second. No, we were talking about prep.
Oh,
prep. Here we go.
That's right. So I am on prep, right? I'm on prep. So there's two types of prep. You have the daily pill, kind of like a birth control pill, and then you have an injectable prep. I'm on the injectable prep. It's a long acting one. I go every other month and get a shot in my ass, and it keeps me HIV free, right? And the reason why I chose to be on prep was, one, because even though I'm HIV negative, I'm HIV possible. And so what that means is, because I am someone who engages in sexual activity, and let's be honest, I don't always use condoms, I should, but I don't always use them. And I'm also in Atlanta, which is the South, and Atlanta is like 5th in the country for like their HIV rates. And because Black women are also on the rise with acquiring HIV, cisgender Black women, I felt like I needed to do something to make sure that I stayed negative. And PrEP was the best option.
Thank you so much to Ashley. Make sure you follow.
Yeah. Y'all heard that. I'm not making this stuff up. These people are out here crazy. They feel like this stuff needs to be shared publicly.
I'm trying to do something to prevent that. How about have protected sex instead of taking PrEP?
Yeah. People put this stuff out on the internet. I don't get it. Like, some stuff should not be said in public. Some stuff should not be shared. Some stuff is okay to keep to yourself. Your priest, your therapist, maybe your mama, or the grave. Some things, that's where you should take, or to the Lord. There you go. Some stuff, that's where
it's not to one of them priests in the little box, the
confessional. Like, everything
should
not be promoted
for normal people. We might need.
She needs to talk to a professional from a little box. with pads on the wall.
With the pads, but Jordan Peterson always talk about it. A lot of people out here with psychosis, man. A lot of people out here fucked up. Like, people starting to think it's normal because,
But what kind of person records that and puts it out for public consumption? Like, that's my problem. Like, as the responsible person who holds the platform, like, who puts this person out as an expert? I would not feel comfortable if I had that interview. Like, if one of y'all came up here is like, I'm an expert, and I put y'all out here, like the nursing thing. You're a nurse, and you were talking about, hey, like.
Go ahead and say it. Say it. Say it. Come on.
Go until you jump. Go until you jump. And I'm like, okay, she's a medical expert. Listen, go until you jump. Go until you, and like, go until you,
It feels there.
But I mean, I was being silly. But if I really put you out as a public health expert or expert in some field, and you said, I'm out here in Atlanta, I'm raw dogging Atlanta, and I'm just taking occasional PrEP shots because I could catch HIV at any time because I'm just out here like that. That's irresponsible. Why would you even let that be a part? Why would you even let that be a part of the thing that you, because this is a sex positive platform. Why would you promote that? Like that for me is like so
She could have
negligent.
easily just cut that out. She
Cut
ain't
that
have to
off.
put that on there. It was right before the cut. She could have just went ahead and slid that little slider back a little bit more.
Awesome. You want to know who? Oh my God, we got the clip too. We got at least one of the parts.
We got the clip. I mean, but the thing is,
I don't know where it is though.
We know this
Oh,
about
shit.
dudes, that some dudes will smash anybody. So
What's the name of that show?
It's always somebody out there
Love
who will
Match?
smash somebody. It's like Atlanta love match or something. It's dudes out here who will smash anybody. Honestly, for some of them,
Yes,
it ain't all that.
Yeah, in y'all, HIV possible just means that she's having sex unprotected, which means at any time she could catch HIV. That's all HIV possible means.
Always possibly positive.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling Nova's trying to control or delete the stream. He heard more than he wanted to hear.
I'm about to say, what is he doing? Coding? Like, what is happening?
He was trying to delete the stream. He's like, nah, this gotta stop.
Yeah, it was full circle. That was perfectly full circle right there.
Yeah. So I'm not making. There's a lot of crazy people out here. There's a lot of crazy messaging going out. There needs to be a stop. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. I'm very permissible. I'm very permissive, I guess is the right word. I'm very permissive. I believe in free speech. I believe in a lot of things. But as far as society, I believe groups of people need to have things that govern how they operate, where the boundaries lie. And we need some boundaries. The internet needs boundaries.
Y'all ain't gonna be Christians no more, so y'all don't get no boundaries. Have fun.
I mean,
no.
I'm glad you said that though. I mean, because that's been an issue with me and the whole God thing. It's been like God is the only place where you can find morality. God is the only place where you can find love. God is the only like why is that even a talking point? Like, how do we get to that place where God is the only source for these things?
I think it's just what we know. Babe, can you close the blinds? I think it's just kind of what we know, right? I mean, well, I think any kind of structure, societal structure, but it's just hard to get a bunch of free humans to agree upon a structure that they don't feel like benefits them. And I think if you're talking about not having some figurehead that is all powerful, all knowing, all seeing, it's going to be hard to get a bunch of people to get under that umbrella. There has to be some benefit, I think. And I think it's just really hard to offer structures with that many people underneath it that offer benefit, that everybody, capitalism, there's benefit. Make money, get more, it's not that it's without its problems, but it's like that's just how it has to be. So I think religion is just one of those good ways to do that. It's a good incentive by saying the afterlife is here. This all-knowing, all-loving, all blah 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 being is here for you, and that's a benefit that appeals to the emotional needs of humans. Atheism means you raw dog, right? Basically, you raw dogging. You just out here. You for
raw
the streets.
Dog in life. No protection.
For the streets. So, I mean, yeah. So there's not that other structures can't provide those things, but it's typically going to be some sort of religious or government power structure.
Stepping outside of any program causes fear.
Yeah, you in the unknown.
So it's comforting to say to just stay in the program, Yeah,
I'm pro-program. I think everybody's picking a program, even people who don't think they're in a program. You know how when Neo finally hit the architect and he was like, even you are part of a program. You the people who can't accept the system program. So everybody's picking a program. Even people who think they being against the program, that's the program.
Yeah, that's the program.
Yeah, it's a program. So
they teach you how to do that too.
Yeah. And if the program, a lot of program that people who leave in the program is a program, because I know a bunch of people who doing it. So I'm not I'm not saying Christianity is the best one by far, but humans need structure. Humans need structure. So
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I just always find it funny. It feels like a lot of there's like I don't even want to call it an egocentricity. It's like deocentricity. It's like God-based it's a weird, like it's an ego God. I don't even know how to word it, but it's like a God ego. Like I have an ego on behalf of God. the God himself doesn't necessarily espouse. Yeah, so it's like
you got a God, you got a God
my God
ordained
is
ego.
the only way to morality or love or any good thing can only come through the knowledge and acceptance of my God. Even though there's a time where my God began acceptance on the earth, and whatever I'm saying only God produces existed before my God was on this earth. You know, the knowledge of my God. So it's like, you know, that part always just catches me off guard.
The highest level, like Jordan Peterson says, though, like they're lower. So it's like, yeah, the highest that they can probably perceive of a God being is that
submit.
Yeah, submit, man. Just submit.
Submit.
Just go with it. I'll just go with it. So I mean, that's cool. Y'all want to be all avant-garde and lead Christianity? Good. That's great. Have fun. Let me know what y'all find.
Listen, I find that the same thing is on the outside as on the inside. Like it's really just the same thing with different names.
Same
like
thing, just different names.
It's systems, just different names, different words. Like
right.
your Christianity is just called atheism or agnosticism or something. But everybody is still, for me, just as confused and just as uncertain, just as fearful.
Egocentric.
Yeah, we have all of the same problems. It's just some people have something that they get to say, they hang stuff on. Like I get to say this, and it gives me comfort to say this, but the lived behavior, I don't see much difference.
It's actually really nice. It's like having a Dropbox. Like God, it's like having a Dropbox kind of. It's like it's a way to project.
Like you drop off like stuff.
If you drop your, for me, you know, like if you like how if you're not using him as a butler because that's the genie. Yeah. But like it's a place to project all your negative emotions and all your stuff, and they're there. They're still there, but they're like, you know, like for me, I try to stay present because my anxiety really likes the future because you know, no one can tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, so it's a nice place to put those feelings so that they don't actually wreak havoc on me now when I'm trying to do stuff. So I don't know. I think it's a good mechanism if you use it in the right way. But it shouldn't be a crutch to do anything. But I think it is a good. I mean, even let's just say if it's not real or whatever, it's still a good mechanism to have. It's still useful because I don't know where people who don't have that, where do your feelings of dread go? Where do your feelings of, you know, those feelings that no one can actually tell you that it's going to be all right because it hasn't happened yet. Like, so for people who don't have that, where do those feelings go? I'm not saying that they don't go anywhere. I just don't know because I have something for that. So I don't know what people who don't have that, where do those feelings go?
I'm gonna tell you, for me, it was because I can't drop it into God. I don't have the God Dropbox. So for me, my feelings of dread just go into I can't help itness. Like, would you call it the helpless, don't give a fuck a stand?
Oh, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's a realm like don't give a fuck a stand, whatever you called it.
I don't give a fuck.
I can't help itness. Like it's a place where I can't help it. So I just have to let it go. Like I can't manifest. I can't mani-pedi effect anything there. So I just have to let it go and accept whatever the consequences are. So the dread just has to remain in I can't help itness. Because
but does it like compound eventually to make you feel helpless in some ways or powerless? If you're constantly arriving to that point of I can't do anything about this, does it eventually have a weight of I can't actually do shit about shit?
I'll tell you, yes and no. If the things that I actually can and should be able to manifest, like when I was talking about the success strips you of your sufficiency, like if it's something that I as a man or a human should be able to accomplish on my own, then I get helplessness. But if I see everybody else is struggling to do and manifest the same things, I don't feel the weight of, like shame or helplessness. And it kind of goes into like a group bucket. Like, oh, nobody's figured this out.
So you know the collectivist mindset makes more sense. Like I always see as more of a collectivist mind, or you think of the group, like you consider the group a lot more, but that makes sense when I'm hearing that, because that's kind of your Dropbox. It's like we're all dealing with this, so therefore I don't have to feel inadequate for that.
Yeah, but again, if it's something like me, like I can't, like if I can't figure out how to tie my shoes, like I'm making something silly, but if I can figure out something I should be able to do at this point in my life, then I get the man, why am I so helpless, and then the shame and whatever happens. But as far as like fixing the Black community.
Right.
That's in I can't help itness. Like it's in that place.
That's the kind of the group that you see everybody. But it makes sense that like a lot of people who aren't, a lot of societies that aren't monotheistic have more collectivist mindset as well. And that could be part of that. It's like that is the mechanism of how to deal with those feelings of inadequacy. It's like, well, if we're all going through it together, then it's not a me thing, really.
Yeah.
And it's just something that's to be expected. So that is interesting.
And I want to work on it. Like, okay, as a group, if I find enough of a collective that desires to work on it, we can work on it. The hard part is if I'm the only one that wants to work on it, if I'm the only one that is willing to, that's where that's where I started running into a different problem. Like maybe I'm not a part of the group I thought I was part of.
But see, that's always going to be problematic to me, because whereas I'm projecting that inadequacy on and letting God take it, not handle it, but I put that there so I don't have to worry about it because he's bigger than me. But I feel like if you are projecting that on a collective that you're not actually interacting with, you're just gathering that we're a collective because maybe we're all the same color, or maybe we all live in the same area. You're not actually interacting with these people. You don't actually know that. So it would seem that problem could come up a lot because you don't. You're projecting that we're all going through this together.
I get you. Like I'm gonna let Yella jump in, but I mean, for the most part, you can kind of see, like at least in this country, there's enough Bri Serenity and Ashley on Shambuti. There's enough evidence that people self-report that they're going through it and haven't solved the problems too. You know what I'm saying? It will be an assumption, but it will be mass psychosis for as many people that self-report the problem that they're having. It will be mass psychosis for that many people to be lying about struggling. It'll be like the Black people loneliness, financial. It will be mass psychosis for as many people in the United States to say that they're struggling with these things and not actually be struggling with them. You know what I'm saying? So
the end result is either wait till the collective wants to fix it, or find a collective that, well, you're part of the collective, and if we all decide we're going to fix it, we can work on it. But if we don't do that, then we're all just kind of, that's just part of the human suffering. Okay. But,
and I try not to do the thing where I assign like evil to it, because that's what happens a lot of times when people feel like they can't fix it. Like we talk about capitalism, it's evil. I don't see it as evil. I just see it as circumstance. And am I willing to do the work to change it, even on my own behalf, or not? And am I willing to work to change my circumstance? Like that's kind of where I leave it, and I make that decision. Like, am I willing to work to change this? Do I need to? Like, does it benefit other people? Like, I math. I started mathing, like values, like what's most important here.
Yeah.
What do I want? So that's
like a big wall to overcome. Just hearing it.
It can be.
Yeah. You said you were gonna get late. Yeah, I don't know if he knew the question. I don't know if he was here.
Shoot. What was the question?
No, I was asking who people who don't believe in God or don't have that God structure. Like, where did the feelings of despair and like the negative feelings go for you? And he was just kind of telling me like where they go for him. And I was just curious to know, like, where do they go for you? Do they just rest on you? Do you have some mechanism of reconciling them?
They go right here.
He smoke it away.
Hey.
That's basically fuck it, huh?
Can't do shit about it. Roll up.
Roll up.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that, but it's very interesting to me because I'm like thinking about how that over time does it work?
I mean, it don't work.
It don't work. Okay.
It don't work is like not stopping the dread from being there, but it'll stop it for a minute. When I wake up, it's gonna be a problem again. The problem's still gonna be there because they are what they are. So don't get me wrong, like fear, anxiety, dread, I'm with all of that. I got all of that. Like I got that in abundance right now. I am terrified.
I am terrified.
Yeah. That's right.
The way
I'm
you just
laughing.
said it, like I have that in my
I'm
Okay.
laughing and I'm cool, but on the inside, I am sitting in a room. I am in a room that is raining on the inside, and I'm sitting in the corner.
Mm-hmm. You in the upside down?
I might be.
Oh, stranger. Like
I
in that
might
little
be.
playhouse with. Remember, he was in the upside down. He was in the little clubhouse they had. That's Yellow.
But I mean, but you know, roll up and then make it better for a little bit.
Hey,
You roll up again.
that's absolutely
Yeah,
terrible.
I mean, that's why I smoke.
Why he
Y'all
laugh?
wouldn't
That's
like me
absolutely
if I
terrible.
smoke.
Now,
Y'all wouldn't like me if I ain't smoke weed.
any less no, I don't. It's just hearing you say that that's part of your process. Then, like, no, I don't want to see you not smoking.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, I don't know, Greg. I do think I don't know. It depends on how you interpret despair. I
Yeah.
don't know. I feel like most people. I don't know. Like most people feel feelings of despair.
or
I
some
gather that
what's that called? Existential
existential
crisis
dread
kind
or
of
something crisis.
dread,
Gotcha.
like that, more so, like that.
Yeah.
That, yeah.
I would say the evidence that I would cite would be the way that we live our lives. Like the way that we pour ourselves, like Yella said, he uses the smoke. People or Bri uses the bucket of God. Like the fact that people don't have lives that they can manage and that they either have to pour their feelings of something into God or to drug or to sex or to something, pour myself, like the fact that we have to copium, we have to use copium to deal with almost every aspect, whether it's our children, our jobs, our relationships, our lack thereof. The fact that so many people are trying to cope with these things, I think most people feel some senses of despair. Like, I think that's most
The
people.
system we were born into is like coming as a child, when you become a certain age, accepting the system that you were born into. And for a lot of us, like we were born into not having shit also, which brings us own things and like lack of safety, all of those things. Yeah. You definitely have to find a way to deal with that shit. And you can't do anything about it most of the time, because you have no power to do anything about it for a very long time. And by the time you actually maybe have a little power to do something to change your life, you just like, fuck all this. Like you might be already in that place where you've decided I can't do anything about this. And you look around and everyone is also going through it. And you're probably not going to be very motivated to be the revolutionary to try to fix it, you know?
Yeah.
I could see that.
For sure. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I've just seen so many people that kind of give off the facade of I'm fine, but I think we have a hard time like delineating which self we're speaking from. Because like in the moment, like when people ask, like we were having that conversation at one point, like what do you say when somebody asks you, how are you? And like, do you say okay if you're not okay? I'm like, are we talking about our feelings? Are we talking about our thoughts? Or are we talking about like our life? Like, as I was telling somebody, like I feel okay. I feel fine. My life is a wreck. But which one do I answer from? My circumstances or my current mood and state? You know what I'm saying? So like, it's hard because they're incongruent. My life may be a complete in shambles, but like somebody like I have my hope in Jesus. Like I can, like the people can be in the prison cell and still singing praise songs. Like that's weird.
Right.
Like that's a juxtaposition. So I really think people's mindsets and their feelings, their thoughts, and their bodies and circumstances can be in three different places. And where are you supposed to answer from? And should we articulate that when we're answering? Like, I feel okay. Because I've had to tell people, I feel okay. Like, you seem depressed. I'm like, I feel fine. I'm laughing and joking with you. And I'm like, I mean, maybe I'm depressed because of my circumstances, but that's not me. I'm not my circumstances.
Yeah, you may feel like you're not yourself. Like for me, I'm not in that place. Well, but my belief like helps me with that. I don't, no matter what I'm going through, you have life, you're healthy, for the most part. It's, I'm generally, we go through shit. Everything don't go the way you want, but I'm generally going to have a positive disposition about it all. Like, so is life. Like, it's just kind of part of it. But some people don't have that feeling as they're going through tough shit. We see people eating themselves all the time.
Facts.
So that tells you that everybody does not have a mechanism of how to see the things they're going through. Black people are suffering.
Oh yeah.
Present tense. Perpetually.
Yeah.
So that you're suffering, that is a state of mind. That tells me you don't have some mechanism of how you offload those feelings that are just going to come with being powerless. A lot of us are powerless in a lot of ways, just by default in this system. Like, even though I'm like, capitalism's fine with me, there's a lot of powerless people in capitalism. And if you're one of those people, you probably gonna run up on some despair a little bit. I don't know how you, if you haven't, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I'm feeling unless you really want to know. Because, bro, talking about which side you want to hear from, I'm giving to you from all of them. How you feeling, Yella? I feel like shit. Emotionally, physically, mentally, like however I'm feeling, I'm probably gonna tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say okay if I'm not okay.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't just tell you, but I would just be like, I'll just give if you want to explore that, you can do that. But I'm not gonna but I will not say I'm okay if I'm not okay.
Yeah, I just keep it short.
Yeah.
If they be like, how you doing? I'm fucked up. You want to know anything past that? I'm here.
Like, I'm here.
See me in here, right?
I'm here.
Right, I'm here.
And sometimes that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, you see me.
I'm still pressing on. Yeah, I hear y'all.
I used to think the older folks was corny for saying that shit. Now I understand. I'm here, goddamn shit.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. And see, Greg, I get you.
But I think that's also that's how you cope.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have any expectations, you don't disappointment.
Right, because who's to say you have to be poor? Like, to some degree, you've resolved yourself to that. You've come to that conclusion through something.
My expectation is disappointment. That's fucked up.
That's a way to That's a way to deal with the despair. Is like, well, let's just not expect anything but it, and then it's not bad anymore.
Yeah,
but it still sucks.
No, it still sucks to go experience it. But I'm trying to tell you, it's weird. It's weird,
you can't be let down if we not aiming up. We just even.
Yeah, it sets the emotional bar. It sets the emotional bar.
Yeah, that's the scary part when you hit. That's the scary part when shit is going wrong and you just be like, you start laughing that shit off, or you shake your head, or you get this feeling of like, well, yeah, I seen that coming. I knew that was gonna happen.
You like kind of expect the worst. I mean, but see the fact that in his mind, it's I can be poor or rich, but there's middles that you're not even considering, which means that tells me you do have some mechanism of dealing with the despair. Now, you may not say it's despair, but what you're saying to me is a system, a worldview you've built to deal with the negative emotions you would have about being poor. You've come to expect it, and you've made it a binary choice when it's not actually a binary choice, but that is how you deal with it. If I make it a binary choice of good versus evil or rich versus poor, I'm simply choosing the one that I want. That is a system of dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's not a despair, but that is in itself a system, because it's not a binary. It's a lot between rich and poor.
I get what you're saying. Bri been dropping some bars today. I get what you're saying. I just find for me, and this is going into my psychology stuff. Like, a lot of what we're talking about right now is what they would call like cognitive dissonance. Like, how do people deal with a difference between their circumstances and their expectations. Like, how do you deal with that? Do you start to deny your expectations and like eliminate your expectations so that your expectations and your reality are the same? Or do you work harder to reach your expectations so that your circumstances meet your expectations? Like, so, or do you stay in cognitive dissonance? Do you just stay there? And that's where despair happens. Where if I always have an expectation and my circumstances never meet there, that negative emotion between like how big that gap is. So cognitive dissonance, cognitive difference, like your state of mind, the difference in your state of mind varies in how far your expectations are from your circumstances. If you expect to be a billionaire every day when you wake up, and every day you wake up with a negative $30 balance, that's a pretty big difference. Like if you really genuinely expected $1 billion. Yeah. But if you woke up like hoping to have $1 and then woke up to negative 30, you're probably not going to feel that bad. It's like, oh well.
And I understand it, because that's kind of like what I learned to do. And when I started having a business, I had someone tell me that's some bullshit. You can't do that. Like, if you're trying to make a business that's going to generate income, you cannot be walking around with that kind of like goal setting. And I understand the mechanism of that goal setting. Because if I say I just want to make $1,000 in a month, and you feel like that's reachable for you, then you can't be let down.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, you're going to work to the level you strive for.
Yeah.
And you're going to prepare to the level you strive for.
Yeah.
So it's a problem if you're trying to do more.
Yeah, only if you have a higher expectation. Like Greg said, I'm at where I want to be. So you're gonna have a hard time being disappointed if you're at where you want to be. You know, if that's your level, I mean, that's cool. So I mean, that's right. Perfect. Most people are trying to reach a level of that. Like, I want to reach contentment. I want to reach being content where I'm at, and that's just a struggle that a lot of people have to figure out. Where's my enough? And Greg's enough is I got a truck and a place, and that society influences what you think your enough is. So sometimes that can play into your cognitive dissonance. My expectations are based on what other people told me I should have or be, but I'm not there.
The reality.
Yeah, so I had to work with that, and that's what low self-esteem is. The same thing.
I was gonna say low self-esteem.
Yeah, like you said, or the reality. Sometimes the reality, other people can tell you they can give you a value judgment for your reality, but maybe that's not how you need to feel about it. You need to determine your own worth for yourself, because other people will tell you your circumstances are deplorable. You're not a good person. You're less than. So that has to be thought through. That has to be figured out for each person, because you never know where the negative feelings are coming from. It could be because of your expectations. It could be because of your circumstances. So I really think that's why I like to think stuff through, because I know a lot of people who have not figured out where are my negative emotions coming from. So what they do is the easy thing. It must be your fault. Whoever
it's everybody else's fault.
Yep. It's everybody else.
The number of people trying to be boss chicks online tell you everything you want to know. That persona comes out of that whole thing. That's like that persona, and this is where we like get to these archetypes we see everywhere. This is despair. Like, maybe people wouldn't say they're in despair, but
that's probably not the word.
All the shit we looking at, this is despair in action. The whole manosphere is despair in action.
Yeah, it is. It really
I'm just saying, like,
really
people won't say they're in despair, but you got to be able to peep despair when you're looking at it. Like, that's despair.
Yeah.
All of those things.
Because I'm speaking on behalf of a large group of people that I don't have the right to speak for. But as a man, to get online talking about how hard it is to get a woman, like, that's despair. Like, I got to be desperate to get online talking about how hard it is to get a woman. Like, for me to start complaining online to a bunch of other dudes, because the whole thing coming up was, you fake it. Nah, man. I talk to chicks all the time, man. You supposed to fake it, but these dudes is like, I'm tired of faking it. I can't get no chicks to call me back.
It's hard. We out here making $14 an hour. How the fuck she gonna stay
you
home?
Be having you be having to show and prove nowadays. It ain't. That's why I say, motherfuckers can see you. The internet show a lot. You got a girl, where she at? You don't never post your girl. You don't never go out. You ain't never like, man, I can't come because I gotta go kick it with my girl. You always available. Like, where your girl at?
Man,
despair. if you let them talk long enough, it will eventually come out. I think that's
Man.
Rashawn's talent, because when he had Roberto's perspective on him, the despair came out eventually. Okay, that's where we got that sound bite from.
Black people
That
are
was where the
suffering.
sound bite came from. But if you just let them talk, you can hear it. Be like, and what they're saying is true. Like, I saw the video of the man talking about, you're not a man if you can't let your woman stay home. And he was like, I'm out here making $14 an hour, my guy,
Man.
with 3 kids.
Yeah.
How she staying home? He was in despair.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
and I feel him though. Like, it's really hard when everybody's telling you this is what you're supposed to be, and you know your reality. This creates despair.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I try not to let that get to me. I think my despair comes from somewhere else, because y'all was saying, like, do you lower your expectations and then
or try to raise your circumstances?
Right. So I have 0 expectations.
Yeah.
Right. I have 0 expectations. I don't have any expectations because
it's bad.
I don't have any expectations, because here's the thing. To expect something, my expectations would, this is gonna sound vain, but in reality, this is really how most people move. Your expectations are always going to exceed what reality is going to give you. Right? So I don't have an expectation of anything, because that means it's supposed to work out in a certain way that I expect it to work out.
A lot of Christians do that too with God instead. They say, well, it's his will, not mine. But that's just you not making expectations in order to not be
disappointed.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So I don't make expectations. I just try to do what need to be done. My despair comes from the results.
Yeah.
Right. The fact that it does end bad, or the fact that, failure to launch, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even got to be a lot about money. Because I know y'all talking about despair when they come to money. Like, even
all of that shit. It don't even have to even be money. Just who you think you're supposed to be, who you thought you would be, how you thought your life would look.
What is happening in your life at the current moment?
Right.
Yeah, circumstances.
Yeah, your circumstances. Some of your circumstances you can't even come close to have expectations for, because you don't know what to expect. So it's tough dealing with that. It's real tough dealing with that.
I think that's the harder one to deal with, when you're in such an unknown territory of some shit that you have no power over. You didn't ask for, you didn't actually maybe bring your way directly. Like, maybe you played into it, but then like the outcome of it is so out of your control now. Yeah. Like, that's really hard to reconcile, because you just got to go through that at that point.
Yeah. I just want to say a couple things. Yeah, Greg, you are killing it. Circumstances. Like, this is why I like words. Because like we use a lot of words, and I've been the more conversations I listen to, the more I realize people don't even understand like the words we use. But sometimes it's like, it's so in your face that like it should be obvious, but I don't think it is. Like, circumstances. And that's why I like etymology too. Like circumference. So like circular, circle, and stance. Like how you stand, your stance. It's like the circle that you're standing in. Like your circle. Like if you look around you, what's there? Like, so that's like, I like words because like they kind of are telling a story in brief. It's like when you look around you, if you were to spin in a circle and look around you in your life, physically, like literally, and metaphorically. Look at your money, your relationships. Like, if you stop and just do a 360 view overview, a 360 view of everything that's going on in your life, those are your circumstances. And if you're not happy with those, do you change what you expect, or do you try to change your circumstances? Do you try to move and change your circle? Do you try to grow your circle? Do you shrink it? Do you what do you do to move that energy around. Because if you're not happy with what you see when you do that 360, that's going to be negative emotion. That's negative emotion. Now, what do you do? Now that you have that negative emotion, now what? Like the yellow thing, now what? Do you keep looking around at the same 360? Do you quit looking because you don't like what you see? Or do you try to move? Like it's interesting. And what Greg is also talking about the lottery tickets. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say have a plan. That's really hard. If your circumstance, that's 360 view. And that means you gotta start looking up and down and like other places. I think that we say that, yeah, you make a plan, that's true, but you got to think of the mindset of someone who just took a 360 and saw shit all around them.
It's like, it's gonna be a shot. It's gonna take a
It's
minute.
gonna be a little like, what do you mean? What do I do? How am I supposed to
step?
figure out what I'm
What's the
supposed
12 step? A fearless inventory. There's one of the 12 steps. Like it's a fearless. I think this is what a lot of people have a hard time with, and I'm gonna bring it back to this conversation space. Like what a lot of people have a hard time with when we talk about like a situational awareness and self-awareness, people don't take the fearless moral inventory. What is in my circle and what is here because I allowed it or I brought it here? And who's the author of this confusion?
Yeah,
and I think that's where a lot of people fail because they do the blame thing. They point to other people, so they don't take the fearless like, dag, how did I play a part in this? Then bringing it all the way back to the Sandra, how did I play a part into the circumstances that I fell into? Like some of it was beyond my control, but there was some elements where I could have done something different. Would it have made things worse or better? Like that's something that people need to start thinking about, like the fearless moral inventory. What about this? Like even with the despair thing, should I stay in despair or is there something I can do? And to Yella's point, if everything I do comes out shit, like if I'm the opposite of Midas, what is that? Sadine? If I'm Sadine, everything I touch turns to shit instead of gold.
You're not going to be very inspired. Or if the reason, if depending on the rhetoric of, like you said, we talked about the manosphere, so I'll just use that. Suppose you get someone who comes along and says, this is why you're in despair, and it's something you have no control over. Like, for instance, you hear a lot of people, a lot of Marxist ideas are like, it's this huge power structure up here. You're so powerless, you can't do shit about it. You're just a cog in the wheel. You can't do anything about it. So if someone's coming to you and telling you that, you know, like, well, shit.
Yeah. What do you do?
What am I supposed to do? Like, you know, as a black person, well, it's because you're black. It's like, well, great. I'll get to work on fixing that. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Like, okay, guess I'll just not be black tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're gonna, depending on why you're told you're going through what you're going through, that's gonna affect whether you feel powerless or not. And I think that's the whole idea of, like you said, why do people like God? Because with the message of Jesus, or you know, the Christian message, there's a way to conquer that thing that's bigger than yours. Right? Yeah. There's a way. And sometimes that's all you need. You need to understand that there's a way to get there.
Yeah. It's to Greg's point, it already has a plan.
Right.
And a line. So you don't have to craft your own narrative. And that's actually to Inya's question. So what do those without a religion do to fix that? It's weird, but we actually have to do the exact same thing that people that have a religion have baked in. So this goes back to that whole, when Bri talked about you're walking into a system. Like if I go into YouTube, I'm what is that? I'm not a customer. Use a different word. Like I'm a customer of YouTube. I'm a consumer. I have to understand that same path. Like for me, like Rashawn, when I got rid of religion, I had to start to assign values based on what I thought was important, regardless of whether the Bible said it or law, like America said it. I had to decide what Rashawn, his experiences, my experiences, what did they lead me to value? What did they see was deficient in the world around me and in the family? What was important for me to bring to the world? I had to make that determination. See, like religion would tell you what that determination is. Be this, be that, don't do this, don't do that. I had to figure that out for myself. And the same problem though, because I don't have a plan, Now I don't have a plan that's mapped out by religion. I have to come up with my own plan, or not. I'll just not have a plan.
Ooh, and that shit
You
is
know,
hard.
That's hard.
Like coming up with a plan when you don't have a
That's
higher
hard.
perspective is some bullshit. I'm gonna tell you now, because the way I be want to cuss the business coaches out. I was on the phone with a lady. She was like, "You need to set a goal." How am I set a goal I ain't never fucking seen?
Yeah.
Like, you need to set a goal and then make a plan. Well, if I knew how to plan to make a fucking $1 million, I'd probably be a millionaire. Like, this shit's frustrating.
Yeah. You asked me to do something I've never done and I haven't seen.
Imagine something I've never fucking seen.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I bring? I'm gonna bring up something. I don't know where bro is gonna go, but
go ahead. I was gonna hit Inya's question and ask her like a tap out question and then head out. But go ahead.
Okay. So that's kind of where I get that's kind of where I get a little pissed off, because it's this idea that just simply making a plan and having an idea will correlate to a certain level of success that is almost the roll of a dice. You know what I'm saying? It's
automatic.
That shit pisses me off every time someone says that shit to me. Like, it's so fucking easy.
Right. I'm gonna be straight up with you. Bri is doing something good right now because she putting in the work. She doing that, but it's because why? It's not. Okay, how can I put it? Bri is not the only person selling clothes. Bri ain't the only person selling t-shirts. The why that she's making this progression is neither here nor there. It's happening because it's happening. The best she can do is capitalize off it happening, because there's people with just as good ideas that will never see the progression that she's making right now. And she's not even where she want to be at. But there's designers that would kill to be like making the moves that Bri is making. So go over to KawaiiForTheCulture.com, go buy you a shirt, go pre-order the bag, go get you the cookie kawaii and the Kawaii for the Culture collab. That was a lot of C's that I just said.
Not a cookie.
Hey, I'm for real, y'all. Go support Twin, and it look good, ladies. Ladies listening, is this for y'all. It's got some stuff for your men's too, but you know what I'm saying. This is what she want. Go support.
It's infuriating. Not even gonna hold you, because of that same shit you were talking about. Like, people come at you and just say, meaning well, but it's like, I don't think people understand why poor people are poor sometimes, or like why people who, like, you know, if everybody wants to make 6 figures, why isn't everybody making 6 figures? Well, there's some realistic reasons why making a fucking wish doesn't make it come true.
You know, one of the phrases that trigger me, all you got to do is, I'm flipping the table. Soon as I hear the words come up, well, all you got to do is, I'm flipping the table.
Okay, let me go do that now.
Right. Like, it's just that simple. If you can explain to me a life goal in 30 seconds, like, I get the elevator pitch. But if you can explain to me a life goal, it's certain ways. Like, it's some things you can follow, but yeah, it's never going to be that easy. It's never going to be that easy. Because each route is different. That's why I'm looking at Twitch streamers that started streaming after me. Way bigger than I am. Ain't for lack of trying.
Yeah.
Damn sure ain't for lack of being there, goddamn.
Man.
And then that sometimes that causes a sense of despair too, though. Like, even that, because you're like, oh, if you have real things stacked against you, You know, like I know that if I was, I'm sorry, y'all, but if I was a little white blonde girl and I was like this big and I had some big old titties, I could be a butterface. I could be ugly in the face. It won't matter. I'm white, got the hair, got the boobs. We have this saying in my circle that to be a basic ass, to be a 4 out of 10, but blonde and skinny.
A lot of viewers.
Oh, if I was a solid 4, but I was a blonde with some big titties, life would be a whole different thing.
Puppies, babies, boobs. Puppies, babies, boobs. That's exactly what.
But you gotta have the right skin tone, though. You gotta have the right skin tone too.
No.
I'm not saying like not like now there is, but you're still very niche. Like the whole thing is like even me and Shy was having that conversation today because we went to look at some gift wrapping because we were like, we want to wrap gifts. We typed in gift wrapping ideas. Everybody who popped up was white. I wanted to see the Asian ladies because like they really don't play around when it comes to gift wrapping.
Them sharp corners.
I had to type in Asian ladies, so there's still just an assumption that what people want to see is a certain type, and it ain't me. And even as a streamer, you have to come to terms with that sometimes in ways. Like it should stop you, but there's certain archetypes that people expect to see. That's part of branding, right? It's not always like nobody was evil in the office doing that. It's just branding and archetypes. And if you don't fit that archetype, you're gonna struggle a little bit more.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. That can
cause despair sometimes.
It can. And I would even say though, like, and I'm not trying to pick at you, like just that idea. Because I had to unpack that idea within myself, like using math. Like, so the assumption that people make is, well, this is what people want to see. The thing is that people want to see what's familiar to them. And there are more white people in this country than others.
Exactly.
So the algorithms feed the most requests is what they're mostly going to give you. So people that aren't a part of the dominant group, the same problem I have with voting. The majority is going to win. And like you said, it's not nefarious.
Yeah,
but a lot of people then they even if they know it's not nefarious, what they do is assign an intent. Like, well, this is what people want to see. Like, so they want you to look like that. Well, that's the majority of people who did a search look like that. Like, that's just circumstance.
And people want to see what they look like, see people who look like them. Yeah.
And like this is the circumstance you fell into. And you have to understand that this is the circle. And like, so when you look around, this is what you're going to see. Not that people wanted to see that. This is just how things have shaped up because of the choices over time. So it's like what Greg is saying, right? This is your circumstance. I'm not blaming you for your circumstance.
Right.
But if you want to see something different, you're going to have to give up something for it, which may mean the discomfort of going to an area that is not dominated by you, that may not be widely accepting of you. It's not easy and it's not fun. And sometimes you might get rejected. It may not work. It may not even work amongst your own people who do say they want to see you. Like, so I think there's like a double layer of like internalizations that are necessary to navigate a circumstance that people didn't choose, and they don't really have there was something else you said, Bri, a minute ago about the narratives that we accept that kind of like hinder us, that put us in a victim place. Like a lot of times we'll hear that thing, like, oh, because you're black, you can't do this because you're black, or you're a woman, patriarchy. If you adopt that mentality instead of seeing it just as your circumstances and okay, what can be done to change my circumstances?
Right.
I'm black, but and that yellows, and then what? Now what? I'm black. Now what? Because I'm still going to be living. I'm still in my circumstances, and I'm still going to live, and I still want certain things. I still desire certain outcomes. Now what?
You shouldn't quit.
And I think that's the part where the despair doesn't take over if you allow yourself a narrative that has a now what. And I think that's what's important for I think I didn't have a now what for a really long time. I didn't have the agency to have a now what. It was just you're doomed because of this.
You're doomed because the despair comes from. And I've spent most of my life, my parents did raise me to go into spaces where I didn't see people like me. Like they actually pushed me to do that. And because I've always been into like subcultures that Black people weren't into all the time, I've gotten used to that. You know what I'm saying? And so there's still this realization that I'm probably going to enter into a space where a lot of Black chicks ain't hanging out. I'm very used to it. It's kind of on brand for me at this point. But there's also, there's an accepting of the response I'm going to receive. So it's kind of like what Yella's saying, when you actually start to get feedback that you are not what people want to see. And you actually try stuff like you said, and it falls through because either the algorithm said you're not what people want to see. So maybe it just didn't push you because it's just so new that it doesn't even know what to fucking do with you. Right. That's going to happen too. But that's what I mean. Like, I think that's can't be overlooked as if someone like this is causing me to despair because I'm trying to have the plan. I'm trying to set goals beyond what I've seen actually happen. And the world is punching me in the fucking face. Does it hurt? Yeah. I mean, it hurts like in a sense of I'm pretty resilient. I don't internalize it enough to make me stop. It's data that I always consider when I move through the world at this point. But hurt, I mean, at this point, it sucks. It sucks because you will try things and you'll have people on the back end say, well, it's easy. Like Yella said, it's simple. Just do this. And you're like, it's not that fucking simple. It's not that fucking simple.
Yeah.
What? No Black girls have an anime podcast? You should do it. It'll be great. It's like, you do know that means that YouTube probably is not going to show me to any fucking
exactly.
Like, it's not that simple. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that's kind of what I was trying to delineate. It's like the thoughts and the feelings. Like separating those two is important. Like the narrative should help you stabilize your feelings when you're going into difficult circumstances. But you should also have a process for your thoughts to follow, to understand that my circumstances are not going to give me the outcomes of the other people that also are in similar circumstances because of they might have a different condition. So I have to align, like you talked about the win conditions. Like you have to set your win conditions differently because you're going against the wind, so to speak.
But my win condition be low, and then people be like, they're not high enough. And I think that's why it's so frustrating for me. You know what I'm saying? Because even Greg said it back then. Oh, you set realistic goals. It's like, bitch, realistic is $2.
I mean,
realistic is $2, but from what I've been told by people who actually know what they're talking about, that is not how you set a goal. It's more than just, I think I can do this, because you're doing something you never did. So it's like you're shooting low, it's just like this weird ass thing. And it's just like, I'm setting a realistic goal because, like, bitch, I ain't sell shit yesterday.
Yeah.
Ain't $10 good.
Yeah.
Ain't $10 good.
And I think that's a good illustration, because I think that's the delineation between the mind and the emotion. Like, your mind should set a goal that extrapolates towards what you're trying to get, the outcome. Like, your end goal is not to make $2. Like, that's not what you want your business to do in perpetuity. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the plan should be structuring towards your final destination. Emotionally, though, you set yourself up on the $2. Today, I'm probably just going to get $2, but my intent is to make 1,000 or whatever it, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what, like, your mind and your emotions have to operate on different wavelengths, because your emotions are crafting a narrative. I'm not good enough. But actually what you're talking about is business. And I think that's the hard part about creating or business. Too many people, like, we're emotionally invested. But what I've heard from business people is, okay, if that business fails, I move on to the next one, and I move on to the next one until something succeeds. I don't care about throwing away. I had that name, that brand is gone. I don't care. I'll bury it. I'll bury 100 of them for the one that succeeds. But we'll invest our mind and our emotions. We'll have them running concurrently, but those are different operating systems. Like, they shouldn't be exactly on the exact same thing. Yella's laughing. Go ahead,
face, because I just the way you were saying it, I was like, it's
because I'm looking like this. Who said that? I want to hear who said that first of all.
That feels well, no, a lot of business say you have to take emotion out of it. You got to keep
I get
Yep.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but that also could be coming from people who've already had successful businesses
Mhm.
and already had successful ventures. When you ain't in position to
Oh yeah,
start over,
yeah,
when you kicking off from ground zero with your first venture, it ain't really like,
yeah. When
you
all
know what
you
I'm
had was
saying?
like $1,000 for them
Yeah,
shirts,
yeah.
and none of them bitches
Right,
sold, that shit hit
right,
different.
right,
Yeah.
right.
That shit hit different.
No, I get you. And I get what you're saying. And I think that even goes back to the point. Like if your circumstances make your mental choices carry the full freight of your emotional load, that's problematic. So if this is my last $1,000 and I'm investing my last mental $1,000, that's going to carry an emotional weight of being my last $1,000. Like we have to, I think people who are trying to claw them way up from like scarcity, we have to
That's the
design a
spirit.
mechanism. Yeah, we have to design a mechanism to separate our mental and our emotional states so that our circumstances do not determine our emotional state. We don't, that's
Exactly.
what I'm saying.
It's
So like
hard.
if you
Okay.
if I start streaming and I've only got 4 people, that doesn't mean anything to me emotionally. I can understand that that's the algorithm and or my marketing lack, or I can understand the
Yeah.
circumstances mentally. Go ahead, jump in.
It's like that guy who was talking about the kids' self-worth, the black guy who was like, there's a couple
Self-worth.
reasons you fail. It's either you didn't study hard enough, the test was too hard, it was pure
Oh yeah,
luck,
that guy.
or it was
That
something he
guy.
did like 4 things. And he was
Yeah,
saying like self-worth determines how you see it. Like, did
yeah.
you fail the test because it was simply too hard, which you can't do anything about that, or it's luck if you pass or fail, you can't do anything
Mhm.
about that. But if you look at it as, well, I didn't study hard enough, or maybe I didn't understand, that's actually a more empowered position to look at
Yeah.
failure with, because now you can do something about that. You can't do anything about luck or things being
Mhm.
beyond your pay grade. You can't do anything about it.
Facts.
That's what it sounded like. What kind of like what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I've been learning is that you have to take on a mental state and an emotional state. They're both present in you. Neither one is me, but my mind, my thinking side and my feeling side are both always present. My feeling side can short circuit my thinking side if my thinking side doesn't have enough information. I'll get that fear, I'll get that anxiety. If like the circumstances don't come out the way I want, I'll get that despair, or I'll get that hurt, or I'll get that anger. So if I don't have a thinking side to equal the feeling side, my feeling side will run rampant. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like in more like just playing out language. My feeling side, it can dominate. My feeling side will always dominate negatively as long as I exist in negative circumstances. So if I have a negative circumference, a negative circumstance, I'm going to have negative emotions. So I have to balance that out with positive thought, or at least positively attuned understanding. This is temporary. I don't have to remain here. I can get out. I can get out if I do this, this, and that. I have a plan. What's up? Intellectual soapbox in the building, and whatever you feed grows. Absolutely. So I think we have to learn to think in a way that paces our emotions. Because I would say if I'm digging in a little bit, Black people especially, general hyperbolic, whatever, we have a higher attunement to emotions. Like we seem to be highly governed by emotionality. Like even the church service is geared towards emotionality as compared to a lot of other services from other cultures, other religions. Like there's a high degree of emotionality even in our entertainment. We like the
Right.
drama. That's emotionality. We like humor. We like a lot of stuff that's emotionally driven. Okay, cool. Knowing that, we have to pair that with enough understanding so that if we know in this country, if we accept the fact that Black people are typically born into lesser circumstances and more negative circumstances, we have to. It would be a disservice to not pair the understanding to offset that emotionality. Because what we have in a lot of our negative responses to our circumstances is an emotionally driven response, like the shootings and the gangs. There's a lot of even the panels, the arguments. That's emotionally driven. That's not from understanding. We need to find a way to increase like philosophy, or we need to impart something that teaches understanding. Because even our religion has gone away from understanding a lot. It's emotionally driven. So if we can't figure out a way to bring a balance to the force, it's going to be governed by this dark side, the emotionally driven, because you can't have healthy emotions in a negative state. Like, that's weird. That would be psychotic. To perpetually exist in a negative state and have positive emotions, that doesn't make sense.
I mean, the Delulu be strong.
Yeah,
you know, the overcompensate. I'm a great this. We do got a lot of that. But I was gonna say, I think the emotionality is all you have when you ain't got shit. Like if you're powerless, escape into the mind and in emotions, it's kind of all you can do sometimes. You know what I mean? I think a lot of it is from that, not actually being able to actively change your circumstance, either because you have taken the look around, like we said earlier, and decided this is all I can ever be. And like having things reiterating that to you.
Yeah.
You know, like once again, the confirmation bias. So you then went through a lifetime of confirmation bias of that. All you got is your emotions. All you got is emotionality. You can't do nothing. You can't do anything. You can't do anything to get those negative emotions to make them productive. So I think emotionality is also a side effect of powerlessness in a lot of ways, because I ain't got shit but my emotions. That's all I can do. Swing on a nigga. I can swing on your ass. I mean, I'm just saying, like, okay, I'm black. I was born broke. I ain't go to college. I can swing. I got these hands though.
Let's see.
I'm just saying.
I get you.
You know, emotionality, I think if we start looking at that, of like sometimes outburst of emotion is a side effect of powerlessness a lot of times.
Absolutely.
That's Tyler's whole brand. That's a Tyler's whole MO. I can't do shit, but I'm going to yell and scream and kick on the floor. And you're going to see me be mad.
And I just think we need to introduce more understanding. And I'm not saying that understanding will change the circumstances. I'm saying understanding to offset the emotionality. Like, okay, because this is why, like, to the point that you said, and when I use the blackness again, I'm born black. What can happen is I'm born in negative circumstances. I can then think there's something wrong with me, or there's something wrong with black people that we're here. We're inherently criminal, or we're inferior, or there must be something wrong with us. You can accept some outside narrative that speaks down upon your circumstances because you don't understand your circumstances and where they come from, and you don't understand the routes out of it. So I'm saying, even if your circumstances are not where, like Greg said, I got a paid off truck and a paid off house, and I'm good. You can understand that there are other circumstances that you can find yourself in, that you can still be in a place that doesn't look like the dominant society, but it also doesn't look like depravity. Like you said, there's no heaven and hell. There's a spectrum. Understanding, I think, would help balance out some of the stuff that we're talking about. But I don't know. Again, that's my idealism. Like you said, if you don't know the path, how do you teach it? How do you follow the path?
It's that I find that a lot of people don't have that without some guidance. I think that's why mentorship is especially important. Like, you know, especially if you're busy. If you could talk to somebody who done did it, it's going to be frustrating, because especially if they didn't come from where you come from, they're not going to really have a full understanding of the barriers in your mind. Like, they can only help you so much. They can only tell you the steps to what you need to do to get there, but they can't always know the barriers in your mind that come from your circumstances if they didn't come from the same thing. So I think that sometimes it's going to be frustrating, but it is useful. But what I found to work, because I have to some degree been able to get beyond my circumstances that I was born into, I think you just have to have, if you look around and you say my circumstances are bad, I think the first thing you need to do, because when you're in life and you're having these moments and you're trying stuff and you're failing, you can't latch on to success, or like you said, the emotional, like, you can't really set markers other people set. I think the first marker you need to set is to get around people who don't look like you, or like the culture, like a different culture. So like you need to be going into spaces where everybody's not like you or what you're used to seeing. Because if you've already done a survey of your circumstances, you're like, it's shit. Why would you be trying to get around more people like that?
Facts.
Why would you be trying to find spaces to get around more people like that? Which is why you won't see me on no fucking Black Manosphere panel. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? So I'm just saying, I think for me, that's the only consistent thing in my life that has helped me have exposure to opportunity and find paths that actually can help me. Because I will tell you, I never known what was going to be useful for me. I'm not gonna lie, you're not gonna be able to sit home and figure it out because you just won't know. You don't have that. You don't have access to that knowledge. You haven't seen it. You haven't passed by it. So you just got to start going into the environments where that's not where people would expect you to go. So if you're like my family, the people I grew up around never goes insert place, you probably want to go there. And I promise you, I think that will always help you begin to have access to more information. Expand your circle, like you said. Yeah. That's the best way to expand it.
And Greg, I mostly agree with you. It took me a long time to understand emotionally that I did not have a right to a certain type of lifestyle. But a lot of people, it's hard for them to, like you said, eat ramen noodles for every meal, turn down the heat to 60. It's hard for them to make those. Yeah, it's hard for some people to make those sacrifices, even if they're poor, because there's certain levels of lifestyle that they're unwilling to submit themselves to for betterment. Like long-term vision, I'm gonna sacrifice today for a better. It's hard for people. It's hard for people.
And see, I'm not one of those people. I'm not to give up more to get a little bit. I'm not eating ramen noodles every day, my guy. Unless I don't have the money in my account, I'm gonna have to have 5 cents in that bitch. I'm gonna eat some shit. I'm already poor, bro. I'm already suffering. You want me to suffer more in the suffering? I gotta eat shitty food. I'm gonna be tired and have high blood pressure. I'd rather just work hard. I'd rather just try to figure out some shit. I'm sorry.
And here's the unfortunate truth. And this ain't to be like, it's gonna sound weird, but it is what it is. You could do all the good shit you want to do. You can do all the work. You can pour into it. You can give it your best, and it still ain't gonna work.
Yeah, everything ain't gonna work.
You can do all that saving, put in the Freeman's bank, and then there's run on the money, and you ain't got no money.
And then get fired from your job, and then you have to use that savings you just fucking saved up, pay your rent.
So because you wanna, I'm saying just because you can want to do shit, you could do all of that shit. That's why people fail. Like that's like, I ain't trying to be like that, but that's just kind of been like the tone of the conversation. Like, well, if you put in the work, then people wouldn't fail then.
No. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now people can still fail. Yeah, I think Greg's point is you can just keep doing it. Like you can just, to your point, you may perpetually be in a state of sacrifice and scarcity, but what Greg is just saying, like you can always make compromises to your existence.
Try to do more
to try to dig yourself out of it. I mean, for most of us could give up something. Most of us, generally speaking. But I get what you're saying. You can keep failing, and you can keep failing, and it can keep going wrong.
You can still be sacrificing and still get to the end of that shit and be like, well, damn, I sacrificed and I'm still broke. Ain't this some shit?
And shit happen. Yeah. Ain't shit happen.
Chick-fil-A every once in a while.
The unfortunate part is that's most people's existence.
Right.
This outcome where you do all this stuff and then this grand prize is waiting on you because you've achieved the high score.
Yeah.
It's not
a guarantee. Well, that's why my advice is don't focus. Like you first and foremost, get that. Like you can't. For me, I wouldn't did half shit I did if it was like I'm gonna have this when I do this. Like it was just I'm not gonna be like everybody else I grew up with. So what's the most like not what everybody I grew up with shit somebody would do, and then I would just like go do that partially because I'm stubborn. But like that's most of the time that was just my motivation for doing the shit I did. And then while I was there, I learned some new stuff. I was like, oh, like, oh, you could do this. Oh, I could do that. I might do that. But I couldn't have this is gonna change your life outlook, or I would have fucking quit. I would have quit. Like I just would have quit. Because you're gonna be so bad at if you also come from deficit, you're gonna be bad at a lot of shit. That's the other thing. Y'all gotta like accept. You can start a bit. You know how many I went to art school, guys. Okay. You know how many sites I have reviewed for people who just trying to do they on their grind. Somebody told me make a website. Their website looks like shit. I wouldn't buy shit from it ever. Okay, so they're doing what they were told to do, but they're really bad at it because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. You can't do it with the thought you're gonna be good at it or it's gonna turn out the way you want. I would say just expect to be bad at it, which probably means you're gonna fail. Let's get lucky. But you're trying to expose yourself to more so that you can actually figure out what you need to be doing.
The chaos to confusion to mastery.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Stop. A lot of us really bad at it. You're just gonna be bad at it. Just accept it.
Yeah, I'm with that. And Yella, I know you. We've been cutting you off a lot. My bad.
Yeah.
Hey, jump back in, man. Jump back in. I mean, because you're right. I mean, because I didn't want to turn what we were saying into another platitude. Like, oh, it's easy. But the stuff we're saying, we're just saying that it's possible. There is no guaranteed outcome. There are no guaranteed outcomes in life. You can do everything wrong and get something right, and you can do everything right and get something wrong. Like life is weird like that.
Not just world theory bullshit.
I'm finna say it's possible I could do a backflip. More than likely, I'm gonna land on my neck. That's just how it's
I'll be dead. Might feel or die.
But there's
so.
I was gonna say there's the path of the normal path, like what Yella talking about is an extreme, and so is the opposite. But typically, if you're doing certain activities, you typically get more of certain types of outcomes. Like if you're doing a lot of gymnastics, you're probably going to be able to do a backflip eventually. Yella.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. Like one of us is out and randomly doing a backflip, that would be like magic. But if you've been rehearsing and practicing and strengthening your muscles and getting your core right, eventually.
But what I hear Yella saying is he's like acknowledging the emotionality, especially a lot of Black people. And like when he was gonna say what I thought he was gonna say earlier was like that failure could kill me. Like I think a lot of people when you're like very emotional and you're in that emotional state and you're already helpless, like that failure it's a fear that this could be the failure that kills me. Cause like I didn't have a lot I ain't have a lot to give in the first place. Like I'm already in a deficit giving my last. And it's just like this feeling of like, I can't take a failure. Like I can't handle a failure.
Yeah, you can only continue to keep pushing so long.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing right there. I think that's the breaking point. I think what you're talking about is the breaking point. And I think that's I don't know how to discern that, because I think for everybody has a different breaking point. Everybody has a different failure capacity.
I was thinking of something you was talking about earlier, because you was talking about setting goals. And I get it. Sometimes you was like, you gotta take emotions out of setting goals. Well, I think you should set goals congruent. One goal with congruent thought pattern. Because you have to take into accountability how your goals will affect your emotions. You have to take that into account. Especially if your goal is to not be in despair anymore. If your goal is to change your circumstance, not just start a business, just start a business, not just be comfortable, not just have money to say that you got money, not just be able to say that you're comfortable, but be comfortable. That's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it'd be a lot riding on it. That's what I'm saying. This $1,000, you coming from less, you giving your last to try to make something happen. People act like that failure is just supposed to roll off your back, you know.
Yeah, I don't think the failure can roll off most people's back. Like, that's not it. Like, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel the impact of failure. But I think like staying in that impact is a problem. Like what Gold said, you can't set a goal without considering your emotions. I actually think that's the emotionality. Governing yourself based upon your emotional state is where we're failing at. Because people, like even the boss chick thing, they're making their choices because they think attaining certain things is going to change their feelings. I'm going to feel like I'm going to feel better if I get this, if I can travel. And what they realize is trying to chase a feeling, chasing joy, chasing joy is not sustainable. Chasing joy is not a place that you can arrive at. Like that's the problem. So I think actually making
concrete, like a feeling isn't a concrete goal.
So that's why I mean, like it's not really taking your emotions out of your decision making. It's not making your emotions your decision destination. Like I don't want to. I can't decide if I'm coming from a place of scarcity, lack, and deficiency. I'm not going to know how to land at joy. If I've never felt loved, if I've never felt loved or accepted, or if I've lost myself in motherhood, I'm not going to be able to get off of a plane to happiness. That's not how emotions work. I can go around the world. I can buy a million different things. And at the end of it, I'll still feel the despair because those things are fleeting. It's like you said with the weed. I'm going to get high for a minute, but I'm going to wake up to the same problem. So like setting a goal to change your emotions is, I think, where a lot of us fail because the things we're saying tangible things, but behind it is an emotion that we're chasing. I want to have children.
I don't want to feel like this anymore, basically.
Yeah. What we're saying, I want to change. I'm going to have a kid or I'm going to get married to change my feelings. What happens is we have those kids, we get that marriage, our feelings are the same. And now what do? Now we've brought other people into our delusion because instead of having a practical plan for life, we've had an emotional plan for life. And you can't plan on emotions.
But I think also when you're like the Maslow's, when you're that low, you can't really once again, I think all decisions come from there. It's a survival thing. I don't think that people who are in that space have the luxury of being able to divorce their feelings from their what they do, because that's the only way you live. If you're on the bottom two, that's life. We do everything off. You know, when you're so low on the needs being met, there is no, you know, that's once again a circumstance. You're speaking on higher level existence and thinking. And so how do you tell people who don't have the luxury of divorcing feeling from how we decide what we do every day? Because I go to work so we don't have the lights off. I eat. We only eat when we're hungry because we're barely making it. I mean, if it's a person coming from there, I think it's a big ask to ask them to divorce feelings from their goals, because that's how everything is decided on those two bottom layers. And I think that's the problem, like you said, we're running into. I don't think we can divorce it because you're not existed in any other way yet. Right. Yeah, you'll get there and then you'll be able to do that. But I think when you're still there, I don't think that's a concept you can really grasp.
And it's crazy to think that anybody would not be working out of a fear or scarcity mindset at all times. Even the people who are successful still move like that. The reason you're moving like that is because you're scared to be poor. I don't care how much success you have. That's a feeling. That's an emotion. That shit affects them. Because have all these people who got all this money and then they just stop working for them and tell them to lose $150 million and not be emotional about it.
Right. I mean, and I know that that's not true. Like, I know that there are people who don't move from there, but I do also understand what you're telling me is the same thing I'm saying. when people are saying set a goal that you've never fucking seen. Like
Right.
set a goal, and everybody around me is functioning this way. Everywhere I look, everybody's doing this. Even the people I see who maybe seem like they got out of it are still there. How are you telling me there are people existing there? I know that there are people existing that way. I'm one of them. Like what drives me isn't a scarcity. It's like my purpose is a higher calling kind of thing at this point. It's not really like a scarcity, like I gotta eat, I gotta do this. Like, so I have the freedom and the luxury to think about higher, like, how do I want to leave my impact on the world? That's a giving. But if you're already starving, the last thing I give a fuck about is how to give. I need to get first so I cannot be starving.
Well, yeah, that part.
Yeah.
That part.
So
But
yeah.
even from your idea of purpose, and I'm agreeing with you, like that. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Even from your idea of purpose, is there not a fear of not achieving your purpose?
Not in the sense of I don't know. I wouldn't say, like, when people say, what am I scared of? I don't fear not achieving my purpose. I just fear like not doing it because I have the Godhead at the top of my hierarchy. I fear not performing to tasks to, like, in my worldview, like up to his standard almost. Like I only fear letting God down at this point. But that
Right.
in my fear doesn't even come from I'm gonna go to hell if I let him down, because I don't really believe that. But it's like I'm here to be a vessel. I have everything I need. Now I'm in a giving spot. So I just want to be a good servant almost. Like I want to give to who I'm supposed to give to. And that's what I fear, not reaching that. But even if I don't reach that, I'm going to be okay. And I think that's the difference between when I'm in a hustle, like when I was in a hustle mindset and when I was younger and broke, it was like, no, if I fail, we're going to starve and maybe die, or like maybe we will be homeless. Like I've been in both of those spaces and they're very different, I feel like.
Yeah. I would say, like, to both of your points, because I might have not articulated it properly. I think we ended up talking about like different groups of people, because like when Bri said something about the people who are on the bottom, like the people who are on the bottom and only focus on like eating, breathing, where am I going to sleep tonight? They're not doing the things that I was talking about, like chasing joy. They don't have time to think about chasing joy because they're trying to survive. So people on a low level, I'm trying to survive scarcity mindset, are not doing things like chasing joy, or I'm trying to find love and acceptance, because those are higher up the hierarchy. Yeah, I need to eat. Like, so most of the time when we're talking about stuff like when people are setting goals, they've transcended the lowest level, and they've transcended the lowest two levels. Actually, they have to be in the top three, because you have to feel safe enough to set a goal. Like nobody's just going to come and take whatever. If I have resources, they're not just coming snatching my stuff up. Like you have to feel.
Yella was saying, so, like, I ain't even fucking setting no goals. I'm living every day. I can't afford to set a goal.
Right. And see, so at that point, you're not setting higher order goals. So I'm talking about the people, like I said, like the chasing joy, or I think family might give me something. These are people who haven't had it mapped out how to go up the levels. They've found out how to eat, sleep. They mastered that. They feel reasonably safe. They've got that. Now they can start thinking about families, friendships. What does joy and contentment look like? What about career? You have to get to a certain level to be able to focus on that, to even set goals. So goal setting is really not for somebody that's trying to survive day to day. Like you're not going to have the capacity. Like sending hungry kids to school and do math problems. Your reasoning is affected by your emotionality, which I'm not saying divorce. I'm not saying completely like robot. Divorce your emotion from your mind. I'm saying once you're able to think about something other than your day-to-day living, your mental process cannot be geared towards living towards your emotions. Like that's not out. People are just trying to make a decision on an outcome as opposed to the process that creates the outcome. So I'm going to take my first step, and my second step is at the grocery store. That's not how that works. That's not how going to the grocery store works. I'm going to move and I arrive at my destination. No, I map out my path. And at the end of that path is an outcome. And that outcome is what I want. And that's what I'm trying to say. I don't make my path the grocery store. The grocery store is my destination. So you get to the grocery store by following a path. And along that path, you may have detours. You may have obstacles. You may have to reroute to a different grocery store. You may have to settle for a bodega. You know what I'm saying? There may be some things that come up in your circumstances, but if your emotional state is only, I have to, when I leave here, I arrive at a grocery store, you're setting yourself up for failure. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, the rhetoric around goal setting, I don't think is useful for people who come from lack. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying, but I think that's why I'm like, my frustration with learning that a lot of the language around goal setting and stuff like that, it's just not good or useful, I think, if you come from lack. Because when you say set a goal, that's what most people would say, setting a goal. That's setting a goal. It's like, at this point, I want to be here. That's the end, ain't it? I feel like that's the end. That's where you're going. Like, my goal is to go to the grocery store today.
And that's why it's useless, because we're talking about somebody, they don't know how to get to the grocery store. They've never been there.
We ain't never.
So you have to tell them turn by turn directions. You at least have to point them towards the grocery store. At the very least, go this way, and eventually you'll run into it. But we're not even getting that
frustration. I think that I feel a lot of times they don't realize I'm a person who never went to a grocery store.
Yeah, it's
like,
easy.
People
just
tell you shit. Like he said, it's simple. Just go to the grocery store. Bitch, what is it? We ain't got that. I'm from the farm. We grow everything. What is even is a grocery store? You know?
Yeah.
Like, and that's the frustration. And I think for those people, you get lost. That's why we do fail a lot, I think, because of I think a lot of what we say is not for us. Like, it's not for people like us. It's not for people who came, you know, like when I first started my business, a lot of people say, go get your grant.
Oh, that's super easy.
Right to a grant. Bitch, what? Go get you a loan for $10,000.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Shut your ass up.
Go get your grant. Don't ever start a business from your own money. Oh, get your first. Go get some inventory. Just drop $10,000 on some inventory.
Yeah, okay.
Bitch, I got $500. $500. Can you tell me how to build a business for $500 fucking dollars?
You know what I've noticed? People who have made it now in a certain position who gives like advice, especially in these spaces, give advice from where they are right now.
Yeah,
they want to tell you. They want to tell you how to start, but I'm gonna tell you how to start from the position that I'm in right now.
Yep.
I've already made it, but I'm right.
When you tell me how to start a business with $5, I don't have a mama to loan me money. I ain't got no auntie to loan me money. I don't know nobody with no fucking money. Right. Everybody broke. We all broke. I got $500. Yeah. What can I do today?
Yeah.
And I got shitty credit.
Man.
I was listening to this one dude talking. I'm like, all right, he making sense. But then I was like, let me see how much money he got. Like, let me see where he's speaking from. And this motherfucker sold an app for like billions of dollars. I'm like, no, you're not finna sit up here and tell me how to that. Yeah, Facts. You could just do this and then go over here.
Yeah.
No, I need to hear some broke people like 2 levels
we
above.
We need the broke person business.
One up, one back. One up, one back.
Yeah, one up, one. Yeah, one up, one back. I said that. Yeah, ain't nothing I can do with that advice. Yeah. That'll only make me feel. That'll only make me feel good.
Yeah. But and also, I feel like that makes the despair worse. So if I follow that, now I'm gonna listen to this person tell me get this $10,000 loan, bitch. I only had $500. Remember? Okay, so now I done finesse my way into a $10,000 business loan, and if I fail, that's
on you.
That's not just an emotional response, bitch, because now I'm $10,000 in debt. And that's the reality of a lot of Black businesses. Bad, not because the information isn't right. It's the wrong situation.
It's wrong for you.
It's wrong
The
for
message
me.
over the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. There was a dude talking about stocks. It might have been options, one of the two.
Oh.
But dude was like, look how long I've been sitting. Look how much money I've been look, I think he's talking about Charlemagne or somebody. He's like, look how much money I made while I've been sitting here. They're like, don't tell him the other number. Like, ooh, $5,000. How much would you have had to invest to make $5,000 during a podcast conversation? Like, why would you tell them not to say the other number? You should tell somebody that you would invested 75 to make 5. Like, that's important information. You didn't put in 250 and you made $5,000 during a 2-hour conversation. It's important.
Right.
It's important to know that you made less than 10% in that amount of time period. But it is possible to make between 1 and 15% in an hour or two on the stock market. Something can just blow up, but you could also
tell me how to flip $250. Like, damn, it's always 10,000. Like, bitch, I can't. Y'all can't. Somebody tell me how to flip 250?
Because they did some shit they wasn't supposed to do to get the fucking 10K.
You know, all these boss chicks on Pink Book channel always be selling pussy or dope on the
scam
side.
after scam.
I got a 6-figure business boutique. I seen the boutique. You ain't making 6 figures off that shit. I'm just saying.
That's why I be looking like all of this feels scammy.
It is a scam.
I know I can go scam. I'm not trying to go to jail. That's the only reason I'm not trying to go to jail. I know I can go scam. I got like 6 scams waiting right now. I'm not about to go do it.
Well, bitch, you was selling puss. You should have just said it.
I mean,
I'd be like, if you was out here selling pussy, you should just. But that's like investing $7,500 and you ain't told us you invested $7,500. You sitting over here telling us your boutique just popped off. You ain't tell us you got $25,000 from selling puss to start the business.
It's important information.
It's important information. So I'm coming out with my course. Business for broke bitches.
Business for broke bitches. Listen, I am going to get this film greenlit. Lifetime presents Surviving Bell Bottoms based on Rashawn 4D time travel inspired by Harold and Kumar, directed by Tyler Perry. So I'm gonna get this greenlit. And I'm gonna make it rich. I'm gonna make my money. Thanks, Apex.
And see, that's what they say. Save more, but I'm broke. I hate when people tell broke people to save money.
Oh, okay. So look. Here's
like
the thing.
Broke people who got rent and stuff, not like Greg who paid off all his shit.
But I'm glad we got there. That's a good point. I wanted to bring that up because I'm somebody that had to sit on some money. So okay, look. Now this is hard because what it is emotional management. Like literally saving for broke people is emotional management. It is so hard to avoid paying for something, one, that you think is a good deal. It is so hard to resist a good deal because you're thinking that you're saving money. But I have a drawer full of fire sticks that I got like at a third of the price.
Oh, you want them Black Friday?
I'm not using any of them. I've got so much stuff that's unopened. I've got so much unopened stuff. It was an amazing deal. Maybe 10 to 15% of the original price. Like, and I don't even mean that markup price. I mean, I got like something I had a coupon and a promotion. I got it for $5, but it's like a $35 thing. I mean, seriously, you got to be able to cut some stuff out. And it's hard. It is really difficult.
Right.
Yeah,
but I don't agree with that, Greg. Like, I don't like, because you're saying somebody's living in survival mode. They're getting the jobs they can get. They're an unskilled worker, right? Maybe they got kids. Maybe they got stuff that eats up all of their income. Maybe they're not even wasting money. They're just... They just have a family and, they want to do something. Now, I believe it takes sacrifice. I'm definitely not pushing back on it. You're going to have to sacrifice something, right? My mom did it. She started a business. She ain't had no fucking money. So she offered a service. She had a home daycare. That's a service. You don't have to sell product. If you only have $500, you might be able to offer a service. So she babysat kids at her home. So she stayed home with us and she watched kids. And then she was able to build a business off of that. And that was able to sustain us, right? So I wouldn't, that's the other thing. People shut people down because they don't fit the mold. And the thing I'm kind of pushing back to say is most of us will never fix the mold if we don't do something different. Like if you're making $40,000 a year, you're gonna have to do something to break out of that. And it's not always just saving more money, because like if you got some kids or something, right? All of your money may be going exactly to what it should be going to. You just don't have much left over to save, right? So they're gonna have to do something different to try to break out of that cycle. So I also don't agree with telling people who don't have a certain this or that they can't start a business or they can't do something to try to break up the monotony or the cycle that they're stuck in, because you're gonna be stuck.
Yeah, let me defend Greg. Like if you have $500, you don't have enough money to start a business. You can start a money-making venture, but that's not even enough for
what makes it a big
IP. Like you can't even get like stuff like all your licenses and like an actual business. Like even an LLC is what, like a 200 something, around 200.
It was only 100. It depends on where you stay. So in my mom's county, it was like 125.
125. So $500. Like if you
daycare, she got a certification. It was like 250.
250. Like it's you're hard pressed to start a fully licensed business for $500. I'm not saying it's impossible,
right?
But I'm saying you can start a money making venture. Like when I'm thinking business.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a business, but you probably would have to offer services, because you can't invest in product. You can't invest, like you can't start a clothing brand maybe where
like stuff like that.
Sell. Yeah, but you can offer a service. You can clean houses and it's a business. You can get an LLC for that. You can get licenses maybe. Like my mom started daycare. You get an LLC. She had an LLC, EIN. She had to take a little certification class. She had to get CPR certified, right?
How much?
It's a legitimate business.
How much do those cost, those courses?
Now, I'm not sure, because I've always gotten them through the hospital. But I'm just saying, like,
but all that stuff will cost
over
money.
Time, right?
You know,
and like maybe over time you're doing it. Like honestly, when I started my business, like I didn't use the money my husband was making, because his money was already allocated to our bills and things we had to pay. So I had to start my business with very little money.
Yeah.
I really did. I didn't have thousands of dollars sitting around to start Kauai for the culture. So I did what I could at little increments. So I started, first thing I did was get my license. I had like maybe $250 I was willing to spend, because I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, okay, I can get my license. I'm gonna get this. I might have to wait a little second. I had to wait another month or whatever, because I was doing Instacart. So I just did Instacart. So the money I made from Instacart is what I used to establish my business. And then I did print on demand, because I didn't have money to go spend $10,000 on hoodies from China to get them over here. So I did print on demand. Y'all saw that I did print on demand.
Oh yeah.
Just to start to have a brand. I paid for my website. That was $6. And then I paid for, that was another it's like $12 total for my website, and and then I started print on demand. I sold a little bit to family and friends, so you can do it.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely you can.
Right.
But it's
I'd rather tell somebody,
you gotta have some knowledge. You gotta have some knowledge to try to start a business on 500. You need something. Like if you have no plan.
But what I tell people is, that's why I was saying earlier, you can't have the same goal as somebody who has the mean have. You are basically doing an exploratory data collection phase. And somebody who has the money probably would need to do that. You just need to start doing something different to keep yourself inspired and run across information you need that you're going to need anyway. Because if somebody dropped $10,000 in your lap and you didn't know what you were doing, you're going to blow it.
Yep.
So that's why I tell people, you need to be doing something. Don't go in the hole, but you're not going to find the answers doing the same thing you do every day. So you need to do something. So I think we should be careful to like not be so quick to tell people you can't do this because you don't have what I would suggest you have, because they need to start exposing them stuff to different mindset. That'll also put you in a community. You'll be looking for other business owners. You might be looking at classes. You might go on YouTube and start watching more videos, or it's going to expand your mind. And if you are in bad circumstances, that's what you need first. So that's why my advice is just start doing different shit.
Yeah. And that goes, I promise you, that goes back to what I was saying, because what you're talking about is emotional management. Because like even to push back on him saying you shouldn't do that, that's emotional. Like that's to not allow a narrative to creep in to defeat yourself, like self-defeatist attitude. That's not factual. It's just somebody says, just somebody on the internet says, if you have $500, you shouldn't start a business, or you can't start a business. And you're like, I want to push back on that narrative. Like that's a feelings management thing. Like, but that's it's super important. Like I'm not trying to. I want to make sure we're not. I'm not discounting emotions. Like that is your emotions, if they are unchecked or ungoverned or unguarded, can derail everything you're trying to do mentally. And a business is mental. Like it can serve and cater to an emotion, but if there's a mental process, you need to be able to reason and think and understand some things, because somebody's going to ask you to fill out some forms, and that's not emotional. That's you need some facts,
and you'll learn it. And that's what I'm saying. Like I think the reason I like push back against it a lot is that because a lot of people are stuck not doing what somebody told them they weren't there to do. Facts. And like if what we're talking about, the group we're specifically talking about right now are people who come from deficits, who don't have the means, and who don't have much extra. And I just think it's just not useful to tell them clear cut. I know it's not like but it's not useful, because once again, you don't know what you don't know until you start trying to do something. It's easy to sit at home and make a plan. Yeah, wait till you get on that fucking site and the IRS site is shit. And you can't find what the link is, or you need some shit and you can't find a document, and you're gonna spend a day looking for some documents you ain't had to dig up. Yeah. You're gonna have to call the IRS to get that busy line. And they never fucking answer their phone. Okay. And you're gonna learn it the hard way, or you're not gonna keep your physical copy of your sales permit. And somebody gonna ask for that shit, and you ain't gonna have it, and you're gonna have to get another one to wait 2 weeks and miss the deadline to get your booth. Yeah, you got some shit to learn. Yeah. And that's part of the process. That's part of the process, but it's important. And I think that's what we need to. We need to prepare people for the processes. But at the same time, we have to figure out a way to teach people how to regulate their emotions, because like I'm gonna use Pink Sauce Lady to tie together everything we've been talking about. She had an idea and she was able to market it basically for free on the internet. Internet, social media, Pink Sauce, great. But she was emotionally in a place where she couldn't take in information from people. They tried to help her because like the feedback coming from people, hey, is this sauce safe to consume as you're shipping it around the country? They ain't want to listen. Then people was getting sick and like dogging it on the internet because they're getting bloated packages. She gets a marketing deal with Walmart, and then they stop being able to sell it because she's having problems with them because she doesn't understand the business side of it. But it can't all be today. She learned. It can't all be about I feel like a boss and I know what I'm doing. There's knowledge that you have to get, and your emotions won't matter at that point. So you have to be willing to learn. You have to be willing to learn, because a lot of us like we're coming from won't. Deficits. And you will fail. But I would say them same people that won't learn and will fail, they're already failing. Like it's like you're there. This is a temperament issue, right? Like if you can't cooperate, I'm sure they can't cooperate in relationships. They can't cooperate at work. This isn't just a vacuum. So there's gonna be some people that are gonna try and they're gonna fail, but some of that is because they don't have the skills needed. But I'm still not gonna sit here and tell somebody they shouldn't. Yeah, that'll work itself out. If you are uncooperative and you gonna fumble the bag, and maybe fumbling a big enough bag will make you actually take a assessment and like figure it out, or you won't, and you'll just fumble bags. So that'll work itself out. I mean, honestly, it will. But I mean, you could probably look at her life, and she's probably uncooperative as fuck everywhere she goes. Absolutely.
How you
That's
do
not gonna
anything is how
change.
you do everything. But I mean,
Right.
but again, that's the problem with the deficit and or scarcity. We come from that place where there's a lot of heavy emotionality, not a lot of information, poor information, susceptibility to poor information, and bad associations. There's a lot of like adjacent deficits that come along with that main deficit, whatever that main deficit is. Like deficits don't typically, they run in packs. Let me say
Right.
deficits and deficiencies run in packs.
Yeah, you
Is the
just
best way to say
you
it.
got you once again you're gonna start figuring. See, you said I've had 2 fail, but okay, so you're giving that based off what your experience was. And like, but you
Yeah.
learned, didn't you? So now you just decided I'm not gonna try to do that shit.
I
I'm
got my
gonna
truck, I
drive
got my
myself to
crib.
be. I'm gonna be. I'm fine being poor. I tried. I failed.
Yeah.
The cost was too much. Like me and Yella was saying, I tried, failed. This cost was more than I could bear. I'm just sit my ass down now forever.
Yeah. Be your own
You
boss
know?
man is oversold. Depends on what you want from life. Having a skill that you can leverage can get you a far better life. I hated running a business. And that's what I was gonna say. At one point we were having, I don't want to take this path, but at one point somebody said something about the scarcity driving people to pursue higher goals. And I'm like, scarcity makes you chase immediate goals. Scarcity doesn't make people try to be Robin Leach. Scarcity makes you, I need to eat today. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to go down that path. I did want to offer these quotes real quick. Winston Churchill, of all people, success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. And another one is success is walking from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm. Like those are perspectives that I think are useful for people who we need to attune our minds differently. Otherwise, the deficits overtake you. The emotionality keeps you from pursuing the next thing. Like if critically drinking, if critically drinking didn't work, like I had a couple of other channel ideas. Like it wasn't like I wasn't wed to this. It just, it works for me for what I wanted. And again, my goal wasn't to be rich and famous. My goal is to have a place where people can come and chop it up. And that's what we have. I like it. I enjoy it.
And my last bit of advice is like, you can also change what the goal is. It doesn't always have to be make this amount of money, because for me, with a lot of stuff, because I don't know what I'm doing, I have a goal a lot of time for if I get more data of what I shouldn't do or should be doing, then that's good. Like if I can come out of this with data, that's good. So like with this t-shirt drop, yeah, maybe I won't sell a whole bunch and make all the money. This won't be the one. But what did I learn from it? Like, and so because I have that as the goal, I'm more aware of collect emails, collect ways to get back in contact with people who show interest, pay attention to what people are responding to. So when you change the goal from just making money, that also sometimes your goal setting is bad in that way. So like for me, it's not a failure. Like maybe on some level it failed because you didn't sell so many units, that you wanted to sell. But did you collect a lot of data? Did you get a lot of people on your list? That's still a success in some ways. So also just check and make sure your goals are the best goals. Like maybe it's not realistic for my little Instagram page with so many followers to sell this much because of how many people really going to see it. Right. But then you maybe should set a different goal, right? Because of your reach. So, there's a lot of that there, but do something different. If your circumstances shit, do something different.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. Yella, you still with us?
He gone. Yella gone. He done went to the store.
He's either playing a string game or playing baseball.
He had a hot dog stand somewhere. Getting extra onions.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, let me hit this question from Inya, then we can bang one out. So how do wills without religion fix that? I answered that question. And he said, I understand that. So at the end of the day, it's about balance. Use what you can from the religious text and from everything. Do not stop at the religious text that you came from every aspect of life. Because I remember I was talking to you about, even as silly as it sounds, even using oranges. Because I make fun of you with the warm oranges. And I was like with the kids, like as a science experiment, just look and examine an orange and all of its various components. Like learn from every single thing. And that's vague, like saying, hey, Sean, have a plan. Got you. So like with the orange, look and examine an orange and you see how it has a peel, but it's also porous, which means it allows moisture to get in and out, or oxygen. But then you have to peel it to get to the fruit. Now, the rind has certain functions, and it has certain characteristics, like the scent of a rind, and how we're able to use that to add to cleaning supplies and things like that. Then there's the fruit, how it's segmented, how it contains the seeds within the fruit, and the seeds are there, and you can propagate the plants so you can have even more oranges. So there's lots of different little things you can look at, even within one thing like a fruit. And you can take away things like, well, maybe me as a being, I need to have a boundary and a shell, or something that protects me, something that allows things to pass that are safe, and some things that keeps other things that are harmful out, to protect my fruit, my gifts, the things that I can offer to the world. And even my gift may have to be segmented. My gifts, or the things that I offer to the world, may have to be in part, and not one fruit for one thing. I can drop different pieces of fruit in different places. I can deposit it, but each piece of my fruit carries a seed and an imprint of me that will then germinate in wherever it's planted, if it's planted in good soil. So there are lessons in the things around us that we can take and analogize to ourselves. Rightfully, wrongfully, that's philosophical stuff. But I'm saying that is stuff that can be used. Everything around you, no matter how simple it is, has a function, a purpose, a value, a usage, a definition. Like, there are so many ways that everything around you can be a lesson for you, and to grow yourself, the people around you. Everything is information. Everything that people do or don't do is information and communication. Like, everything. The people that are here, the people that are not here, all of that's communication and data. All of that is useful. All of that is relevant, depending on how you attune your mind to use it or not. That's why I mean the emotionality. If you're hyper emotional, I could be like, man, I only got 12 people here. I should have 25. If I have an expectation and I allow my emotions to supersede my reason would be, number one, I've been on for 4.5 hours. People ain't rocking that long. I know the analytics say people stay around for 30 minutes. Me thinking I should have more people than that is kind of ludicrous. I don't do a lot of editing to get more of an audience. I also don't do any marketing, and I don't do any cross promotion. So the understanding is, my mind says rationally, I'm where I should be based upon my effort. Based upon my effort. My emotions could tell me a totally different story if I don't inform it with understanding. And that's what I mean by the difference between understanding and feeling, because my feelings can be misleading. My feelings can be based on some wild story I've told myself. But if I can think through it, a lot of things make more sense than we give them credit for. What about you, Bri? On that last question from Inya?
Same, just learn from life. Like, when I used to draw, my brother always said, draw from life. So you can learn from anywhere. So, I mean, I kind of agree with everything you said.
Ooh, yeah, $30 an hour.
Yeah, but that's, you're gonna have to do something different. But
yeah, you gotta do something different.
But if you work full time, that means you're gonna have to either, when you gonna do it, you gonna do it at night school, or you gonna work less, sacrifice some hours, So that's why I would always agree. It takes sacrifice. It's gonna take doing something different. You're probably gonna be uncomfortable. But you're gonna have to do something different. That's
gotta do something different. If you want something different, you gotta do something different.
Yeah. So your little job with your unskilled labor ain't cutting it. You're gonna have to get a skill. And that's probably gonna cost money and time, or both, that you might not have. So
that's where you start to eating the ramen noodles, like Greg said, and save up.
Yeah. If it's money, but if it's time, you might have to cut time somewhere, or lose sleep.
Yeah.
So it's not even always easy to find the time to do stuff. I remember, like, for me, like, I was thinking about going back to work, but it's like, my kids are here. This is this. Like, when I'm gonna go?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I'm gonna go? Even part time is still hard though, because of the shift being a set way. Like, unless I want to be in the hospital for 12 hours overnight, it's like, with anything outside of that, it's business hours.
Mm-hmm.
And those don't quite work for me. So it's like, time isn't always.
Yeah,
that might be more than the money. Yeah, that might get in your way more than the money, or you can't afford to cut hours. So who's gonna cut the hours?
Trade-offs. Everything's a trade-off.
So it's trade-off.
Everything's a trade-off.
So
Everything's a trade-off.
it's gonna
So
take
big
sacrifice.
facts. And to help you cope in life, basically, was the last thing. And, man, I guess
What
that
was the
might be
first
the
part
best
of
way to
it?
say it. It was that one about the borrowing from the text, like from the
Oh,
religious text. And I would say yes. I would say yes. To help me cope, understanding helped me cope because I was being overrun by emotionality. Emotionality was going to either make me hama or suicidal. Like somebody was going
one
to
of
die.
them.
One of them, I was destruction or self-destruction. There was no way out of it. I've told some of the stories on here. And y'all know, you remember a couple of them. I've done some self-destructive stuff and I've done some destructive stuff. And I was ready for either I was going to kill somebody or kill myself. There was no doubt about it. So I had to figure some things out because emotionality was driving me to that point because it was my circumstances and my expectations were so vastly different that I could not cope anymore. So I had to figure out what was going on. And I had to understand my circumstances and I had to understand where my expectations came from.
And kind of like, bring them closer.
Yeah. I was like, oh, shoot. Then actually, in sometimes I was able to subvert that. My circumstances were actually better than my expectations, not because I had low expectations. Like Greg, I just didn't have a lot of needs. Like me, myself, there's not a lot of things that I needed. But I was trying to live to what other people expected of me. And it pushed me up here, but I'm like, I'm actually kind of down. I'm cool with so much less.
That's settling. Like, people need to stop saying settling bad. That's the best settling you can do. This right here, this settling. Were they equal? Oh, that's great. I love settling.
It was great.
I wish people would stop saying that. Don't settle. And now settling.
Yeah. There's so little I need.
And I would say at this point, I don't feel like I'm coping because I'm past that suffering or feeling like life is suffering or despair. I definitely have had that. But I think nowadays, I have introspection and understanding about myself and that phenomenon you talked about, where I don't feel like I'm using my beliefs to cope at this point. I feel like I have more of a working relationship with God at this point, more so than a coming to you in the Joel experience. I feel more of a I'm kind of working with God. So I don't feel like I'm in that space of coping, but I've been there, so that's why I can speak about it. Like I've been there. But at this point in my life, even when stuff like everything isn't going perfect, like even when stuff doesn't go good, I'm just more resilient now because of constantly pushing myself to do new things and putting myself in new spaces and getting rejected and failing and moving on and just learning that, kind of seeing the net positives and stuff like that. So I'm not really using it for coping, but I think it's important to understand you'll always have negative emotions no matter where you are in life. Like I'm in a good place, but I'm always going to have negative emotions. So it's always going to be necessary to have that structure and that mechanism of how am I dealing with my negative emotions? You're always going to need it. So that's kind of why I brought up that's what I do with them, because they still exist. Anxiety still comes up. I got kids. I got more to lose now. I feel like the more that I have to lose from being successful, the more anxious I get sometimes. So now I feel like I needed more than maybe when I was in survival mode, when I just expected the worst all the time. It was kind of just like I'm expecting it to the point where I'm numb to it. I'm not numb to it anymore. So I feel like I'm more anxious sometimes.
Man. Whew, I couldn't even imagine it with kids. My nephew was bad enough. Okay. I ain't even gonna get into that story. I ain't about to cry on camera again. I'm done crying on camera. But yeah, man, it's tough. Life is, because everybody's talking about, man, life is whatever. They were like life is short. Life is short. But I'm like, life is the longest thing you're ever gonna do. And it's really hard because it breaks a lot of people. Life breaks a lot of people. So I really wish we could like short selling how difficult life is and how coping it's difficult. It's more difficult than we say because we want to believe. We want to believe it's great and easy, but it's hard. It's hard to have children and want to see the best for them and see some of their choices and worry about the world that they're growing. It's difficult emotionally. Emotionally, that stuff is difficult to cope with. So everybody, I think, needs something. Even if that something's not God, you have to determine something for yourself that allows you to get through the day. And I think most people might turn to chemical things, and some people turn to things that help them cope mentally or emotionally. Everybody has something. And I'm not begrudging anybody that has a different way to cope than I do. I think everybody needs something. It's all important. If you go to religion, that's cool. I know I made fun of eating Jesus and all that stuff. I don't resent people that follow that path. I think everybody needs something to get through this life. I think it's imperative to get through this life, to find something that you can hang your hope on, that you can hang your head on, your thoughts, that you can hang your heart on, your feelings. I think you need something to hang those things on, to ground yourself in a reality, one. And into the duality, you also need a fantasy to hang yourself in too. So you need to exist in two planes, because you need the reality where you are, but you also need the fantasy of what could possibly be to give rise to your better self. Because if you're always content with exactly where you are, what's the point of change? And anything that doesn't change is dead. What was it?
No, I said, yeah, you won't move.
Yeah, you won't move. Yeah. And again, some people are just waiting to die. And that's, again, I'm not even tripping on that. I really don't have a judgment on how people choose to get from one point of their life, the beginning, to the end point. Even if it's checking out early or just waiting to check out, I can't judge, because I don't think there's a right way. But while you're here, man, don't get in other people's way and make it harder, because it's already difficult.
Yeah,
I try to live by that.
That's why I will always hate scammers. I will always hate scammers. I especially hate scammers. I hate thieves. I hate people who take advantage of people who are trying to better their life and scam them and take their money. I really hate those people.
Ooh, so I hate people to take advantage of elderly people because they know they can't think, and they like fall. Oh, I hate when you mess with elderly people.
I hate that. I hate that. Like, there's like, for me, I don't be really condemning people, but I just feel like scammers, these, like, I really feel that in my soul. Like, man,
all forms of predation, all forms of predatory behavior.
Predators. I started a Kickstarter for a bag. I'm just flooded in my inbox with scammers every 5 minutes. Oh, I want to help you. I want to help you. I want to help you. Scammers just trying to get your money.
Yeah,
I just hate people.
If you want to help me, just help.
Soon as you trying to go make your life better and try to make something out of nothing, here comes somebody trying to exploit you before you even get started good.
If you want to help me, just hit the link. Make a deposit.
Just fucking contribute to the Kickstarter. That's all the help I need. I'm fucking here. Yeah. You know exactly what I need. Get out of my inbox.
Man, people are crazy. Since we're going on, fuck everyone who sells false hope to dying people, man.
Them too.
Go ahead, Greg. That's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. Sorry. All right. Now listen, everybody, what we are on the next time I am on actually will be on Twitch on Yella's channel, I believe it is. There's a raid by another streamer. So we'll be on the noon Eastern on Twitch. She's having like a mental health stream, but me and Yella are kind of like subverting expectations a little bit. We're going to do a Thanksgiving food tier list because the rest of the raid just sounds heavy. It just sounds heavy.
Oh, no.
Like, it was like trauma and this, that, and other. We're going to start with something light. I might throw some family boundary stuff in there.
Ain't we supposed to be thankful?
We're supposed to be thankful, but Thanksgiving is a hard time for a lot of people. I wanted to touch on that today, but I mean, holiday blues, suffering. I think if Anae is still in the chat, I think Bravo with Sheila just did something about holidays and family, and you know that my nephew, his father was killed the day before Thanksgiving. So there's a lot of people who have like negative associations of death, a sickness. There's a lot of negative associations around holidays. So it's really hard for a lot of people. So they go heavy, they go dark. Around holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, they just go dark. And I think 6 is one of those people. So we're going to see. That's tomorrow noon on Twitch on Fico. I'll be back here. Yella should be also back here. Bri may be back here this Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern with a few other guests to continue the God discussions, the God debates, the God conversations. So we have got a few different topics on that on Friday. I'm going to bring up the dumb God. That's going to come up. Because I really have a hard time. Like, God is the highest conception in your mind. Unfortunately, the highest conception in some people's mind is a dumb God. I need a brilliant, all-inspiring God. He has to be able to outthink me. And if outthinking me is like being wily, like I'm going to play dumb to outsmart you, like I have a hard time with that one. But it's a possibility. Like it's a possibility. I can't say I don't know God. So I can't say one way or the other. But yeah, Bri, have you leveraged affiliate marketing? Instead of answering the question I asked, she's like, I'm going to ask Bri a question, like out of pure spite.
What? Oh no, it's too many scammers.
Scammer.
And I have my own brand as far as like brands offering me things. I have my own brand, so I've just made a choice to put my energy into my own brand and not push anybody else because I have enough to learn with that myself. I don't want to overwhelm myself. And there's a lot of scammers out here who try to get your information. It's just hard to trust a lot when you're like a baby in this realm. I just think it's best. You got to keep your cards close to your chest. You got to trust. It's just a tight rope to walk. I treat my business like an infant. You know how you don't take them out in the first couple weeks and then, you know, they won, you know. So my business is like a toddler now. So it's starting to be like we could play a little bit. We could do a little play dates, you know, here and there.
Gotcha.
Still, y'all nasty. So keep my toddler on the leash. You know, that's kind of how I feel about my business right now. So we still super protected. When it's about school age, we in there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Y'all see how I treat my channel, man. I treat my channel like a rental car. We can say anything.
You the type that throw the baby in the pool, be like, it'll swim.
Man, it'll swim.
Came out the water.
They come knowing how to swim. They learn in the water. In the sack, they're swimming in fluid. Just throw it in there.
You be treating your channel like that for real. He be like, I throw this shit in the water. It'll swim.
Man, it'll swim.
Baby just
It's not. I got backups. I'm saying I had plans. I was going to do I was going to do different channels with different topics. I promise.
I ain't want that baby anyway.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If one failed, another one's coming. Because
Nick Cannon.
Listen, anyway, I will see anybody that comes over to Twitch tomorrow. Otherwise, I will see you YouTubers here on Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern. And after that, the next scheduled stream is Risa told me I got to be here for, well, she didn't tell me I got to. She said, come here, do a stream for Christmas. So my next scheduled stream, because this will have completed everything that everybody asked me in the polls. So they only, except for quitting. So then I can quit until Christmas. And that way, everything from that poll will have been satisfied. The part 2, me, Bri and Yella, the breakdown I did, and then me quitting. So if I don't come back from Thanksgiving to Christmas, that'll be the quit, and everything on that poll will have come into fruition. So, but I will see y'all leaving Nick Cannon out of this. The greatest.
Bye.
See you all Friday. Yep. See y'all Friday. Thank y'all for being and hanging, being here and hanging. Peace.